Hey guys, Dark Humility here with the premiere of the Season 11 tier list and infographic. Also with, of course, accompanying data sheets and the ultimate farming guide. Briefly, what I will do is for people that are new to my incredibly large scope resource for Project Diablo 2. I've been updating it every season since season 2, but there's been a lot of changes to how I've updated it, and of course, I tend to improve how it's being updated every season um, to try to give you guys the most up to date and clear information as possible, and just to in general make it very clear and to help people understand what they can do on the build and how builds can be used and implemented in the game. Um, One can say I put way too many hours into this game, particularly beta testing, and you would be right. Just this season alone, we put in about 70 hours into the beta for testing, so we tend to put in a lot. Last season it was almost 100 hours. Every other season I'm going to put in like a crazy amount of hours just to like over test things so that I get an understanding for the next season, like what should be retested based on changes. But you get the idea. Anyway, so let's just do an overview. We're gonna do like a tour of the tier list and infographic. Right here we have a link to my Twitch channel. No, I'm just not very important. Mapping tier key. We got S through F, just lets you know how to interpret the late game mapping tier list in terms of what the tier means, in terms of end game mapping, so tier 3 maps, unique maps, that kind of stuff. Um, and then, of course, whether or not it's a sub tier, so plus, solid, or minus. So those are the three sub tiers, and then you got tiers. Of course, there's also a double plus in the case of S, but we'll explain why that exists. Um, doesn't matter too much. Primary criterion. We have monsters per minute. For build adjusted for density. 0% max monster life near top end build. So this just tells you how I test each build in the tier 3 maps. And then, of course, you have information here about fortification, whether or not it's performing better in fortified maps than non-fortified maps, whether or not it's performing about the same, or whether or not it's performing a lot worse in fortified maps. And then, of course, whether or not it's, how good it is for budget on pretty much little to no gear, like set gear, that kind of stuff, versus, needing an extremely expensive setup in the case of like a Novus work, for instance, to work properly. That's just how that works. Hardcore, and pretty much no builds in the game cannot be modified for hardcore. Um, but some skills like sacrifice are kind of on the fence. And then some are easier than others to modify for hardcore. Whether or not a build is good for group mapping, tier 3 or tier 4. And then some just very basic information about what makes a build strong in the early game for LOD content, having high mobility, big AoE, magic or physical type damage. This here is the late game solo mapping tier list. So you have Sorceress, all its builds, Druid, all its builds, Assassin, all its builds, Barbarian, all its builds. And you have Amazon, Necromancer, and Paladin. Of course, you have the builds, accompanying tier, fortify, budget, and hardcore, as it shows in the team, as it shows as is shown in the key right over here. So this is what kind of tells you what it means. So there you have it. You got a key, you got a late game solo mapping tier list, which is based on rigorous testing of tier 3 build performance of late game, end game gear, whatever you want to call it. Not the very strongest version possible, because it's not possible in the beta, but a very high-end version of the build. All right, and then of course you have solo mapping top 10. This is your meta list right here, so it's also known as the meta for season 11. That's what I'll call that, at least for mapping, that is. All right, we have well, that's not 100% the case. The meta kind of, if you built it out to like solo mapping top 20, that'd be the meta. So basically anything in the A or S tiers tends to be the meta, and everything B and below is Kind of relevant if it's B and then B or C and then D and F is not in the meta at all. That's kind of how that typically works. And then S, biggest movers. So these are the ones that, due to changes in the patch notes, and changes, and of course retesting during the beta, we have determined have moved the most. So these are the builds that have made the biggest gains or losses due to patch notes. So there you have it. Usually most builds make gains, not losses, but some do make some pretty significant losses. In the case of Sacrifice, we definitely saw a couple. Hey, thank you guys for all the support. Thank you so much, man. For the 1,000. Huge, huge, huge. All right. Anyway, so, and then of course we have overall class power ranking. This time we have some classes sharing the same rank. We'll talk about how I arrive at this. I actually have a methodology for this. It's not that interesting, but because class doesn't matter as much as build, to be fair, almost never in the game. But I guess, I mean, if you ever wanted to invest in a class, or you think maybe a class is going to be expensive versus a class not being quite as expensive gear-wise, this might help to inform choices of like playing maybe a non-meta class so that your gear is cheaper, or you know, at least you know what types of gear to find if you want it to be more valuable. So there you go. You're gonna have top dungeon buddies as well, which are things like these are just builds that are really good in tier 3 or tier 4 mapping. They synergize well in a group, so the more of these builds you have in a group scenario, typically the better you will do. Solo dungeon capable, pretty much last season's list here. I didn't really update this, but I mean, there's really nothing to update here. It's just builds that have multiple sources of damage. They can also survive a dungeon potentially without any help. There you go. Potentially, that is. You know, that's it's not easy. New on the season 11 tier list. So we've got the list here of new builds. So these builds are new because of changes in the patch notes in season 11. So Charge Bolt has now been made a real build by being able to pierce. So this is now the better approach. You'll see some Principal Strafe, which is due to the Principal Runeward buff. You know, you got Cold Enchant Strafe due to the Cold Enchant buff. Put that on the list. Charge Bolt Sentry, very similar to the Charge Bolt change. Charge Strike, same as the Charge Bolt change. All the ability to pierce. Summon Decoy using Loyalty. So pure Decoy is actually kind of a thing now because there's like a lot of FCR you can get on a weapon. You've got Tornado, being a build that can actually map now with as much power as it has, particularly in fortified maps and against bosses. You got Exploding Arrow, Hybrid Valkyrie Strafe with Evan Bane, which is a little bit of a different approach than it was before. And you don't cast decoys at all now, so we separated the approaches, so it's a bit different. Holy Free Sacrifice using the native aura rather than the items. So that's a different build designation, and it's even a different guide that I made on my YouTube, for instance. And Bone Wall. Yeah, Bone Wall is a build. Interesting, right? We'll talk about that. But yeah, interesting. We got a bunch of other things, though. We got the DH's starter lineup, which has a ranked ordered list of, in my opinion, the strongest builds for each class to start out with. This is mostly due to the farms that they're able to do right from the get-go. And as early as possible. So given minimal gear. And we also have a list of overall top 10 starters, which also tends to reflect that. There's definitely a lot of room for these lists tend to be a bit more subjective. There's not data backing these like there is with a late game mapping tier list. It's a little subjective based on my understanding of the game, based on you know, my 30,000 hours playing the game, just knowing like what areas are good for loot, you know, how the build works, what builds are going to most yield you that loot with minimal gear, that kind of stuff. So it's a little more subjective, a little more loosey-goosey in terms of the actual ranking, but it's gives you a pretty general idea, and I'd say it's pretty solid. And then we have recommended Uber Tristram builds. So this is based on Uber Tristram mechanics. These builds tend to do good in Uber Tristram. You have a top 10 for that as well, and they're also ranked ordered for each class. Same thing for Declone, Rathma, and Lucian. And which does give some weighting towards builds that are able to do tier 2 versus just tier 0. Almost any build can do tier 0, but the builds that are going to be like most effective even at tier 0 or all the way up to tier 2 are going to be the ones listed here. And then of course you have the map tiers and immunities. We did not have a full map rotation this season, at least I don't believe so, unless there's one that launches right before the season. But this has all the immunity information. We're missing information. We'll have to do this after the video. So after the video is complete, on the tier list itself, we will fill that in. And then, of course, we also have the data sheet here, which is monsters per minute based on density, which is based on base map density for rare maps. There's a whole like formula for that based on how rare maps work. And then, yeah, anything in shiny green here was retested this season. Anything in white was tested last season. Anything not shown here wasn't tested in the last 2 seasons. Anything in white either hasn't been tested this season because it didn't change, or it didn't change very significantly. In other words, it looked like the change was pretty weak. And based on a lot of my testing on a lot of those types of like tiny synergy changes, they don't tend to actually change numbers all that much. That being said, next season I'll probably retest them anyway as we do a more thorough pass. There's a couple of those in there that you might see, like maybe Bone Spear, for instance. But Bone Spear was one-shotting things anyway, so I doubt that would have made a difference. Maybe for bossing, though. Of course, you'll see over here the tier cutoffs, which are based on the intervals between each tier, based on things like the mean and median of the data. So it is the tier list, the late game mapping tier list is a bell curve, and it is based on this. The mean and the median very close this season, which is nice. It means that both measures of central tendency, if you guys remember your stats class, maybe you don't, are very close together, which means not a lot of skew there. There is some skew towards the top end of the distribution, though, which is why we have an extra tier this season, S++. So we had to make a separate tier for that one so that not every other build was just trash garbage tier, and that was like the only good one. So we had to kind of like skew the distribution a bit that way. So we made an extra tier, very fun. And then right here we have class mapping score, starter score, bossing score, and total score. So that's really cool as well. Right here, of course, in this case, 7 is actually best. So I could have had the rank just convert, could have made like a conversion, but instead I just made it a very simple system. So if you rank 1, you get 7 points. If you're rank 1, you get 7 points. If you're rank 7, you get 1 point in each category. So it's kind of like how you would rate like a food competition or something, like Chopped, if you guys have watched that on TV. How there's presentation, taste, and I don't know, like creativity or something. Well, this is, the same thing for each class. This is how we arrive at our class ranking on the tier list. That's all this is. Bossing, starter, and mapping score. Starter score doesn't change very much because you would have to change some very core mechanics of the characters to change that. Mapping score does change though, and is based I actually did it this season based on the number of builds that were near 500 or above monsters per minute density on a standardized 3 map average. So every build is you'll see here that there's actually 3 maps that are tested. Blood Moon is always 1/3 of the grade, because it's like a generalized, kind of like an a catch-all test for just like how the build performs, like in a generalized density scenario. And then the next 2 maps just tend to be the best map scenarios, whether they're fortified or not, depending on build immunities, things of that nature, or just how the build works in terms of like whether or not it's a narrow map or an open map. that kind of stuff. You'll see that there. So yeah, anyway, so yeah, they're all averaged out based on that. That is how we create the tier list. We get a standardized score based on density for 3 maps, and then we average them into this number right here. And this number is what creates the tier cutoffs and everything. Get a mean, everything. It's pretty nice. It's a pretty cool system. If you're a math buff, you'll understand what I did there. If not, I don't know. Not very interesting anyway. That's why the tier list exists. It's a lot more colorful. All right, anyway. So we have, of course, bossing score too, which does vary sometimes a little bit between seasons. This can vary. This is the one that probably varies the most between seasons. This one stays pretty static, but there are some things that do influence this. I think this actually did change a bit this season. Because the existence of Duriel disappeared, Barbarian all of a sudden took 4th place in the starter score, whereas last season it was like last place, despite being able to do Trav, just because Duriel was so strong. But now, because Trav is one of the best areas again, and everything's kind of equalized again, Barbarian's actually taken another spot. That Duriel change actually did a number on this list this season. So there actually is something going on there, at least this season, but that's not always the case. So that is kind of interesting though. Anyway, total class score, pretty cool. So yeah, this is the data sheet. And then I'm going to give a very brief tour here of the ultimate farming guide. So what we did was, last season, about a week into the season, I actually launched this video. A lot of people saw it, but I'd also say a lot of people still don't know this exists. Everyone asks me all the time, like, what to play as a starter build, which, you know, you can take the starter lineup and my ranking for each class, or the overall ranking on the bottom, and you can pick a starter build. You can do that, but then you're like, okay, well, I know my starter build. Now, what do I farm with it, you know? What do I do with it? How do I start getting gear? How do I get things to trade? Whatever it is. That's where this comes in. So we now have, I just literally copy paste basically the recommended starter build lists in here, except they're not in order like they are on here based on rank. They're just in any order. And they're here. And every class is organized into a mobility class based on its mobility, which is based on like movement skill, its ability to move around in general. Amazon, for instance, can only run around. It doesn't have any blink abilities. Doesn't have abilities to blink to monsters or to nothing. Or anywhere, I should say. Barbarian also doesn't really. Leap is like the worst kind of like, you know, blink ability in the game, so it's pretty low. Whereas the Paladin has both charge and joust, for instance. Assassin has dragon flight and burst of speed. Druid though has gust. Sorceress has teleport. Necromancer has blood warp. That's why they're all classified as high. So those things, you can get a ton of mobility on those classes. So there's certain areas in the game, right, that if you want to farm them efficiently, you have to be able to have different levels of mobility. So there's a minimum mobility designation here for each area, whether or not you need magic find, what kinds of items drop from that area, what you're looking for, basically. The difficulty of the area, so this is like player difficulty. So this is like, you know, if you're not the best player in the world, you might struggle with Ubers, for instance, or even Nilafok. It might be hard. So it's just gives you an idea, like based on your basically your familiarity with the game, how difficult that might be just to play in general. And then, of course, you know, like I said, minimum mobility recommended for each area. Each area is listed here. And also the best damage types for each area. Whoa! And this is key, because once you know your best damage type for each area, and once you know your character mobility class, and you know the minimum requirement for the area, you could be like, ah, yeah, I could farm that with that. With Infernal Firewall, I could farm Blood Raven, yeah, because it's fire. There you go. I could farm Secret Cow level. Any damage type will work with that, right? It's pretty good. I also will know the rank of each area. So this is the overall strength of each farm area based on its ability to generate godly loot as fast as possible. This is just because certain things like certain areas just are more likely to drop things like Shakos, Iraqs, that kind of stuff than others. Or they're able to they're more able to drop high runes, that kind of stuff. So this is why some areas are ranked above others. They just tend to drop more valuable loot more often, and they tend to respect the player's time maybe a bit more than other farms. That being said, you can farm any of those areas, and you'll know what is required to do it in terms of difficulty, magic find, minimum mobility, and elements. And over here, you check your element on whatever build you want to play. These are all the best starting builds. It's been updated for Season 11. And, if you want to know what the very best starting builds are, well, that's why you have the tier list, and that's why you have the infographic here at the starter lineup. So you guys have two excellent resources for preparing yourself for the very beginning of the season, and you'll be good to go. Another thing to note is if you don't know how to progress through the game effectively, just as fast and effectively as possible, by the way, this is all explained, by the way. There's a key over here, farming guide key. This is what this all means. I kind of explained it all pretty fast, though. And of course, these are the things to consider, when you're choosing an area for your build. That's general consideration in general. But there's literally a step-by-step guide for how to progress to the point to where you're farming one of these areas in hell. Literally a step-by-step guide right here from step 0 to step 4 on the sidebar here. So, once again, this is how you start out. These are the LOD areas. This is how you start farming. Once you get strong enough, you can consider tier 1 maps and magic maps, even if they're not rare maps. Magic maps have gotten a huge buff this season, so keep that in mind. So we have all these excellent resources. We have the data sheet, of course, backing up the tier list and infographic, and we have this excellent resource as well. You also know there's like multiple unique maps, including a tier 2 and 4 tier 3s. All this really cool stuff in general. And then, of course, there's all the PD2 resources on the wiki, so always make sure to consult the wiki for detailed information about any item or thing in the game. Always recommend that for new players. This list has become insane. Yeah, it's become kind of wild, honestly. Thank you guys so much for the subs and the support, by the way, while I'm doing this. Thank you guys. Very much appreciated. All right, so now that I've done kind of the tour and general overview, let's talk about some major things as well. So, first of all, this is for the Season 11 Prosperity launch, which will be May 16th, 10 PT, or, whenever they can get the servers live. You never know. Might take a little bit longer, but that's what they have announced on Friday. So, make sure to be there or be square. Don't have to be there right on launch, though. You can be there if you... whenever you can. Seasons in PD2 tend to go pretty long. People stick around for at least a month or two, so not just a couple weeks. So never feel like you're too late. I'd also like to thank my community. Always hypes up all the content I create, but also Senpai Something and all of the wonderful devs that work on this game. Everything from art, like from Erlin and, K-Knight, and like everyone that does all the hard coding, just Elm, everyone's just crazy, man. You guys have done such an incredible job. I honestly didn't expect, especially about hearing about all the burnout and whatnot, you guys to go as hard on this season as you went on previous seasons, but you guys went just as hard. So mad respect. There's so much passion in this community. The devs feel it too, which is why they keep coming back. And I feel it, which is why I keep coming back to keep making content on this game. There wasn't all that hype in the... it's pretty crazy. Yeah, yeah, well, that's, that's pretty normal, comrade. but also there's limitations to the beta. We'll talk about that when we go over the late game solo mapping tier list. But yeah. Anyway, thank you so much though, guys. Just wanted to say that. Thanks to all the devs as well. Thanks to everyone in the community. All right, so in order to get into the late game solo mapping tier list, which we'll be going over first in more detail here, I want to first give some disclaimers and understanding. So every season I test somewhere between about like 70 to 100 hours. I have over 30,000 hours in the game. I use that to inform my build understanding, how to optimize it, and also how to optimize the gameplay of each build. Every build here is played optimally, so not everyone's going to play every build optimally, but that's how they're tested. Every build is tested in tier 3s or unique maps, which means that, yeah, there's a lot of builds that are amazing in lower tier maps, but this doesn't necessarily reflect that. We're testing like the endgame so that we can really distinguish some builds from others that have distinguished performance in terms of throughout the entire game, basically in terms of mapping. It only is about mapping. It's not about starting. It's not about bosses. It's only about tier 3 and unique mapping, but it's also not about anything that is not mapping. There are designations here for whether or not something is good in budget or hardcore, and whether or not it's good in Fortify, but it does not influence its rating. Its rating is purely influenced by the data that we get on that data sheet. And that data sheet is informed by tests in the best maps, including the baseline, the kind of default test, which is 1/3 of the grade, which is cows. The only reason it's only 1/3 and not more of the grade is because cows, you can't just run cow maps, so that's not usually a thing unless you generate tons of wealth in the game and just buy them. You can do that, but most players probably do not, so that's not a great like solo test. This is why 2/3 of the grade are other map performance. One thing to note, of course, is that none of the testing is ever 100% perfect. Every season I find at least a few builds, even after last season when I did a very thorough pass, where including this season, where there's a few builds that just gain rank or lose rank. Well, usually gain rank because I didn't test them quite as well as I could have in the previous season, and it has nothing to do with changes in the patch notes. It's just because the new test was a lot better. And I learned something about the build to play it more optimally to get a higher value in terms of the number of monsters you can kill per minute in whatever map it is. That's it. It could be an item, it could be a slightly different setup, it could be a slightly different playstyle even. Could be anything. I'll try to go over those builds where I see them, but I'll let you guys know. Is not an element of perfection. Just because I have a lot of experience and tested everything does not mean this means it is everything. Another thing to note is every single build listed on this tier list, including F tier builds, can map effectively to some degree. It might be slow, but it can map. If it's not listed here, it might not be able to. But every build here can definitely map, including variations, including proc variations. They can all map. Every single one. There is no build here that cannot map. That doesn't feel at least like it is mappable. It doesn't feel super painful. Even F tier builds don't even feel that painful anymore. That is how far the mod has come. I have it graded on a bell curve, so that way you guys can really distinguish the speed. But when it comes down to it, every build here is viable for mapping. 100%. Every single build is viable here. They are all fine. Even, it used to be that F tier meant like it couldn't map. That's what the beginning, like maybe around season 5, that's no longer the case in season 11. In season 11, even F minus tier builds can map. That is just how far every skill, every build has come in terms of its ability to boss. There's almost no useless skills in all of Project Diablo 2. whether it's for bossing, mapping, lower tier maps, higher tier maps, almost none. I'd like to emphasize that. That is just how good of a job they've done updating skills or anything. This is mostly just a reflection of speed. That is it. Speed. If you're a speed demon, you will care. If you're someone who likes to play anti-meta, you'll care. If you like to play meta, you'll care. If you like to play anti-meta, you'll know it's slow and you'll play it on purpose, just to prove it can be played, or just because you enjoy playing it. If you're a meta guy, you know, you're gonna try to get as many high runes as possible to afford these absurd builds as soon as possible. I'm sure you will. And that's just how it goes. Guy or gal, I should say, doesn't really matter. Is there a link to the sheet? Yes, exclamation 11, S11 tier list. Definitely. All right, one thing I'm also going to note is I will have timestamps in this video for all points in terms of discussing every build, and not build, but every subclass. So basically every tree. I'll have timestamps for each tree when I start talking about the tree. So you might have to look for individual build in there, but I don't want to make a gazillion timestamps. I've done that before. It's a nightmare. Not doing that again. So we're just going to make timestamps for each tree. I will post, of course, the links to this spreadsheet, the ultimate farming guide, the data sheet, and even the Season 11 patch notes, and probably even the Project Diablo 2 wiki on this video as well, so you guys can access that without any kinds of issues. All right, thank you guys once again so much for the follows and everything else. You guys are amazing. Okay, follows, support, you guys are crazy. Okay. Honestly, it's kind of humbling how the community seems to grow every season, and even my PD2 community seems to be growing every season. People love this game, and I think it is literally the quality. I don't know. I should maybe talk before I get into like the actual tier list here after I gave the disclaimer. I should just say again, they made so many good changes this season, but every season, like, I mean, we got things like currency tabs this season. I mean, we've got, they just clean up so many things like every season. They just make everything better, everything more balanced, everything just so much more fun in general. And they really do listen to the community, and they really do. I have so many changes I love about this season in general. I mean, it's just oh man, it's crazy. I love that they actually made Lilith required for Ubers even. I mean, that's just I mean, maybe not everyone likes that, but I even like that change. So it's like there might always be a couple changes I'm not so sure about, but man, like every season it's just nuts. And I think a lot of people see just how high quality of a mod this is, and they realize that it is on the scale of any of those AAA, if not even better than most of those AAA ARPGs out these days. And that's why you got a lot of bigger content creators still playing this. You got a lot of things. So yeah, it's awesome, man. It's awesome. Okay. All right, so let's get into it. So once again, this is so the mapping tier key though. I guess maybe before I kind of briefly did a tour of the whole list, so I won't talk about that stuff anymore because that tells you, of course, how the data sheet is done and everything. But mapping tier key, just before I get into it, so anything that is C or above is actually pretty fast. All right, and I know this from playing the C tier builds; they feel pretty good. Anything D or F, it still feels okay, but it just feels slow. That's all. It doesn't even feel bad. It just feels slow. Like I said, everything is fine with these builds. The thing about anything C through S, though, they actually feel pretty fast, just to varying degrees, and it just depends on the data, the monsters per minute. And I do monsters per minute and not map time because map time, map time's actually pretty subjective because you can kind of just breeze through a map and kill half the monsters and say you completed it in 5 minutes. it's a little tough. DPS is kind of rough too. DPS can be based on a lot of things, like poison really skews that because of just damage ticking everywhere at all times. Um, there's a lot of abilities that really skew that. What really matters, I think, in terms of loot and experience, which is what people want from an ARPG, including this one, is that killing as many monsters as fast as possible. So this is why this is the criteria for the tier list. This is why this is how it is. And yes, so you'll know that A builds are very strong, very fast. They are very fast builds, and they're just a pinch below those S tier builds. And the S tier builds are the ones that are crazy. Crazy is another word for that. They're just kind of they're out there. They're out in space, maybe the good space, but yeah. All right. Just PD2 is like a quadruple ARPG. People just don't know it. Yeah, that's very true about Holy Bull, KGem. It's very true, man. And that's why it's on the starter list and why it's F on the mapping list. There you go. All right, so let's get into it. Let's begin with the Sorceress Builds. Nova. Double S plus. So let's talk about why this changed. This one actually changed pretty majorly. So it got a 1/3%. Oh yeah, another thing I should say is one disclaimer is some of these can change before the launch of the season if there are any final patch notes after the open beta. So keep updated, keep a tab on this sheet. I might have to do what's called a handicap adjustment, which is where it even shows it here on the data sheet where I adjust based on its ability to match the testing level of the builds that have max gear. This is just due to the fact that you can only have socket corruptions in the beta and you can't have other corruptions. So some builds actually get a tier adjustment, whether it's 1 or 2 up or 1 lower in the case of not testing it fully, maybe like Sacrifice here. So it receives a tier lower than the data actually slots it in, depending on where the what tier cutoff it hits. Anyway, so they get a handicap, and so those handicaps, I might have to apply a handicap to some of these skills because I can no longer test them, obviously. So if there is some kind of a very last minute balance change that actually seems significant, I'll let you guys know, and I will change it in the tier list. So there might be a brief video about it as well. So I'll make a very brief video being like, hey guys, I adjusted the tier list right before the season starts. So there you go. Anyway, all right, let's go back to what we're doing. I know there's a lot of things I forget about saying here and there, but I try to be as thorough as possible. Anyway, Nova S double plus. So it went from 3 to 4% synergies. The teleport debuff is now possible to get to 0 if you have level 50 teleport. Instead of where it was at, which is typically around 15. Now it's like -5 with the same build. So that's a lot of damage. It got a lot of its damage back, and on the main songs, 200 FCR setup, which is what I used, using Infinity on the Mercenary or on a Golem. If it's on the Golem, use Stormspire Mercenary. It's really strong. So strong, in fact, that it's an outlier, and it got a double plus designation. Now, let me just say something about Nova real quick. So you'll notice that budget has an X here. There aren't many builds that have an X. You know what an X means? That means if you try to map with this, particularly in tier 3 maps, because, you know, everything's tested based on tier 3 maps. Tier 1's magic maps are looking great this season. That might not be the case, but X's aren't very common. X means that this is expensive. If you want a build that remotely resembles this tier listing here, you're going to need a very strong Nova Sorceress. We're talking like 6-socketed main songs, 3-socketed griffins, you know, very high HP lightning GCs, FHR, you know, you need Possibly an Infinity Iron Golem, which feels amazing on the build because it doesn't die because you kill things so fast. As a matter of fact, in places like Canyon of Secheron, that no longer have the decrep isn't as bad anymore, and they don't cast it as often because they changed that this season, which by the way is awesome. It crushes face. So like Nova is insanely powerful. I actually made a video for this build this season, so it is on my YouTube. You can actually see it for yourself. The title of the video though is the Pinnacle of Power, but at what cost? And that's because the cost is very high. And that's just kind of how it is. So I do recognize that the Pinnacle of Power mobility is incredibly important when it comes to killing monsters fast in a map. That's just how it goes. Sorceresses have a very good advantage in that regard, which is why you'll often see a lot of strong sorceress builds, particularly this season. And you'll see that, you know, mobility plus damage, just having high AoE damage and mobility is making it really, really strong. So yeah, 200 FCR, very good. Very solid stuff. Anyway, let's go on to Charge Bolt. Charge Bolt is actually more interesting in my opinion, but also if you want a lot of power on it, it's also not something I would consider to be cheap. I mean, I guess it's a little cheaper. I actually forgot. Yeah, okay. I'll actually update the tier list there. I forgot to. I did actually check the budget designation, but it looks like I skipped past that one in my head or my brain or something. Every once in a while, I'll see like a really small thing that doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. Yeah, so Chargeable could be played a little bit more budget because you're not jumping directly into the monsters. You don't need as crazy of sustain and power like you need with Nova. Nova, you need everything. You need like MPK, LPK, res, FHR, life, huge damage, maximum faster cast rate. You know, it's possibly even other things to protect you, like golems that are wearing like insanely expensive items that can disappear when they die or if you die, and then you have to buy another one. Now, no, Charge Bolt's not that bad, right? Charge Bolt is still insanely strong, by the way. One of the very fastest builds in the game. Now, you might not know why. You're jumping in front of the monsters, so it's a bit more budget, which is nice. But Charge Bolt this season pierces. Now, this was not in the initial patch notes. This is something that happened during the beta. As Senpai told me, it was a kind of like a light bulb went on in his head, and he's like, let's try to make Charge Bolt pierce and see if it makes it more fun or effective. And that's what they did. And they stuck to it, but they did reduce its range, though, because the range was... let's just say Charge Bolt was the strongest build in the game before they kind of scaled back the range a bit. So, which is interesting. But they scaled back the range, and you could still use like you know, Ming Song's Lesson. I mean, there's always cheaper variants of every build, right? You know, there's Infinity Staff. There's a lot of things you can use on these Lightning Sorceress builds. And of course Infinity on the Merc, but we always tested the high-end stuff for the most part. Socket corruptions we can't test with other corruptions, with the socket corruptions we can for the most part. And there you have it. So you have Charge Bolt piercing through monsters. I have a video of this, so this also has a video on my YouTube. Definitely check it out and see how ridiculously fun this looks. I actually kind of want to play this like in a season. I don't care if I'm playing. So I'm playing hardcore solo self-found myself this season. So it's going to be a nice and chill season where we play a build or a class depending on what we find, basically. If we get really insane gear for a build at any point in time, we might just make the character and play it. You know, that's actually going to be my approach this season, hardcore solo self-found. So I don't know. I might play this. This looks like a lot of fun. So Charge Bolt's piercing is no joke. You guys should definitely check that out. It is in the top 10 mappers. So yeah, it's gonna be nice. If it's S tier, by the way, this season, I believe it's in the top 10. I believe there are only 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think there's 10 S tier builds. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So it's a There are only 10 that are at this level of speed, so just relative to other builds. One thing to note is one reason a build might go up or down in tier, even if nothing happened to it, is because of the bell curve and because of the mean changing on the datasheet and whatnot. Remember, every build is tiered relative to other builds. So you might see a build go down 1/3 or 2/3 of a tier just because it is getting weaker relative to builds getting stronger. There is a little bit of power creep that maybe has happened in this game over the past like 10 seasons or so. So sometimes what happens is as more builds get stronger, other builds get weaker by comparison, if that makes sense. That's why you might see that. So a lot of people might wonder, and that is why. Anyway, um, Chain Lightning. Chain Lightning also benefits from the teleport buff, just like Charge Bolt and Nova. Um, that's mostly what it's benefiting from here is the lack of the debuff to the damage, so that's really good. So it did actually gain a few ranks, like a third or 2/3 of a rank here. Also, I think I tested it in a slightly more optimal scenario as well, but it actually gained from some of the changes there in the closed beta, so that's really cool. And it uses very similar gear to Charge Bolt and Nova. Hitting that maximum faster cast rate breakpoint is going to feel amazing once you have the damage and survivability to support it. Fortify is also not impossible in this because you can go Lightning with Chain Lightning, which is one of the main synergies. But overall, it's pretty solid, and you don't have to jump directly into the monsters, so it can be made a bit more budget, and it can do like matching maps in tier 1s. Tier 2's a bit easier. Yeah, Nova, you either buy the Mercedes or you don't. That's kind of how that works. This is these S double plus builds. They're kind of like if you guys have ever played Super Mario 64, you get all 120 stars. You get 100 lives when you talk to Yoshi on the roof after getting 120 stars. So once you beat the game, this is the build equivalent of that. You're like, thanks for playing my game, and then you get an ultimate power build basically. You sink 500 high runes into one of these builds and just go nuts. So there you have it. All right. Anyway, so yeah, that's how that goes, man. Frost Nova. So Frost Nova is yeah, so Frost Nova is just as strong as Nova. They're actually within the margin of error. So that is how close they are data-wise. Um they've always been like one that was stronger than the other, but they got the balance so well this time that there's so many builds that play similar that are like just as strong as one another this time, which I love that. I think that's really cool. That you could play either one, and it plays. There are pros and cons to Nova and Frost Nova. So Nova, you can usually get higher ES easier, but Frost Nova, you freeze the monsters and you get higher defense because of Shiver Armor being maxed. So, once again, pros and cons. But, damage-wise, clear speed-wise, yeah, they're both still doing about the same. And you guys will see that. So, if I have to give my opinion, I think that Nova should be probably one of the strongest builds in the game, if not the strongest build in the game. And this is why I say that, because PD2's balanced it so that it's so expensive to make an effective Nova Sorc that if you're gonna sink that much wealth into a build, it better be strong. That's kind of my argument. It better be pretty damn strong. They're tough builds because otherwise you just jump into monsters and die. That's how these builds work at this point. You either have the power to make them work or you don't, and it's tough. So while this might be the pinnacle of power, it really does come at a cost, and I think that's fine. I think if for balance purposes, if you're gonna have really strong builds, as long as they're not really cheap or easy to get to, I think that's good balance. So that's fine. You can start however you want with the Sorc. information about starting here. If you type exclamation ultimate farming guide into the chat, you'll learn a lot about what to start. There's also the starter lineup here to give you some ideas for starting builds on the Sorc. Rank ordered. We'll get to that though. But yeah, Frost Nova's similar. You could also use Mings and Infinity, just different facets, and you can also use Fathom and Medusas. You do want to hit 200. You know, once again, mobility, 200 FCR, really key stuff. That's pretty much all I should say about that though. We'll move on to Frozen Orb though. Frozen Orb only needs 194 FCR to actually feel really good, so you can actually maybe fit in a bit more damage. It can eke out a bit. I tried to min-max that pretty well this season. And once again, you know, kind of like with the Novas, you have Ice Barrage and Frozen Orb being within the margin of error data-wise once again, which play similarly. I really like that. That means there's pro and cons approaches to these, which is really cool. And this kind of just depends on your preference for the ability, maybe sound effect wise, maybe having it pierce or not pierce, just how you like the ability operating. So this is just, you could do whichever one you want and go that standard cold damage gear, get high FCR, and go to town and get some excellent numbers. A+ is no joke. So even a B tier build, even at the low end, is still solid and fast. Like Chain Lightning is doing fine in tier 3 maps. Keep in mind though that Chain Lightning is one of those builds once again where in a tier 1 map it might be performing as well as like an S tier build almost, because the monsters don't have as much health or resistances or a combination of the two. So that's just how that goes. Tier 3 maps have higher density. On average, they have more magic find bonuses. You know, they have more rarity bonuses, which are all amazing for optimizing your maps. I made a mapping video, by the way, 2 seasons ago. If you guys don't know how mapping works or how to optimize mapping, definitely check that out. But yes, that is all the case. Very good stuff. Anyway, yeah, these 2 builds are still performing well. Not a lot of direct changes to them, but the teleport debuff change does seem to be benefiting them a little bit, kind of like with Frost Nova. It definitely helps the lightning builds because you get so many free soft points into teleport. So that's, yeah, it definitely made the lightning builds a lot better. So that's definitely a thing. All right, let's go on to Blizzard though. So I really had a lot of fun playing both of these. A+ is strong, very fast, almost at the pinnacle of power, honestly. So these are very strong builds, very fun builds. Now Blizzard, if we talk about Blizzard here, Blizzard is, yeah, I didn't make a Frost Nova sort guide for season 11, but I'll let you guys know when there's a video for a build. Actually, we just got to another one. So Blizzard, there is a video on my YouTube, brand new in season 11. By the way, there's tons of videos in season 10 that got like no changes to them in season 11 that are all 100% valid. So check those out too. I will let you know if there's a brand new video though. So this is a brand new video for Blizzard Sorc. You might be asking, wow, A tier for Blizzard? No way. Well, it got a big buff. Massive synergy damage buff. Not 1%. We're talking like 2%. So like a whole 20% buff on that thing. Pretty big. And it got a huge radius increase. So area of effect increase. Now those are the kind of changes that really make an impact. Those are the kind of things that would get you over here in the biggest movers. It went from D tier to A-. Wow. Based on changes purely, of course, because that's how I do that list. If it's just to artifacts and testing, like improved testing, I don't put it in that list, but it's there. That is a thing. That is a thing. So that is, that's really cool. Now, you might be thinking, how is it that strong? Like, how is it going that fast, monsters per minute wise? Well, you'll see the double check mark here. One thing to note is that it is incredibly strong in fortified maps. It will one-shot all the fortified map monsters, which is kind of nuts actually, because they have a ton of HP, have double HP in fact. Normal monsters, it one-shots pretty much every monster though in a fortified map, which is kind of crazy. It does a ton of damage. I actually think it's the best fortified mapper in the game maybe now, because most fortified mappers tend to be weak in a standard area of effect map scenario, because good fortified builds tend to have like a lower AoE but really high damage. And so this build kind of fits that, but the AoE got even bigger, which makes it more effective even in those fortified maps. It's also crushing cows to some degree. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, and it's very fast. So I have a video on it so you can see how powerful Blizzard has become. It is now in competition with Orb and Barrage, so there's another fun approach. It's actually a distinct approach, I would say, from Barrage and Frozen Orb, because you don't really need to focus on ultra high faster cast rate on this build. 105 can be fine, and then because you have a cooldown on Blizzard, you can just focus on having really high damage. And so faster cast rate can be lower. You can use the typical cold setups, and you'll be fine. So the approach is a little bit different, but it's that's why it's a little stronger. I actually think the best test I ran with this was Death's Fathom Induces, so that was really cool. Yeah, not Mings, because Mings is for FCR usually. That's why you pop that one in there. Of course, Mings is just crazy damage with lower resist, but I mean, still. Yeah, Blizzard's a lot of fun. So the D2 Classic is doing well in PD2. For the first time ever, it's actually viable in mapping. Well, not just viable, but it's strong. Last season, it would have been slow. So, very big difference on Blizzard. Very nice. Glacial Spike, not retested this season. Pretty boring. The teleport change might have had a little bit of an impact on this, but because of the lack of AoE on this, it's going to be kind of slow anyway, and the lack of damage, so it's still slow. It's ultra safe, though. So if you want to play like a slow mapper that's really safe because it just freezes everything directly in front of you, maybe not a bad idea for like a starter mapper Sork or something. Glacial Spike might have its place on I'm sure one person at least has tried it, right? In a season. Probably. Maybe. It's there, though, because it has its own synergy tree, though, and everything, so technically it's a unique approach, so there you go. We try to have as many good, unique approaches as possible, and try to take out redundant approaches that are overshadowed by other approaches on the tier list, so that there's not a lot of noise and other nonsense that skews the bell curve and other crap. So we just try to make it, as clean as possible in terms of that. That being said, we do include a lot of interesting builds on the tier list like this one. So like these right here. So except these are a bit more interesting, I would say. They're not the fastest mappers in the world, but they're fine and they're effective at mapping. They're just not super fast. So Cold Enchant got buffed. You can actually go Blizzard synergies and Cold Enchant synergies for the Endless Hail Bow with Strafe and proc a gazillion Blizzards and actually clear maps very fast. Canyon's getting smashed by this. Like, it's just kind of slow, that's all. I think the main problem is you have to like stand still with Strafe on the Sork, and because it doesn't like one-shot everything instantly like the Zon does, and you can't get as much teleport speed to match the Zon's run speed, it kind of feels kind of slow. But overall, some of these kind of were pretty cool to test this season. Yeah, Werebear's Sork still crushing it, of course. He relies on movement speed, though, so it's the only thing that kind of makes it slow compared to other builds. But remember, it's always in comparison to other builds, right? So, this D is being compared to this S++ to some degree, and that is why it's a D. It's not because you can't play it or it wouldn't be fun to map with it. It also doesn't mean that lower tier maps aren't good with it. Once again, really want to emphasize that throughout the video so people really understand what this is saying. This is saying that when compared to its peers, all of the builds on this list, 115 I think this season, when compared to its peers in the unique tier 3s or tier 3s in general, just maps with a lot of mob health, whatever, in res, they tend to not perform as well. In other words, they're going to be slower. That's it. Doesn't mean they're bad, doesn't mean you can't play them. Doesn't mean it doesn't feel good to play them still. It just means that they're slow. That's all it means. Even F-tier builds can feel good to play, they're just slow. You just have to have the right gear. And you have to be patient in the term. F-tier builds, you gotta be a bit more patient, I think. D at least feels like you're kind of mapping. F might feel like you need to, you're gonna have to. And that's one of those where if you want a really chill map, you know, watch Netflix on the side, you just pop a tier F mapper, you know, just go for it. No, it cannot. So vampire form is just like it was on LOD. It has different frames, and you actually are a lot slower with them. And it's not a top tier approach, but it's still very fun though. You can one thing to note about that is I actually think vampire form might even have potential for like bossing even because it boosts your damage. Yeah, it's kind of like a fun debuff, yeah, but it's also like not just a debuff though because it does make you faster. So, you know, there are some use cases I think for it. I think some people will find it kind of interesting, but the fact that vampire form now works on Necromancer in season 11 is really cool. So I definitely encourage people to check that out. Definitely. All right. Anyway, let's go on to combustion. Combustion is, yeah, so the teleport debuff nerf helps this a lot. It actually gained a little bit here, maybe like 2/3 of a tier. Because you're really jumping around constantly trying to cast it either from the Ormus or yourself, and from Fireball. So, Combustion really needs a lot of, it needs 200 FCR to really be really effective, in these late game mapping scenarios. It needs the Combustion Ormus as well. That is definitely something you require. And then whether or not you use, like, you know, Skull Collector or Mang Song or whatever is kind of up to you, but, could even be Phoenix, Ashudas, whatever, but it's got to be very strong though. The thing about combustion is you're going to leave a lot of monsters behind when you complete the map, so you better have like a lot of maps ready to go. Because the objective of this is to kind of explode monsters as much as possible, and it's not super thorough of a clearer, but MPM wise, it's killing a lot of monsters very fast, so combustion is extremely powerful. It was last season, and the season before that, it was ultra meta, I would say. And this season, it is up there in the meta, though. So, combustion is still going to be a contender for a top mapping build. So, keep that one in mind. Is there a YouTube guide for Frost Nova? Yeah, my season 10 one, which is still relevant, by the way. There might be a little bit of change to its damage numbers, but you can watch the season 10 guide and you'll see how powerful it is. And in season 10, Frost Nova was also in the top 10. I think the last time Frost Nova was not in the top 10 was like season 3. So Frost Nova has always been in the top 10. Nova, however, actually dropped out last season, and that's because the teleport debuff and the synergy nerfs were so strong that it was actually tough to get that damage up again. So, which I don't know, it feels really bad to pay so much for a build like this and for it not to be really strong. So that's kind of sad. It was actually pretty sad last season, I think. That's just how it is, though. Anyway, yeah, Charge Bolt is S. Yes, there is a video for this. Definitely check it out. Okay, there's a new video, I should say, brand new. There are season 10 videos, lots of them throughout this list that are still very fun and good and very powerful because they haven't really changed much or if at all. So yeah, definitely check them out for sure. All right, what do we got? Meteor. Remember, my YouTube's got a wealth of resources and guides. It just keeps expanding every season, so it's crazy stuff. All right, thank you so much, guys, for all the primes and all the support. By the way, you guys are the best, absolutely. Combustion. Oh, sorry, we just did combustion. Meteor. All right, I'm going to talk about Meteor. So Meteor is one of the few builds where I feel like I wasn't testing it accurately the last 2 seasons, and I'll tell you why. So this is my apology to all the Meteor lovers out there for having it D tier for the last 2 seasons. And it's because I was testing it not as optimally as I could. There are, I think, 2 of these builds now where I wasn't testing it as optimally as I could. Phoenix Strike got a slight increase in rank because I found a small optimization in how to play it, and Meteor. Those are basically the main ones. And then also, Bleed Whirlwind, I was given, a dev actually dropped a bunch of jewels that I really needed to test it, and so I was able to actually find out just how powerful it was. That wasn't because of a mistake I made, but because I was actually able to test it because we got some help with the testing and the beta on that one. So we actually got a way more accurate data point for Bleed Whirlwind. I'd say those are the 3 main ones, though. Everything else was not increased due to a testing artifact or decrease. Decrease might be due to relative strength dropping, relative to more builds rising, and increase is due to patch note changes, or decrease is due to patch note changes. Most are increased. Most were buffs this season. There weren't that many nerfs, honestly. This is not a season of nerfs. Sacrifice probably got the biggest nerfs out of all of them, but everything else not so much. Yeah, anyway. So Meteor, I will apologize to the Meteor fam for sure. So I'll explain why I was testing it wrong. So I was teleporting around and using Meteor. That's not how you play it. You actually play it more like how I was playing Hydra. So I was playing Hydra correctly, and then I thought about it, and I'm like, wait, what if I just play Meteor this way? And use Blaze and run around and cast Meteor. And sure enough, it's a lot better. There's a lot of builds where, because you're waiting for the damage to kind of come in due to like an uptime on a Hydra or a Meteor, it's actually better not to teleport and use the debuff and then like attack things with it. It's better to use Blaze. And that goes for both the new Hydra, which we'll explain when we get to it, and for Meteor. So you actually want to run around with very fast run walk speed using Blaze and cast Meteors. And then you'll get the most effectiveness, the highest MPM you possibly can. And so that is why it's C+ this season. Nothing happened to this skill at all. That is because we have just found out it is better. It is better if you play it a certain way. So Meteor is actually pretty strong. It's almost B tier even, so that's really cool. You can kill lots of cows very fast. You clear fortified maps insanely fast. It one-shots them, kind of like Blizzard. It's kind of like Blizzard's somewhat slower cousin, I guess. So there you go. But you can actually map with it, which is really cool. And obviously everyone knows that Meteor is amazing at bossing. So it's not like, once again, every skill in PD2 has an amazing use. So thank you guys for the support in the chat once again. Oh yeah, the Rapture is actually really strong. The Rapture proc barb is actually pretty good. I don't even consider that a meme, honestly. Like it's its own approach that actually like makes use of Leap very well. Meteor is the best playthrough. Yeah, it's a good playthrough too on the Sorc. It's nice. You could play through until you get to the farming zones, like anything you want, and then Meteor is still viable even as a farm tool. So it's really good. Anyway, Meteor's not bad at mapping, even in the late game, as you can see from this rank here, and there you go. I retested it with a better approach, which is using Blaze. Now, the more interesting one to talk about, though, so, Meteor, you can just use, Phoenix to shoot us, or you can use Ming Song, or you can use Brimstone Rain, even if you want 3 possible Meteor drops with Ormus and Brimstone. But the more interesting one is Hydra. And Hydra got some really big buffs this season. Really big buffs. So you might be thinking, wait, what? This build was F tier. I thought this was like the worst mapper in the game, and it was last season. It was I think the worst mapping build in the game. Actually, no, it was up there. So you'll see from the biggest movers, it was F+ last season. That's pretty bad, right? It's pretty slow. It was very slow. It was kind of painfully slow, and that's what I like to call F. F is painfully slow. It's just slow. It's not that slow though. It's not that slow compared to other builds at all. As a matter of fact, it's gotten fast to the point where it's competing with Meteor, and it's almost up there in the B tier. It's almost as fast as Chain Lightning. It's really good. Now the reason being is that it got the AoE on its fireballs increased a lot. And also another very, very big change. All right, and no nerfs to its damage, by the way. Another big change is that Double Dragon now gives you 10 skills. The Dragon Rune Word, Sorceress only, 10 to Hydra. Crazy. And I have a video for this. So this is my fourth and final Sorceress video for Season 11 on the YouTube. Check it out. You'll see Hydra, and you'll see me blazing around even Ashen Plains, just obliterating monsters, just casting Hydras at various intervals and just killing everything. It's actually really strong. It's actually hitting some solid numbers. If you're C tier, you're hitting good numbers. It feels nice. It can be very chill as well, but it's powerful now. It's not feeling weak anymore. This is not a weak build anymore. Hydra, they finally fixed the problem with it being only good at bosses and basically lesser Hydra, unless you had to fight the minions or something. But now Hydra, and by the way, this will buff the bossing build slightly because that does mean that the minions will be a little easier to deal with because the greater Hydras are a lot better. So that is kind of neat. That is kind of neat. You'll have to tell me how that goes with the bossing, but yeah. I tested out that stuff though. It's very, very strong, and yeah, and you don't even have to worry about the negative fire res on facets or anything because it's not important. So yeah, it's crazy. S for fast, F for slow. That's right. And anything in between is some degree of fast or slow. I love chat sometimes. You guys are funny. All right. Inferno. Now, Inferno, I consider Inferno an amazing tier 1 mapper, by the way. And amazing like in LOD content. I think this is an amazing starter build ever since the Leaf. Like you could just use Leaf Staff. It's so good. But the problem is that by the time you get to tier 3 maps, it starts to fall off kind of hard. So that's when it gets slow, right? And yeah, I mean, you know, here you can use the Meng Song, you can use the Phoenix, the Shootas, whatever, it's for sustain, but it will feel a little bit slower. Particularly, there's not a lot of maps that goes fast in besides cows in the ultra late game. So I did play this in the late game though, season 9 though, so I can tell you it's not terrible. It's just a little slow. That's all. This was like one of my main builds, so it was fun. I think it used to be like C- or D+. It's come down a bit though relative to other builds though, so it is what it is. All right, Vengeance. All right, this one actually is kind of interesting. So the last one we'll just mention was not retested this season. Didn't need to be. No major changes. But you can still play Dangoon's Teaching, Innocence, Ondul's Nova Procs, Frost Nova Procs, Nova Procs, Static Field Procs on the Mercenary, Shiver Armor Sorceress, or it's just some kind of like reflect damage Sorceress. It's kind of good. And believe it or not, it actually clears pretty effectively. But, you know, it's a little bit of a meme, but it's also kind of its own unique approach because it does use like match. It's like a Shiver Armor Sorceress, you know. It's kind of cool. Anyway, Vengeance though. Vengeance got changes this season. So we wanted to retest Vengeance. Vengeance got nerfed a little bit, but some of the other changes actually felt a bit better. And it's still clearing decently and effectively. And with a lot of the new changes to the Sorceress, particularly like the teleport debuff being lowered, it actually just feels a lot better just in general. And like the frames feel really good, that kind of thing. So it actually feels nice, and it kills. Like it's not like Paladin Vengeance, like nowhere close, but it's because it kind of lacks the plus skills. I think that's really the problem. You only get plus 10 off the weapon. Maybe one season they'll give it like plus 30 off the weapon, and then we'll have like an OP Vengeance Orc that chains like 99% of the time, so that'll be really cool. But you know, it's actually viable. I used the new shield too, by the way, with this. I used Epiphany. And you know how Epiphany has faster cast rate and built-in energy shield? It actually worked pretty well. Because a lot of the other skill points, you kind of have to invest into like Cold Enchant and into the masteries, particularly Lightning Mastery, and you know, reducing the teleport debuff and whatnot. Well, you kind of that free energy shield is really nice. You get 20 FCR on it, and you get a ton of extra mana. So you can actually make a my Vengeance Kingslayer Sork on the beta was tanky. She was tanky. That Epiphany can be really useful in hardcore, I think. I don't really think it's like a fast mapping approach per se in general, using that shield, but that shield is really good though. So, that was really fun to test actually. And so, yeah. Uh, Great video. Yeah. You watched the Charge Bolt video. Is it still good on a budget build? Yes, it is. It is still good on a budget build. It's just gonna clear maybe tier 1 or tier 2 maps or something, or you know, it might not clear as fast. That's all. It's decent on budget with the range it has. It used to have more range, so maybe it was a bit better for a budget one, but it's okay. Like, if you want to know if something's good on budget, remember this column here. So you see this column here? You've got X, 1 check mark, 2 check marks. In the case of summon builds, you usually have 3 check marks. And that just tells you just how budget it is, you know. Some builds can, you know, farm almost naked. You know, Phoenix Strike is kind of like that, honestly. So, you know, it just kind of depends, you know. You know, if you have a Phoenix Strike Sin and all you did was buy some Stalker's Coals, not socketed with anything, you know, you could map. Yeah, it's possible. That's why it's got 2 check marks. There you go. If it's got an X, that means doesn't feel very good until you get a very high level of gear. That's what that usually means. So, Nova, for instance, Nova feels absolutely balls until you're balling. You know, you got to be balling. These are the bling builds, you know, and the bling builds often also are very high rated too. In the case of these two, that's definitely the case. So, amazingly fast builds at killing monsters, but you know, that's how it goes. Lightning speed, one might say. But yeah. Where is the starter list? Starter tier list is on the tier list. It is, you just gotta scroll to the right and you'll see all my lists. This is an infographic and mapping tier list. So there's the starter lineup. There you go. Recommended starter builds in rank order for each class and for the top 10. And then, of course, you also have the Ultimate Farming Guide. Type exclamation Ultimate Farming Guide in the chat. And learn how to match up your build's mobility, class's mobility, and your build's element to which area will be best to farm. And also take into account things like the overall area rank, what it drops, how hard it is, that kind of stuff. Cool. Check out my resources. We got a lot of them, man. We go hard on PD2. We try to bring more people into the fold. People that don't know anything about the mod, so that more people are trying things out and trying to get, you know, understand how to play it and how to have fun building and advancing through the season, advancing from nothing to all the way to the end game, you know, if they want to, you know, the pinnacle bosses, the unique maps, the everything. So the dungeons, even, maybe, you know, you can do whatever you want. All right, so cool. All right, let's go to the Druid. All right, Druid. So Twister, pretty much no changes. It was even retested, no changes. Yeah, it's still a solid build. It's just maybe not as fast as some. One thing to note about Twister, though, is I'm really liking the Whirlwind Barbarian Cyclopean Roar Amp Sword Innocence approach in the endgame. You could definitely still go the Amp Bow Act 1 Mercenary. I still think that's really good as well, the Physical Bow Mercenary. But I'm liking that approach too, though, because you can get even more negative physical res, and as long as you're like stomping the monsters with like a half, like a 1 point zoo, it does very good. So that's really nice. Still doing well. Not a lot of changes there. One thing to note is the Sort got a lot of changes this season, and the Druid didn't get as many by comparison, so there won't be as much to say in regards to changes from the last season. So I might be a little bit more brief throughout some of these other classes where I'm just like, yeah, it still does what it basically did last season, and it still does pretty well. Um, Well, check my solo dungeon list. I have a solo dungeon list on this tier list, actually, so make sure to pull it up. Exclamation S11 tier list. All right, anyway. All right, Tornado. Tornado is a new build on the list. Why did I include it this season? Well, I feel like they keep buffing it every season, and I tried it, and yeah, you can actually kill fortified maps at a decent speed. It's not bad. It's not bad. It's putting up numbers. To get C tier, you gotta be putting up some kind of numbers. That's how I say it. It's not bad. Yeah, it's clearing fast. It's a lot better at fortified because it's lower AoE, a lot lower AoE than Twister, but it does a lot more damage. And I tested killing Uber bosses with it, and it seems really, really strong in that regard. So I would definitely check that out, guys. It's pretty sick. Yeah, Tornado is looking really good damage-wise. Like, damage-wise, it looks like it has a lot more uses this, so get all that plus skill, high, faster cast rate gear, 163 FCR on the Druid, and you'll know how it goes. Arctic Blast, though, doesn't actually need the faster cast rate per se because it's a channel. But faster cast rate does improve Gust, though. The animation speed improves quite a bit, so I do like to have a lot of FCR on this. I retested this for no reason, even though it didn't change the season, and yeah, it's still pretty bonkers. This one's gonna be like one of your shadow OP builds that a lot of people forgot about because they didn't change it this season, so everyone's like, doesn't remember it exists. I actually, if you want like a really ultra strong build, I recommend buying gear for something like this, or maybe rabies, because they're kind of like shadow OP this season, because a lot of people are gonna, I don't know, they might have forgot about them from last season. Same thing with Poison Strike. They might not be as popular, so you might be able to get the gear cheaper, and you'll still be able to absolutely shred everything incredibly fast with, honestly, pretty unethical kill speeds. So there you go. That's how Arctic Blast works, though. All you gotta do is breathe a tiny breath of cold air on any monster and it dies instantly. 100k plus damage per second. That's Arctic Blast, man. Plus, they actually improved the chill duration on Hurricanes, so there you go. Small baby buff, but doesn't really do anything to clear speed, but it's kind of good. Hurricane does a lot of damage too. Alright, so next up is gonna be Molten Boulder. Molten Boulder is actually one of my favorite types of builds on the Druid, but I wouldn't say it's one of the very fastest. There was a time when I thought it was one of the fastest, but that's before we got data, and so, well, it looks fast, but, it doesn't kill as many monsters as you might think per second, but it does very well. And you can kind of fly through a map with it, so it's nice. Solid fast. Any kind of physical / fire damage, Brimstone Rain works very well as a weapon option, but so does something like Ming's Song. And since you can always protect yourself with the Zoo on the Druid, I always tell people you don't have to go ultra defensive on the Druid. I think a lot of people make the mistake, especially on softcore, I would say this is a mistake, of going too defensive on the Druid. You should be going really high damage staves or like really high amounts of plus skills. You usually don't need very high DR or max block, and the reason why is because you're always surrounded by 6 wolves, a gazillion bears. No, I'm just kidding. Could be like 1 bear usually, but like You get like 6 wolves for 1 point though. 1 bear, 3 dire wolves. Like, it's kind of nuts actually. So, um, the monsters don't get through those summons very easily, and when they do, you can just start recasting them. So, any of these builds feel very safe and with maximum power almost. So it's actually really cool. And one thing to know is Fissure and Volcano are some of the fastest builds in the game, in the top 20 for sure, top 15. They're pretty nuts. Fissure, Volcano plus Armageddon. I didn't retest any of these this season because there were 0 changes to any of the gear or the skills themselves, and I don't see why there would be because they're in a pretty good place. They're very balanced. They're very powerful. They put up crazy monsters per minute and tons of maps. Definitely underrated builds for sure. Arctic Blast might be the Shadow OP, but these are like the Shadow sub OP. They're right there, man. Let's go into the shape-shifting tree though. Talk about it a bit for this season. Let's see. So yeah, Shockwave. So Shockwave got a buff, but it didn't change in tier. And the reason I was actually thinking maybe I would be making a video with this season just based on the change I saw, but I think ultimately the problem is Shockwave has a cast animation. Shockwave, you can't run while using it. And you can't teleport, so there's no gust. And so ultimately, it ends up being marginally faster than being in bear form and killing things with cold enchant on a sorceress. And the reason being is you're in werebear form. I think that's really the big thing. And so even if you give yourself vigor aura like you can with this, you know, even if you give yourself hustle or whatever, you can make yourself as fast as you possibly can. You still can't blink. You still can't do a lot of things. Now, Shockwave is doing tons of damage. So, one might be wondering, alright, so it's not the most amazingly fast mapper, but what are its strengths? Well, you see that double check mark on hardcore there? It's incredibly safe, so that's one strength. You get tons of life. It stuns everything in front of you. Incredibly safe build. It's powerful enough still to clear everything easily. It just doesn't move through a map fast. You know, mobility is such a huge part about what makes a build like a top tier mapper, unfortunately. So that's just how it is. It does even more damage than ever, though. And you even have a helm that gives negative 10 Fizz res now, which is Fenrir. So you even have other options besides like +6, +7 helmets with corruptions and whatnot. And you know, crafted helms and whatnot. But like, you have other options. That being said, you know, it got a little bit of a handicap though because it lacked a bit of damage in the beta. But I don't think that matters because it was still one-shotting. I think the problem with this is that it's just the mechanics of the skill. So if you wanted this to be an S tier mapper, I don't know how you would get that done, but you never know. They might find a way one season. We need Gust in bear form. Well, that would change things for sure. Saw your mini guide about Bonewall prison rework. Would you recommend Confuse Curse along the side and Curse as well to increase the monster's attack speed? You can. The only problem with Confuse Curse though is that they'll often attack each other instead of the walls. So the walls attract the monsters to them. And then if you use Amp, it doubles the damage the wall does. I'll talk about that when I get to the build, though. And I'll talk about the fact I have a video for it. Because that is, like, the coolest thing I saw in the entire beta. And it's, I don't know. Maybe I'm just a silly, like, you know, hipster nerd that just likes hipster approaches that look really awesome and cool. But that was just really fun that they made it look the way it was. It's just really fun. And it kills Uber Ancients just by itself. It's just really fun. It's amazing. Anyway, we'll talk about that when we get to that build. But then you can always ask questions in the chat though. Liking the questions, guys. Very good. You guys for the questions and support, guys. It is an interesting playstyle. It really is. I think Confuse might be good, but like I said, I think the problem is it'll cause them to attack each other, which will not be effective. Whereas attacking the walls is effective. So I don't know. Maybe you should start experimenting more with it, because I'll be honest, I probably didn't experiment with it like as completely as one possibly could. Someone might find an even better approach with it. So yeah, feel free, man. This game, I do a lot of experimentation during beta, but there's so much experimentation you still could do. Um, like I've estimated that if you wanted to like fully experiment with almost every approach, you need like 700 hours every beta, not 70. So have fun with it, man. And I mean every sub approach, every like minor approach, every like proc, everything. Every like whether it's early, mid game, late game, every approach. You could experiment with so many things, man. It's nuts. That's why I always recommend you guys try to find a way to get access to closed beta, which there are some good ways to get access to that. So definitely do it. All right. It's a lot of fun. What is fortify? Fortification. So fortification, orb of fortification. It is an orb you can buy from Anya, and it makes the map double HP monsters, double no, sorry, 20% more damage. They are they're only half of them though, so it halves the density, but it also doubles the experience and loot you get from each monster. So there's a trade-off. Now, these maps are almost always better for builds with really high damage and lower AoE. So lower AoE, not necessarily low, but lower AoE, and really high damage, like overkill damage. You're doing so much damage that in a normal map, you just one shot and you still have so much damage left over. Those builds tend to do really well in Fortify, and they actually overperform their non-fortified counterpart. So there you go. That's a good question. I like that question in the chat. I'll answer that. It's good for the video too. A lot of people could learn a lot of things in the from that. So there you go. All right, sweet. Let's go into rabies. Yeah, rabies unchanged this season and not tested. Not retested, but tested last season. And of course, it should still be performing at that amazing level. Rabies is just kind of bonkers. It spreads incredibly fast. One thing that's annoying for a lot of players about like poison or damage over time builds though, where you kind of like teleport away from the monsters as they die, is that you have to go back up and pick up any loot if they are detected by the loot filter, or even if they're not detected and you have to get close enough to it again. So looting is a little annoying on builds like this, but it's still just based on a pure how many monsters can you clear scenario, which is how we test this. We don't really judge how someone loots. Someone could be like a crazy looter. They loot everything. They might not want to play a build like this. Some people might only loot the really big drops, and that might be why you'd want to play a build like this. You just want to churn through as many monsters as possible. So I don't judge that on this list. It's just about speed. So your different players have different preferences, though. They might not like a build like this, though. Wolf Fire Claws. So Fire Claws, no changes this season, untested. Still getting that decent clear speed though. Should be. Fire Claws is buffed in previous seasons to have that decent clear speed. So there's a number of two-handed approaches you could use. You could use Phoenix, Azarath. There's a number of ways just to be really fast attacking with it, and it has pretty good AoE, so it's fun. It's still good. All right, Fury and Maul were retested due to the new helm, the -10 Fenrir helm, which is such a cool helm. That's like the coolest design item I've ever seen in this game. I don't know how many people agree with that. It's such a sick design for an item. I'm kind of in love with that design, the Fenris helm. Sorry. I don't think it's Fenrir, it's Fenris. Fenrir. I think it's Fenris. Dang. Well, anyway. Fireclaw Bear not a thing? The thing about Fireclaw Bear is it's a slower attacking version with worse frames than the wolf. That's all. Can you bring a picture of the helm up? No, I'm not gonna bring that up right now. I'm gonna focus on the tier list, but I definitely recommend you guys take a look at it because it looks sick. It's amazing. I tested with it, of course. We didn't find a lot of differences necessarily with it, and that's because Deadly Strike on Cerebus is so good for damage as well. So it's kind of like a wash between the helms. So we didn't really get many changes here in terms of like from this season to last season. That being said, they're all still very good approaches. One thing that's really cool about the Twister Proc Fury though, Druid, is that you'll actually the Carrion Wind got more movement speed, which is really cool. And then so you have more movement speed now on this build just by the fact that the things that you would always use on it anyway for the twisters just got more movement speed. So you feel like you're running around faster, just casting them everywhere and killing them even faster, which is really cool. So it actually, I think, got a slight buff to its clear speed overall, but it ended up the same rank just relative to other builds. So that's kind of interesting. I actually made this video for this build last season, so if you want to see what Twister Proc Fury looks like and how you can get like maximum damage with it by using an Act 5 Mercenary with Innocence, Cyclopean Roar, and Amp, and just proc all the negative Fizz Res debuffs and just run around and kill everything. This build's actually really fun to play. It might not be like the fastest clear in the universe, but it's really fun to play. Mostly because Wolf doesn't teleport, that's Bear doesn't teleport. That's really what it comes down to, guys. They're really fun to play even in maps that they don't teleport. The difference between Rabies and them though is that Rabies just clears the whole screen of monsters like instantly. So that's the difference. It's like a snap of your fingers, they're all dead. So yeah, yeah, it's like the poison apple. You touch one and then they're toast. Yeah, the Twister Wolf last season. Yeah, Twister Wolf is a lot of fun. And it's gotten better this season. That's why I wanted to highlight that. The Carrion Winds got better. I think there's another reason it got better this season too. Oh yeah, because you can use Fenris for the -10 Fizz debuff. That's right. So you can get more negative res on it. You can also use Soul Drainers, so you get -15 on them as well. Yeah, so that's a cool new approach you can do. So it's gotten a little better this season. And I have a video of it from last season, so you can see how fun it is though. It's fun. Yep. It's a fun build. It's a unique build too. That's why I have it on here, because it's kind of cool. It's actually I consider it one of the more viable because it has the synergies. That's always the key, right? Is you want the synergies for the proc on the character itself, so they actually do damage, and then it uses the gear in a very interesting way to create a lot more AoE for a build that otherwise wouldn't have it, and it actually does a lot of damage. So if you get the Twister synergies, so yeah, it's actually really fun. That's really fun. These are the kind of builds I tend to leave on the tier list that are proc builds, by the way. They're good. They're good, and they're very unique. It's a very fun way to play a build. So they add something to the build. They actually add something useful. All right, so yeah, so multiple shot maul probably even got nerfed a bit because Demon Machine, but the crossbows lost some fizz res, but overall not a lot of changes though. Nothing really that crazy going on here. They're still a little slow at mapping, but they could be better at fortified mapping or not, depending on the build, whether it's AoE based or not. And yeah, they're still good. A lot of fun though. They feel fast, but compared to a build that clears everything instantly, it's a little different. All right, so summon tree. All right, so we've got Let's see here, guys. Summon tree. So summons. So the big change to summons is Fenris can allow you to cast up to 8 wolves. You have 6 wolves default. So they added some new wolves to the wolf enclosure. The zoo has grown. And I actually did make a video on this. So there is a summon druid video for season 11. You can see how fast we obliterate some uber bosses with it. And see how it works in terms of jumping into monsters. Arguably the approach I used for the video is like better for like standing back and not tele-stomping, which is why on the video I talk about using an Act 5 mercenary with the Amp and Cyclopean Roar again. There's like 2 mercenaries that definitely compete here, either the Wrath mercenary or that, depending on kind of how you're playing the Summon Druid, but yeah. Really good stuff though. It's still clearing decently and effectively. It's super budget. You can start mapping day 1 with almost nothing. You'll map very slowly though. I definitely recommend the LOD content first, or like a white map or a blue map or something, because otherwise it'd be going a lot slower. Just doing a regular map. So while it's possible to map maybe even a rare map tier 1 day 1, you'd probably rather map earlier content until you get like full alders or something. So you're gonna have to actually farm a little bit, but this is the standard staple build. This is probably the most popular build in PD2 overall, at least early game. I know late game there's still a lot of them as well. So yeah, I made a video on it because people want to know how it performs late game. So there you go. You could literally just be the laziest person in the world, just make some summons and let them kill everything for you, and you can do whatever you want in the game. And it's pretty good. So the next build's kind of interesting. It came down a bit in tier because it got nerfed. The bears got nerfed, which is the Den Mother approach, 4 times bears. I would say overall it's still maybe a little stronger for mapping because of the fortified mapping. The bears are just so strong at the cleaving them. They do a bit more damage. But I'd actually say for bossing, 4 times bears is a lot weaker than other summons now. So it's a little different from last season. It's a little different, but the bears are still very strong though. So the fact that you have 2 very unique approaches, getting rid of all the wolves or having tons of wolves and bears, and having no wolves at all and 4 bears, are actually quite interesting. So but yeah, summon builds are all about auras, all about getting as much plus skills as possible, and reducing that gust cooldown as much as possible. Of course that would also go for the LE builds. So very good stuff. And I also made a video on worm resummoning, so that's really cool too. Worm resummoning did get a video, so definitely check that one out. So I made a bad video last season. I made one that used items that didn't really work with it because I thought percent poison damage worked on them. It doesn't. It shows it working on the tooltip though. I feel like they need to change this. So I was tricked. I was fooled. Anyway, I got skewered in the YouTube chat last season because of this, and I made an apology video where I showed how to actually use proper gear, and with the proper gear it actually performs even a little bit better. So we're talking a really fast killer here, but once again, it's a poison build, so kind of like rabies. This is like caster rabies. This is melee rabies. Alright. So caster rabies is the same in that you might have to go back up and pick up loot. But it still clears incredibly fast. Worm Druid is the best summon. Oh yeah, by far. Not even close. It clears monsters so much faster than a normal summon Druid. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you max out the poison creepers, they just eviscerate monster packs. Like they die so fast. It has so much negative res, it has so much damage. And if you're casting it as you teleport with max FCR, yeah, you could just flatten packs just and they die. Yeah, it's a very fun build, and it's very strong, as you can see. It's the low end of strong, very fast. It is a very fast killer. It's got very high MPM, monsters per minute, you know, per density point as we test it. But um, yeah, it's density percent, but it's like dang, 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 dang. You always gotta adjust for density, but like yeah, it's crazy though. It's a really strong build. The thing is though, is that it's not as budget though. It's not. It requires a bit more gear to actually be effective, and it is kind of neutral to fortify. It doesn't really care. It has a lot of AoE too, but it also doesn't need it because it also does a ton of damage. So yeah, it's kind of neat. Anyway, I made a video on this. So if you want to see the how to actually play Poison Creeper properly, you can watch the season 11 one. Ignore the season 10 one. So um there you have it. All right, cool. Well, you know, even I make mistakes, right, guys? Right, you know, I am human too. That's how that works, and that's what Poison Creeper proved last season. So I don't know everything. You know, that's I do depend on chat a lot of the time for some expertise in certain builds during beta testing every season. So you guys do a good job usually, but I guess for that one, people weren't really sure. And then we got the Reddit experts skewering me in the YouTube chat, so it's like, okay, well, I deleted the video and then I re-uploaded it this season, so there you go. How many hours played I need to switch to Frost Nova? Um, well, so it depends on what you want to do. So if you want to do tier 1 mapping, you're still gonna need a decent amount of farming, but it'll feel pretty good doing tier 1 mapping without crazy gear. You can just run like a Oculus and I don't know, like a Medusas or something, or you could run like a Fathom and a Medusas and with some pretty basic gear, and it'll work just fine. But if you wanted to feel really good in tier 3 mapping though, it's gonna be pretty expensive. You're gonna need to play for 1 to 200 hours at least. So yeah, that's how that goes. You might even have to play for like 300 hours to reach like an ultimate version of the build. So that's how Nova is. Nova is your cheat code that you buy when you get rich, you know. It's like, you know how rich people often have like a get out of jail free card? Well, you know, that's your kill monsters as fast as possible card right there. So, but you gotta get rich first though. It's not gonna be the most crazy build until you get to that point. It's like the Mage Blood and PoE one. Yeah, essentially, yeah. That's kind of what Nova. That's Nova's role. Nova's role is to show you, man, that's possible to kill that many monsters that fast. Interesting. But then you think, wow, this gear is kind of nuts though. And to survive, it's even more nuts. I need like perfect corruptions and everything, and it's just like, oh yeah, yeah, that's kind of how it works. But you know, that's you get the items, you crush with it. Absolutely, you could crush any content with it with the items, pretty much. So it's not great at bossing per se, but everything else, yeah. I mean, it flattens monsters like at the speed of sound. You know, you're like Sonic the Hedgehog. You complete Green Hill Zone in like 2 seconds. That's what a Novasork is. So there you go. It's pretty easy. All right, assassin builds. Everyone loves the assassin, right? Well, Sork is the queen of ultimate builds, but Sork is still... So Sork's power curve goes like this. I know a lot of people like talking about Sork, but they don't really understand it. So Sork has a U-shaped power curve, like a parabola, okay? It starts out being one of the strongest classes, all right? And then in the mid game, it's actually one of the weakest classes, because the mid game is like early end game. It's when you want to start mapping. And it's really hard to get a Sork to start mapping without just getting destroyed. Like, you actually need a lot of things to work for it to begin mapping and to not just die in maps. And so this is a lot more the case than it is for other classes for the most part. And then when you start getting really, really good corruptions and you start getting a very high-end build, it reaches that pinnacle of power again that's above other classes to some degree. Kind of like where it was in the very beginning, where it's a little bit stronger than other classes for the initial farms. So, Thork has a U-shaped power curve. You know, take it what you will. A lot of other classes are a lot more level power curve. Barbarian probably has the best example of a power curve that is like equal across all stages of the game. But it's also like in the middle, whereas the Sorceress is like way up here and then goes way down here and then goes. The other problem is like Sorceress, like until you get Infinity, you can use other methods of lower res, but they seem janky in maps and whatnot, and it's just like Sork is just tough, man. Sork, once you start getting the gear of the Infinity and everything, though, it all changes, though. And then the Sork starts to get a gain on other classes to some degree. And then once you have the ultimate gear, it's got an advantage overall, for sure. It does. Not a huge advantage, but an advantage. Ultimate gear on the Sork feels amazing. It feels like you bought your Maserati, you know. It feels like you bought your ultimate vehicle. Can you draw power graphs for every class in Paint? Oh man, this is gonna turn into an Asmongold stream. Let's not turn it into that, all right? Let's not do that, okay? We're gonna stick to the script here, to some degree. Wow, that's hilarious. Okay, yeah. Oh, I'm balding on the top of my head, so that's good. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Anyway, interesting factoids though. Most classes have more even-shaped curves. They're actually not very interesting. It's the Sork that has such a drastic power curve. It's very pronounced. It's like starting mapping with the Sorceress is just painful as can possibly be imagined. But then once you can actually get going mapping and you have the gear to do it, and then it's starts to feel pretty good. And once you get amazing gear, you're crushing it. You're flying at max speed. Anyway, Chain Lightning Sentry. All right, this build is garbage. So there's only a few builds in the game where I'm not sure why they're trash at mapping and bossing or vice versa. There's a lot of builds in the game that are really good for late game mapping, and then they're like bad at early game mapping, you know, like the Sorceress. Or they're really good at late game mapping and bad at bossing. Or they're really good at bossing and they're bad at late game mapping. And that's because they're good at bossing. Or, you know, they're even better at early game mapping than they are at late game mapping, but they're, you know, they're still good at late game mapping. You got a lot of things going on like that. But like for instance, Whirlwind Bleed, you know, it's even better in lower tiers, but it's, you know, it's still crushing in tier 3, so with the really powerful gear. So like it's kind of interesting how you get a lot of that stuff going on. I don't get Chain Lightning Sentry though. Like why is this weak? Like I don't understand. Maybe I'm just dumb or something. There's a bunch of traps particularly on the assassin that I'm still kind of confused about, like why they haven't buffed them. I don't know, actually, considering how much work they've done on all the other skills in the game, pretty much. So, like, Chain Lightning Sentry is really slow at mapping for some reason. It's not even like a top tier approach, I don't think, at bossing. At least I don't think it is. Maybe someone could correct me wrong. I don't think so, though. I'm pretty sure it's not. Charge Bolt Sentry is kind of in the same place. I don't know, except now it's actually a build because it pierces, so I included it on the list for the first time. It's still really slow, but yeah, you can play it, and you know, it's hitting in the 200s monster per minute. The highest build's hitting the 600s. So just for reference, okay, this is an interesting fact. Charge Bolt Sentry is 3 times slower than Nova. Okay. That's actually a good fact. All right. Well, not even 3 times. It's like 2.5 times slower than Nova. All right. So, in other words, you get 3 times more experience and loot at 3 times the rate, or 2.5 times, or maybe 2.7, whatever it is, 2.7 times the rate. So the strongest build in the game and the weakest build in the game, which is Charged Volt Sentry or Fire Blast, depending. I think it's Charged Volt Sentry, had the very lowest numbers. That's typically where the current balance of the whole curve is. So like you have a pretty pronounced there. So that's actually kind of interesting. So 2.5 times though, or 2.7 isn't as much as you would think. That's just how balanced the whole game is, and that's my point. You can map with this. It's just it is a lot slower. It is. But with the piercing of the charge bolts this season, it's possible. And so I put it on here, and you can do it on a budget because it's a trap build. And yeah, you could do probably lower tier maps a lot better than you could do higher tier maps. I think the main problem with this is it might actually be pretty solid in like a tier 1, maybe even a magic tier 1 or something. But by the time it gets to tier 3 rare maps, it's struggling. So it's still killing the monsters, just not as fast as a lot of people probably want. Yeah. And then Chain Lightning Sentry is kind of the same deal, just not nearly as slow. It's just slow. Shockweb. Shockweb, so yeah, this has been tested this season. Very interesting stuff. But it's interesting in the sense that it's slow yet viable. Very slow yet viable. Shockweb isn't really a mapping thing per se, but you could do fortify, non-fortify, and believe it or not, it kills monsters very fast. It's just the whole cooldown thing and the limited AoE does tend to gate it a bit, which is why it's a lot better at killing bosses. I tested this at killing bosses last season. Let's just say it melts them incredibly fast. So definitely try out that shockweb and kill whatever bosses you want with it. It's pretty sick. Am I a clown if you start Barb? No. The Travancore farm is still the gold standard. And believe it or not, I would have said last season a little bit differently. So I would have said if you started Barb last season that Trav used to be a lot better. Trav is still pretty good, but Duriel exists, so Barb probably sucks as a starter. But now that Duriel isn't a thing anymore, Quest Duriel, yeah, the Travancore farm is right back in front and center, and guess what? The Barb can do it better than any other class because of find items. So Travancore is a tier 1 farm, which means it is a gold standard farm. You've got the best class that can do it. No way that's a bad farm. No way it's a bad idea. I did it in season 6. Find item was stronger then, but it doesn't matter. It was very good. It made me very rich very fast. And I used the most janky crap possible, and it worked. So yeah. Yeah, and you could set home. Yeah, you could set your home to Act 4 so that you could just go to Trav and not do the walk of shame across the bridge. That is a good point. That's actually a buff to the Trav approach, and that was last season. And now when there's no Duriel in the mix, Barb is comparatively a stronger starter to a lot of classes, I would say. Now, I'd say it's actually, believe it or not, I think starting Assassin is probably the hardest class to start with. The farms aren't, it's not the fastest mobility class, 1. But 2, the way the abilities work, they're not necessarily the fastest at farming some of those areas. That being said, you still have Phoenix Strike killing things naked almost. So I don't know. Like every class can be easily started with. There's no class that can't be good as a starter. I'm just musing about like, whether or not it's like barely the worst starter. And when we say barely, I mean the best starter and the worst starter are very close together. But if you had to say what the worst starting class is, maybe it's the Assassin. But overall, like, that's not really the case, though. It's still so good. There's so many good starting builds on the Assassin. And I've started with the Assassin. It's actually great. So, no. No, Barb actually is solid this season though for starting because now it's got one of the top tier approaches again. So it's kind of back in the spotlight. It's not looking quite as anemic as it did the last 2 seasons. So no, you're not a clown at all. I don't want to hear about being a clown for starting Barb. It's not a thing. All right, Wake of Fire, 0 changes. Still a beast of a build, still the strongest standard trap for mapping. That being said, given all the other really even faster approaches these days, Wake of Fire isn't as popular. But once again, getting that gear could be very cheap for something like this, and you can be incredibly strong playing it, and you can, yeah, you can be on that build very fast because it's probably not the most popular build, and you'll get the gear for it, and you'll start farming fast. So remember, there's an advantage in playing some of those shadow OPs, those A's and those S's that are kind of low-key still ultra strong this season, but because there haven't been changes to them either this season or the past few seasons, they're kind of flying under the radar, you know. They're not being detected by the trade by the people buying up all the, you know, like, I don't know, this season I think like people are gonna be buying things like crazy damage claws, like crazy, like amp craft claws and whatnot, and just like really high damage and good corruptions on things like Stalker's Coal and things like that. Like you don't want to be stuck in that land, you know. You can just buy some some other things, you know. So it could be pretty good. Can someone explain Travancore Farm? Yeah, so it's farming the council members. Yeah, that it's the same. And since you get players 5 loot and players 1, it's actually excellent. So yeah, it's really good. All right, anyway, here we go. Let's go into Fire Blast. Fire Blast is still really slow for mapping, but it can be done. That's all I'm going to say about that. No retesting this season, no changes. If you want to use Death Sentry as a solo build as opposed to being good at group mapping, which is where I think it's probably best, particularly early group mapping when it's not fast, that's good. But I'd say the Mercenary Desecrate proc and then using the bodies for Death Sentry and using Dragonflight to get that Viper Fork proc on the monsters, then casting Death Sentry and blowing up the monsters around you is actually pretty fun. This was done last season though. There have been no changes to it. It is still a decent clear. It's kind of a cool approach though for an item that doesn't see a lot of gameplay and also a skill that doesn't see as much gameplay as maybe it once did or on LOD, honestly. So that's really cool. And then, of course, you have Blade Fury. Oh, boy. This one of the most fun changes in Season 11. Pay attention here. Pay attention, guys. Oh, yeah, what happened to Duriel? The quest bug loot table no longer exists, guys. The quest flag now completes upon kill. Not talking material. The Duriel farm is dead. The Duriel dream is damaged beyond repair. Alright, anyway, TP scrolls are all that remains in a future of Duriel farming, I'm afraid. Well, no, it wasn't just Zizarin, my man. It was all the top streamers, man. So many top streamers got it nerfed, dude. Everyone was doing it. But yeah, Zizarin was definitely doing it, and he was one of the bigger streamers. I actually wasn't doing it because I was too addicted to farming Arcane and getting high runes in there, so. But, everyone was doing it. Yeah, even your grandma was. Everyone abused it. It was so abusive that it basically meant no one was farming any of the other areas in the game. So it makes total sense they removed it. I knew it was going to happen. It actually took longer than I thought. I thought they were going to remove it a lot sooner. Anyway, Blade Fury. Okay, Blade Fury is amazing. This season, it now bounces off of itself and other monsters and walls and everything. It bounces upon bounces upon bounces. It's bounced Inception for days. And if you ever wanted to feel like Naruto, now is the season, man. You are ninjas rise up, man. This is gonna be fun. So you just jump into the monsters, cast some Blade Furies, and they just start spinning everywhere, man. The shurikens just be cutting through everything like butter. It's fun. It's actually really strong this season. It got big increase. I made a video on it on YouTube, so definitely check it out. Latest change, by the way, it got like 4 iterations in the closed beta of the season, so there are a lot of changes. But you'll notice last season it was D for mapping. Now it's A minus. Whoa, huge change. Well, yeah, because mechanically it's way different. Remember what I say? Mechanics are the big change. Not only will the mechanics change, but it got full weapon damage. But interestingly enough, claws are still best because of claw mastery and the ease of using claws in general, and the fact that the claws like help with other things like chaining between monsters, using the dragon flight cooldown, that kind of stuff. But yeah, definitely check out the video. We did do a lot of tests on it. We did find out the best approaches. It is on the YouTube. It is very strong, super ultra powerful. You can go fortified or non-fortified now as well. Before I think it was only fortified, really. But because of it bouncing off of other monsters, you actually get lots of more bounces with more monsters. So, wow, it's crazy strong. Wow, it's crazy fun. Being A tier, by the way, is a badge of honor when you have to compete with builds like Nova. That means that you're clearing in the 500s. You are, Nova's clearing in like the low 600s, right? So, monsters per minute. So, it's not much slower. A tier is only about 20% slower than S double plus, for instance. That's nothing, considering that the cost is a lot lower. So, keep that in mind. Keep these things in mind, all right? A tier is super fast. Super fast, strong, very fast, okay? It's very fast builds. They are very good, and I had a lot of fun playing it. I was blown away when I first started playing. I was like, wow, this is actually really cool. So shout out to the devs for that rework. That was a great one. Blade Sentinel, virtually no changes. Not a lot going on with it, so it's still a good fortified mapper. But now, this is what I love about the balance now, because before there was no reason to play Blade Fury, because Blade Fury used to be a worse mapper at D than Blade Sentinel last season. It was way worse at bossing. Blade Sentinel was clearly the winner in bossing, and now Blade Fury actually is played, and so is Blade Sentinel. Blade Sentinel is still better for bossing. But guess what? Blade Fury is now better for mapping. There you go. Simple. Now both builds work, and both builds will get played. I love it. Amazing. And very similar setups, by the way. I love the Phoenix Stalker's Coal or Amp Claw setups, so... really high ED, caster claw, amp claw setup. So that stuff's really good. Maximum ED, getting that negative phys res procs maybe off of an Act 5 mercenary. Or, yeah, things like that. I like the Act 5 mercenary with like Might and like negative phys res procs off like Amp, Cyclopean Roar. Good stuff. Or just Whirlwind Barb with the Battle Cry just on cast, whatever. So, like, that shit's really strong. And obviously the Act 5 Barb survives really well, like chaining into monsters or jumping into monsters, so it's very good for using Blade Fury. Anyway, good stuff. Is there any place to find groups to ladder start with when they drop a patch? Yes. The PD2 Discord. Definitely. Reddit does also have some. I mean, you could try to use my Discord, but I feel like my Discord mostly just has links to the resources and whatnot. I mean, people do chat in it here and there, but I don't think it's like crazy active though. Should definitely use one of those bigger Discords for sure. All right, anyway, we've got Phoenix Strike. So Phoenix Strike, I mentioned earlier, got retested, and I don't know, I just played it better. So I was already playing it pretty much close to max, which is after 2 charges and 2 Stalker's Coals. I tried it again. you just you get that crazy cooldown, and all you need is 2 hits, and then you kill everything on the whole screen. The thing about Phoenix Strike that just makes it better than other martial builds every season is the fact that Phoenix Strike has more AoE. That's it. It just has crazy AoE. The AoE is massive. It clears the screen. And not only that, but you don't need to hit the 3rd charge. You only need to hit the 2nd charge, which allows you to chain faster. Because you only want the chain lightning charge, because that's the one with the huge AoE. That's why. You'll see I think there's a video. So I have a season 8 video, actually. Check out my season 8 video on YouTube. It kind of looks like that, but I wasn't playing it as optimally yet as I did this season when I retested it. So you can see the video of it. So I'm playing it kind of like a noob, but you'll get the idea though. Anyway, when I played it like a pro this season, which is 3 seasons later. No. I played it better last season too, but I think I played it even better this season though. And yeah, it's one of the strongest builds in the game. It's insane. It just clears the whole screen, and you can just jump, and it's just super fast. It's crazy. It's hard to compete with this build like clear speed wise. It just has too much AoE, and it chains too fast and too quick. It just, the damage is there way too fast and too easily. So it's just crazy. But there's nothing wrong with that though. It just means you know. And by the way, even without the plus skills, I wanna emphasize this. So they remove the plus skills on Stalker's Call, right? So some people might think, oh, well, you lose 4 skills on Phoenix Strike now without double Stalker's Call. So maybe Stalker's Call isn't good on Phoenix Strike anymore. But you'd be wrong. The problem is the same thing with the Joust cooldown on the Atmas, or the Alma Negra, sorry, on the Paladin. It's too good. I think in a future season, one thing they can consider if they don't want people, well, if they don't want these items to be so dominant for mapping, maybe they don't care that they're dominant for mapping because they're not dominant for bossing, and that's fair. But for mapping, if they didn't want like Stalker's Cole and Almanegger to be super dominant for mapping, I think what they would need to do is they would need to reduce the base cooldown on Joust and Dragonflight. Now you might say that'll cause a little bit of power creep. Yeah, so you're gonna make Joust and Dragonflight just have a faster cooldown, a better cooldown overall, and then make the Joust cooldown. You could then just remove it from those items and then change them somehow, or you could maybe even lower it to like 0.02 like reduction or something instead of 0.5. You could do something like that, and then they won't be quite as dominant. So because the thing is like, let's say you reduce the base cooldown to like 1.5 or like 1 in the case of Joust as the lowest value you can reach just by putting skill points in. If you did that, your uptime is so fast that it's almost always up by the time you complete your attack, right? And so by going a little bit faster, you don't actually gain as much. As a matter of fact, you could probably even leave the 0.5 on it, because at that point you're not attacking fast enough to actually make use of it. So that's kind of like a side rant there, but it is interesting how like even when you remove the assassin skills from an item like that, it's still really strong. So it's still going to be the best approach probably for mapping almost all the time. So that is kind of interesting. That isn't to say it's the best approach all the time, particularly with the new claw. You could get like multiple shadows, which we'll talk about more when I get to the Mind Blast build. But the multiple shadows claw is interesting, and obviously, with the nerf to Stalker's Cole, you can argue that 1 Stalker's Cole is maybe better than 2 on a lot of builds, except for Phoenix Strike. But that being said, it's still kind of cool. So you Dragonflight after 2 charges, that's correct. You you proc the chain lightning and then you dragonflight. So it's 2 charge dragonflight, 2 charge dragonflight. As a matter of fact, I think chat saw me test it, and I literally called out what I was doing. I was going 2 charge, 2 charge flight, 2 charge flight. I was actually like voicing it out as I was doing it, as I was getting my numbers, like just to show people what I was doing. So if you don't know how that works, it's actually pretty cool. You gotta play it optimally though. If you go like 3 charges, like I did in earlier seasons, kind of like a noob, it doesn't go at S tier speed. It'll go at like A tier speed, if that makes any sense. Nexoware. Thank you so much, man. Guys, we got so many primes coming in. Thank you so much, guys. I know this video is going to be insanely long, but yeah. Thank you, guys. Anyway, fun stuff. So anyway, Cobra Strike unchanged. Still very strong, though. All of the martial skills, notice they're almost all A tier or above, except some of the more unique approaches. So all the elemental ones are incredibly fast and incredibly strong, which means that whichever one you prefer, maybe based on the maps that you want to run, maybe based on the gear that you just want to get, or maybe you think not as many people are going to buy that element of gear, so you'll just go for it because it's easier to acquire. So many ultra strong builds in the martial tree. And Fists of Fire even got buffed a little bit. One of its main possible weapons got buffed, and it got a little bit of a synergy buff and a fix as well. It didn't seem to affect its clear speed all that much though, mainly because the Meteor 3rd stage doesn't tend to clear the monsters. It's actually the ring that tends to clear the monsters, like that fire ring. So I tested it. It didn't change much from last season, but it was interesting. And it's still clearing at almost A tier speed, so it's still very fun and fast. I kind of wish the Meteor was a little more useful for mapping. The Meteor seems to be a bit more useful for like bossing. The Meteor feels like it's kind of like party confetti when you break a piñata. It's like you broke the piñata and the candy comes out. That's the Meteors, the candy coming out. But it comes out after you've already broken the piñata, so the monster's already dead, and then the meteor falls on the ground. That's it's interesting. Claws of Thunder. By the way, that's Fire Lizard's Talons got buffed, so that was kind of neat. You should check that one out. It's a pretty cool weapon. Claws of Thunder is one of my favorite skills in the game, so I'm always biased towards it. Not in testing. I'm always objective for the testing, obviously. You know, I try to play every build to the best it could be played, essentially. But Claws of Thunder is super fun, though. Super powerful. It's got a really good AoE, kind of like Phoenix Strike. It is the 2nd strongest of the martial skills. And it looks really cool with the thunderstorms and everything. It's pretty nasty. The AoE is bonkers high. And of course you can go all 3 stages on this one, so not necessarily a double Stalker's Coal build like Phoenix Strike, so you're fine. It's not at all. So I actually went double Shadow, and I even found a way to run Iron Golem with multiple shadows because the Iron Golem wouldn't die, and you could get Storm Spire on the Mercenary. You could use Infinity on the Golem. It's nasty stuff. I actually made a video of that, so check out my Claws of Thunder Season 11 video, and you can see just how awesome this build is. Obviously, it's not going to have all the elements like Phoenix Strike. Well, Phoenix Strike, you're mainly using lightning too, so I mean, it is what it is, but it's really cool, though. Claw of Thunder is more relaxing, yes. Phoenix Strike is a lot more, a lot more Adderall. This one, you don't have to worry about what charge you're on, so you're good. Phoenix Strike is a lot more and you gotta time it essentially. Timing it is how you fly fast through a map, like insanely fast, obviously, and that's how a Phoenix Strike destroys everything. But it's a lot more chill, and it's still incredibly powerful. So take that for what it is. Another thing is Blades of Ice got a really late closed beta buff. They also got buffs to the shield. Let's The one of the shields you can actually use a shield which is Black Oak Luna. Um, Shattered Blade got a buff. Personally, I still think it's better to use claws on this build based on my testing, but yeah, you can use that setup. That's because like things like Stalker's Coal are just so important for chaining between monsters faster. But they did a huge buff to the synergies, like literally the day before they took down the closed beta, and I did test it off stream. There were a few tests I did off stream because I wanted to focus. I wanted to get my videos out, so I was gonna test while I was doing videos, and I was also like testing things. And since I had to work as well, like it was like super high stress, so I didn't want to get distracted by chat. So this is one of the tests I did off stream. It is on the datasheet though. There's like a number of tests I did off stream. A lot of them were like late beta patches. So if you didn't see it, or like Dark Pact was done off stream, I think that probably made someone very sad though. They wanted to see me test it on stream, and I didn't, and I didn't have time for that, so I tested it off stream. Anyway, interesting, but still. I probably made at least one person sad from that. Fist of Fire is A tier, but I don't mind if people think it's worse. Less competition for items. It's close though, right? Like once again, it's only a third of a tier away. And remember, okay, so remember how error works, right? So like in any given map scenario, I try to get even-handed maps so that builds are tested evenly. But you know, 0% max life and all that fun stuff and similar density. But that being said, every map has like unique scenarios. Sometimes there's like a certain monster in it that maybe is really strong that kind of like eats up a little bit of extra time. That can happen. Maybe eats up a couple hits before I realize I'm hitting it and not doing anything. That does happen. There are what's called testing artifacts. There's error in every testing and every statistical test you could possibly run. So whenever I say something's within the margin of error, that's not a lie. Fists of Fire is definitely, I'd say the margin of error is 1/3 of a tier. So any given build could be a third of a tier off on this whole tier list. But a third of a tier is also not a ton, right? So if you think about it, even if you do think Fists of Fire is A tier, it's very possible it is. And another thing to think about is Fists of Fire might do a lot better in like a lower tier map. Like so maybe tier 3 just eats up a lot of its damage, right? So like it might be starting to fall off a bit in the ultra late game, but like earlier on it's like absolutely crushing. So, and I think that's probably true because their firing is really instantaneous and it's very smooth and effective. So I could see that being the case. Just remember how it's tested and why it has the tier it does. It doesn't mean it's bad. So once again, like, you know, a lot of people just see the tier and be like, oh, that's B, which isn't great. First of all, B is actually really good on a bell curve. But second of all, it's I mean it's a whole standard deviation stronger than like the middle of the curve, so that's really good. I mean just doing it's a lot faster. But yeah, I mean it's yeah. I just like to emphasize things like that though. It's very important I emphasize that. Okay, so cool. All right, so see, Blades of Ice got a big synergy buff. Blades of Ice feels amazing now. I don't have a video of it, but I have one from last season, so you can see what it is at least. But it clears even faster now. That's all I can tell you. It actually feels like one of the strongest ones now. It's really strong, and it's really safe because of the freezing. The Bale Novas feel more effective now with the damage boost. So definitely check that out. Very, very solid build. On hardcore, I'd play Blades of Ice every day of the week. That's gotta be like the safest thing ever. Like it's super hard to kill. You'll notice that both Phoenix and Blades of Ice to some degree are very safe. I would even say Blades of Ice is probably safer than Phoenix Strike. So, yeah, it's pretty nice. No changes to Tiger Strike or Talon. Not really. Maybe you could argue Dragon Tail Talon slightly nerfed by the Stalker's Coal thing. But that's about it. Not a big one. So that being said, maybe dropped a little bit based on relative strength. It's still a decent / solid mapper though. It's one of the stronger. Dragon Tail has always been one of the stronger, fortified map approaches for a very long time here. So, if you want a very strong one-shot fortified mapper, that's going to be a lot of fun. Tiger Strike, kind of similar, but not as effective as Dragon Tail. Not nearly. Interesting. A lot of people are actually in my chat are saying that Fists of Fire is yeah, well, see, the thing about Phoenix Strike is it just has so much more AoE, and as long as you get 2 charge on it, it's faster. It is. Just objectively, with the best possible playstyle, it's a bit faster. That being said, I don't know. Maybe Fists of Fire is actually a bit faster than this. What do you guys think about Fists of Fire? Do you guys think this is underrated? I mean, it is lower AoE than Phoenix Strike. It's potentially still a 2-stage ability. I think borderline broken, you'd say. Is it just in lower tier maps you guys are saying that, or do you think it's still doing that in tier 3 maps? Because I was testing it at like max gear pretty much, like max damage. 2-stage, so hitting the second charge on the martial skill. Every martial skill's got a second or a third stage. I don't know. What's interesting is, like, I also feel like maybe plus skills could have given me more damage. Maybe I should have given this a handicap, actually. Looking at this. Well, yeah, maybe it needs a little bit more damage from, like, plus skills or something. Corruptions. I don't know. Maybe. You know what I might do though, just to be safe though? I'll just adjust this on the fly here. I'll give it a handicap and I'll put it in the A tier. And I'm not gonna. There's no way it's stronger than Phoenix Strike because they're both 2-stage potentially, and Phoenix Strike has way more AoE. But what I will say is monsters per minute wise, it's probably up there. It's probably competitive with all the other ones, and they're probably all A tier or above. So putting them at B tier maybe visually doesn't look right. So what I'll do is I'll definitely make it competitive with the other ones, and it'll be like within there. And I think that's probably fine. Yeah, Phoenix is strongest, no doubt, but they're all borderline broken. Have you played any of the martial skills? Like, I've tested them all. They're all borderline broken. All of them. But you do have a point though. And I did test second stage almost entirely, but maybe my gameplay wasn't fully optimized in some cases also. Maybe it was lacking some of the corruption damage. I'll be a bit safe with it. I'll boost it artificially there. I'll boost it above the numbers slightly, and it'll be fun. I think that's actually probably more accurate, is to put it in the A tier anyway, along with the other ones, because it's strong. Claws of Thunder does have more AoE than Fists of Fire, though. That is true. Blades of Ice also has more AoE than Fists of Fire. And when you test them, you'll see what I mean. So, yeah, it should be fun. Alright, Mind Blast, Psychic Up, MA safe and hardcore. Oh yeah, definitely, dude, definitely. You could run like high DR claw block, you could run like shields, and they're very strong. They're very powerful. And ice freezes everything. Like, it's super safe. This one's like, it's hard to die on this one. You'd have to have low DR and get insta-gibbed or something. Insta-gibbed. That's probably the only way that could happen. It's so hard to die on that. Anyway, Mind Blast. This is pretty hype, guys. So I made a video for this. I actually made a Fists of Fire video last season, by the way, if you want to see that. Fists of Fire is pretty bonkers. It looks really smooth and really powerful. So you can see that from last season if you want. I made a video. I made Blades of Ice last season as well. Phoenix Strike I made a few seasons ago, but you can get the idea though. I don't think that video I played it as optimally as I could. I should make an updated video at some point of this so that people see just how fast this is. It's kind of nuts. And not just fast, but how it literally clears the whole screen. Like, You get an open map with Phoenix Strike, and it's really busted. Really busted. You think Fist of Fire is busted? Just wait till you see that shit. It's really busted. Anyway, let's see. We got Mind Blast Psychic Hammer, one of my favorite abilities in the game. Um, this thing is really fun now. Like last season, I think they made it the AoE increase when you cast it more. And now, oh my god. It's wild. So those new Shadow Claws, it's similar damage to the what should we call the Shadow Killer overall. So Shadow Killer is +4 in 20 FCR. This is +2 in 10 FCR, but it has -8 Fizz Res. So as long as you can get the FCR up, it's pretty similar. Damage wise, maybe the Shadow Killer is slightly better now. The FCR changed a little bit. But like you get 3 of them, and so they all mirror you, and they fix the AI to where as long as you have it on your right click or your left click or whatever, they will cast it, and you get them on bursts of speed, so they're fast at casting it and they're effective. They will mirror your attack, so even if you're lacking a little bit of damage on Mind Blast, they will kill everything around you and on top of you. The damage is actually kind of bonkers against something like Uber Ancients even. You actually kill them very fast with it seems almost as if these shadows were better at surviving. I would say like Pinnacle boss damage, they'd probably be better at it, but I know for sure it'll be really strong against Uber bosses. It's already strong against like Uber Bale and whatnot. Maybe not like Clone Diablo. I don't know. Maybe tier 0. But, I mean, I could see tier 0 actually being pretty good. But Mind Blast already solos dungeons. Yeah, it does. And it's one of my solo dungeon builds. It's right here. Solo dungeon capable. There you go. It's there for a reason. And that's because it has both physical and magic damage. So there's like no immunity scenarios you can't handle on this build, period. There are virtually no monsters that have physical and magic immune. The only place you'll see those, if there are any, will be like, I think in Act 3 temples and like ancient tunnels with those zombies. And that's about it. You can kill virtually anything in the game with this combo. And the shadows will mirror and just do crazy damage. So you get a lot of single target damage. And really good AoE with it. The tier on this improved pretty significantly. So it went from C to B+. It's very fast now because of the current approach. And if you jump into the monsters like I did, you can use an Act 5 Merc. Once again, I'm really liking the Innocent Cyclopean Roar plus like Vile Husk Sword or like Gavel of Pain weapons, some kind of like amp on striking. And then like you get amp and battle cry constantly going off on the monsters as you like jump into them. It's just super effective this season. I am really liking it this season. On the testing, I had a lot of good results with it. Best results, I should say. So, yeah. It's looking beautiful. Almost A tier, which is telling you that is a very fast build. So, I don't know. I'll leave that one where it is, though. I think the martial skills may still outperform the Mind Blast overall in mapping, just because they chain a bit faster and they seem like they're just responding a little bit faster. But don't sleep on the shadows, the new shadows, and having multiple shadows and casting Mind Blast. And like single targets, it's gonna look really good. I think this is gonna be really fun this season. I think even early game. And so note, Natalia's set also gives you an extra shadow, so it's not just the new claw. So that means that mid-game, you're going to have this kind of approach even without the end-game gear yet, so that's really cool. When is the release? May 16th, 10 a.m. PT is the new season. Friday, that's right. Okay. Alright, so Blade Dance, unchanged this season. But as you can see with a more venom damage focus, particularly on some small amounts of pre-buff gear, And also getting the AoE on with the Tiger Strike. It's shredding at maximum speed. But you'll notice that Sin Whirlwind is about as strong as Barb Whirlwind this season, which I think is where it needs to be. It probably was also that way last season, but because I didn't have the jewels for this, I wasn't able to test it properly. But to be fair, a big criticism is that a lot of people think that Barb Whirlwind should be stronger than Sin Whirlwind, and that would make sense to my brain because Sin Whirlwind is a lot cheaper. You just need an Ohm Rune, and then you can make a Chaos, and you just need some other high damage weapon, and it's pretty bonkers. Whereas with a Barb, you need all kinds of things, including often a very crazy weapon, or even two crazy weapons in the case of this, just to make it as good as like an almost naked Chaos Sin. Maybe in the future they'll make it more like Nova, where, you know, they recognize that if you're going to invest this much into the build, maybe Whirlwind should be strong. Now, that being said, Whirlwind is notorious for being ultra powerful with really ultra rare gear like Overlord's Helm, which is the D-clone helm. So, like, things that I don't test with or can't test with and probably wouldn't want to test with because they're so rare that hardly any players will acquire them, can boost Whirlwind into the ultra OP territory for sure. That being said, without those items, it's still very strong, but yeah. Sin is just so fast with burst of speed. I think that's one thing that influences it as well. But it's crazy how high the damage can get. And instead of bleed, you have the poison from venom. So it's very similar. It's very similar. I think it's really crazy how strong some of these builds can get, though. And they're pretty budget, too. I mean, I wouldn't say it's ultra budget, which is why it's only one check mark. You still need an Ohm Rune and some other stuff, but, you know, still, it's pretty. Well, yeah, lost a little bit on the Nat set, but let's be real, an ultimate version of the build, pretty much no change, though. But you're right, Chaos plus Nats, you can tier 1 easy, yeah. And of course, you know, I'm testing on tier 3, but you get the idea. I did try Plague Javelin. We'll get to that, though. Alright, on to the Barb. Are you guys excited for the Barb? I'm excited for the Barb. I like the Barb. I don't know. I'll be honest, so 2 classes this season did get some changes, but they didn't get as many changes as some other classes. So some of the more hype classes, quote unquote, I'm going to say hype classes, are probably like the Sorceress, the Assassin, the Amazon this season, maybe even the Paladin to some degree. Probably not, though, because it mostly got nerfs. I think some of the other classes, though, didn't get that many consequential changes or just many changes at all, honestly, to things that actually, like, mattered too much. We do have a small buff, though, getting a third of a tier increase, though, on Double Swing Frenzy for mapping. But we already know that's not its real strength. Its real strength is probably bossing. And it's probably competing more and more every season with Berserk. So, yeah, check that out. But it's still killing that 4 to 5 maps. But it did get another buff. I think Double Swing Frenzy gets a synergy buff every season. They'll probably get another one next season. I've never seen it not get a synergy buff. So I always retest it, though. I'm always a good sport about it. Yeah. No, Berserk Barb is fun. And, you know, it's not the fastest mapper in the world, but it's very fun, as you can see here. Not a lot of changes to Barb builds in general, so a lot of things not retested down here. They were just adjusted based on the bell curve a little bit in some cases. You still get that crazy Rapture build on my YouTube from last season. That thing's really fun. Leap attack still doing what it's doing. Once again, unchanged. Now I got like I said earlier, I got help from one of the devs to get some appropriate ED open wounds jewels so that I could really hit the deep wounds level while also hitting the enhanced damage on the weapons, so I could actually hit the level to where it's melting tier 3s to a pretty solid degree. And like a whirlwind assassin would, like a top tier whirlwind assassin. And yeah, I ended up getting a lot better results this time around. Instead of giving it handicaps, I was actually able to test it, and I actually got it up to a high A tier. So whirlwind deep wounds using Schaefer's and Stone Crusher, or Schaefer's and Grandfather, is probably, the best whirlwind barb, period. And remember, if you can get your hands on like an Overlord's helm or some kind of really broken setup that's just like really ultra rare, whirlwind can be very powerful. So it could probably exceed Whirlwind Sin or match Whirlwind Sin. Either way, I think if Barb wants to become dominant in mapping again, in terms of like tier 3 mapping, at least not just like tier 1 or tier 2 mapping, it'd probably need more buffs. I think a lot of these builds on the Barb are so much better in like lower tier maps, particularly the Double Throw, which got the sockets and the weapons this season, which allows for rune words as well. Like Fury throwing weapon is actually really cool. I tested a lot of that. Unfortunately, though, because of the same mechanics on Double Throw and the fact that there's no additional bounces and it's still heavily nerfed from the bounces it used to have, it's still not like an insane mapper anymore, like in terms at least of late game mapping. Once again, tier 1 mapping, it's actually really strong. You go up to tier 3, the lack of damage really starts to show. And that even goes for really powerful weapons, like very high AD weapons with sockets and everything. And it's still lacking some of that effectiveness. But another thing I should mention, though, is that one thing that's really good on all Barb builds this season is the Frenzy buff. So Frenzy is how you could power up your AoE on Whirlwind, for instance, or just power up your movement speed and attack speed, everything in general. So like Frenzy just powers up so many things by charging it up on the Barb. And now it lasts for 30 seconds. So, or even longer. So it actually has a very long duration. So you don't have to keep refreshing it, which is so much better quality of life for the Barb. So the Barb got a lot of quality of life this season. It got the Frenzy thing, quality of life, having more damage in the throws, which might be even more important for bosses, but maybe not mapping as much. It's kind of hard to tell, but my numbers didn't seem to bear that out. But it's pretty good. I think the problem with it getting more bounces, though, is that it was killing the Uber bosses too fast too. So I don't know. Like they've given it more damage though, which is good though. It's just it's still not gonna be like it's not gonna be like season 2 where Throw Barb was the fastest mapper in the game. It's we're long past that point, it seems. It's nowhere close anymore. At least not for tier 3 maps. Tier 1 maps, it's still competitive though, I would say. Very powerful at lower tier maps, starts to fall off in tier 3. Same thing with Deep Wounds, Whirlwind, but it's still very strong in tier 3, as you can see from this rank. And yeah, I made a Deep Wounds Whirlwind Barb video, so check that out for season 11 here. It's not even the strongest version. It doesn't even have all the strongest jewels and everything, but it's got strong ones, and you can see how it runs. So it's actually very cool. Anyway, talked a lot about a lot of Barb skills there. The combat tree is always very interesting. A lot of very good quality of life, though. Not having to refresh Frenzy is very nice. It might not be super impactful on clear speed, but it doesn't feel nearly as clunky. Getting some minor buffs on Throw and Frenzy, some having more impact than others. But overall, it is rounding out the Barb builds a bit. Warcry, though, is still one of those secret OP builds. A lot of people don't realize that Physical Nova... The only thing holding Physical Nova back is the Enigma charges, in my opinion. I mean, it has Leap as well, but Leap's a lot slower. And so if you had infinite Enigma charges, Warcry would probably be S tier along with the Sorceress Nova. Um, that's really what it comes down to. But ultimately, it clears just as fast, though. It's pretty nuts. You could use Amp Battlecry, same as a lot of this other physical builds. It just flattens like half the screen. It's incredibly strong. Warcry is definitely one of those, one of those incognito OPs. Absolutely. Absolutely. Top 20 build for mapping, no problem. A lot of people forget about it. I think even Naj's set is like a really cheap way to make a really strong Warcry barb as well. You have a lot of very cheap approaches, very low gear intensive approaches that are very powerful. I like the budget on that. Double throw is also very budget too. And deep wounds can be incredibly budget too with like garbage gear. You can make it work in tier 1 very effectively. That's right, Ravy Flick. How you doing? That is interesting, Jamoose. That sounds difficult though. That's not to say difficult. I test that on other builds all the time, like Enigma plus Joust or something, or Enigma plus Dragonflight on a lot of builds. It's actually a top tier strategy on some builds, like Druid and Assassin builds, some of them. But yeah, you did that on your Hammerden. Well, yeah, Hammerden doesn't really need that, but yeah, you could. Joust and teleport is plenty, I would say. I don't think you need 2 teleports, but yeah. What will I play personally? Dealer's Choice. We are playing hardcore solo self-found, which is an incredible experience in a game where anything can happen, corruption-wise or drop-wise. And we will just find out. We're going to start out probably with a boring character, like a sorceress, so we can farm. And then we're going to find stuff and then corrupt stuff, and we'll see what kind of character the game wants us to make, I guess. I don't know, have you ever played the game like that? It's actually kind of cool. And since, I test and play all the builds in the game, I'm familiar with all the builds. So if I find enough items for one of these builds and I'm like, oh, let's do it. This could be how we get to mapping. So this is the late game mapping tier list, Jibs OD. This is something that I think confuses people about the tier list. It is not for bossing. It says nothing about bossing. It doesn't even say anything about early end games, so like tier 1, tier 2 mapping, particularly tier 1. In other words, what does that mean? That means that these tiers don't really reflect the performance necessarily in any other scenario except for unique maps, which are tier 3 mostly, and just tier 3 maps in general. That's pretty much what it reflects. That's it. You see these bossing lists here? They're in there. Bow Holy Bolt is in there. And it's one of the best approaches, otherwise it wouldn't be listed here. Also, it's one of the cheaper approaches, which is why you probably did it first. It's not one of the best approaches, but it's one of the cheaper ones. So that's why it's listed here otherwise. Yeah, no, my bad. No, you're good, man. You're good. It's if you've ever tried mapping though, like doing a tier 3 map with Holy Bolt or Fist of the Heavens though, you'll know what I mean. It's pretty hard. Or rather slow. It's not hard, it's just slow. So yeah. No, it's a good question because a lot of people think this is some kind of like master tier list, some kind of ultimate tier that determines how good this skill is. That's not necessarily the case, not at all actually. It's a tier list that reflects late game mapping. Every other list I have to the right here reflects how good it is for starting, how good it is for this boss, how good it is for that boss, that kind of thing. So yeah, definitely separate that in your brain. That's not the same. Anyway, Wolf Barb unchanged this season. It still clears fortified just fine. I don't even think it needs Fury. I think it clears fast with Feral Rage. I think Fury might make it OP again. At least for bossing. I think that's the problem. I don't know. Wolf Barb's in a good place for bossing, but it's you know, for mapping it is what it is. It's a wolf one, so it doesn't move that fast. It does clear fast, but it's also not as fast as Fury because Fury Druid moves faster, so attacks a bit faster. Fury's definitely too OP for Barb. Yeah, because then it takes over the bossing approach. It just like destroys bosses with everyone's just gonna play a fucking Wolf Barb again. So anyway, yeah, Warcry, really high FCR, tons of plus skills, amp, battle cry on the Merc. It's kind of nuts. We already know that's it's in the A tier. It's top 20. All right, let's go to the Amazon though. So let's we're getting to the 5th class now. Not a lot of Barb changes, but definitely some interesting things going on there, so definitely have to remark on a bunch of them. All right, Amazon. So Amazon, we got even a juice throw barb. Yeah, I juiced it pretty high. It's possible to juice it more, which is why I gave it a handicap. So you'll notice that a handicap means it got extra tiers on top of the tested numbers, and that's juice with frenzy and everything, right? So I was very generous to it. Yeah, I even gave it a level 2 handicap because I realized you can have a pretty juiced weapon. So I boosted the tier. Without the tier boost, it's in the C tier, my man. Like, it's a 397 MPM. That's not insanely high. A little bit lower for deep wounds. The problem, I think, is mechanically. Throw Barb, ever since they made the bounces only bounce to 2, it's got this problem where you kind of almost have to hug the monsters to kill them. Whereas before you could like kill them all the way back. Now that this is in tier 3s though, right? So in tier 1s it has plenty of damage, so it's the same kind of as before. But now it's like the monsters will survive it for a bit in the tier 3s and they'll kind of charge at you. And that's even with really good weapons and really good EAD gear and everything. So it's because of the number of bounces. When it used to have more bounces, it would have just shredded them faster and it would have been a bit cleaner. I think that nerf to the bounces, I think this is like what, season 9, season 10, I don't remember. But I think it was partially also because of bosses, because like it really trivialized bosses, all these like spears bouncing all everywhere, just like hitting it all the time. I don't know. Maybe they didn't like that. But at the same time, like even by like buffing the damage on the javelins by giving it sockets this season, doesn't seem to be making as big of an impact as you think it would. It's keeping it kind of the same. I tested the numbers though. I tested lots of different setups. I tested runeward throwables. I tested really high damage throwables. Not the highest damage. Once again, I think it could be quite a bit better, which is why I already gave it a handicap though. So it's already handicapped level 2. I mean, it's the highest handicap I award a build. So that's 2/3 of a tier boost there. For doing nothing except existing, because I recognize that in the beta there are limited tests that aren't going to be able to test it at quite the same level as the like builds that can get the socket, you know, facets and things like that. So it's a little different. Anyway, let's go to the Amazon. We got Lightning Fury, which is not completely unchanged because, as we just talked about, throwables can be socketed. Means you could put facets in them, you could put attack speed jewels on them, which is actually one of the more cool aspects of the season. That being said, like with Double Throw, they did kind of like a compensatory nerf to some of the gear and maybe even to the skill itself. In the case of Lightning Fury, it was to Thunderstroke, where they nerfed Thunderstroke. That being said, if you have the sockets and the Thunderstroke, it still comes out about a facet ahead. So take that as you will. Now, because of relative power compared to the strongest builds, it actually went down a little bit in power, despite the increase in power from the facet. So it's still one of the strongest builds in the game, though. I think Lightning Fury is literally like the 11th or 12th strongest late game solo mapper. So, yeah, definitely check this one out. Kind of like with the Barb, though, no S tier mappers anymore. They've been kind of brought out of the S tier either by becoming somewhat comparatively weaker. It used to have Lightning Fury S- last season, I think. So, but there's no blue here, but it's close. That doesn't mean that Zon is weak, though, at mapping. Absolutely not. You'll notice it has 3 very solid A tier builds. So, very strong fast builds. Lots of very fast builds. Plague Javelin's also very close. It was also there last season as well. Also brought out by being a little comparatively slower. So, just a little bit. Yeah, no. Lightning Fury is insanely strong. So, and it might not be the most popular build this season. I played it. This is what I played last season on my hardcore 99s on. And yeah, it does dungeons insanely well, it does group maps insanely well, it does solo maps insanely well. It eviscerates monsters and it feeds off of density, making it even stronger. Now, I'd say Lightning Strike is the budget approach. Lightning Fury is not budget. You need a lot of facets and damage for it to start feeling good, though. You need a lot of plus skills. I don't think this is a budget build. But once I got it powerful enough, it started feeling amazing. That being said, lower tier maps, it feels just fine. It's just, you know, I don't know. I think there's a case to be made that it's a little more budget than I initially thought last season. I'll give it a 1 check mark because when I played it, it wasn't that bad without crazy gear, but it's not like a Nova situation, but it's still kind of. No, I would definitely start like Lightning Strike in Arcane, or it would start Decoy or Valkyrie or Summons on of some kind, probably. You'll see that I definitely recommend Summon or Lightning Strike or Cold Arrow as the top approaches here. So yeah, for sure. Obviously, we haven't gotten to that list yet. I'll do a brief overview of some of those lists, though, and kind of explain where they're at and kind of why. So we'll get to those lists, though. Definitely going to get to them. It's the plan. For hardcore, I think Decoy is insanely safe. That's definitely... Summon is just really safe and strong in general in PD2 of any kind. Lightning Sword gonna be expensive AF this season. Maybe. You know, while it's possible that it will be, I actually think it might not be, and here's why. Because a lot of players don't play enough to get a Lightning Sword powerful enough to where they want to make one of these. Does that make sense? They're not getting enough wealth to actually create one of these. These tend to be a little more on the expensive side. You know, you got a 1 shite mark and an X here. Not only that, but I don't know. Maybe they will be expensive. I mean, it's grinds, bro. It's grinds. Well, particularly for Nova, but grinds. I definitely think there's a potential for them to be more expensive than normal just because they're very powerful this season, but they'll at least, I mean, I don't know. Last season you might have been able to buy Lightning GCs for free or something, so maybe not this season. You're gonna have to trade them out for them for the planes. I'm kind of planning to start Lightning Chain and Farm Arcane. Yeah. You know, I'm wondering if Charge Bolt can actually compete with Lightning Chain Lightning early game. I want people to test that for me in Arcane and let me know which is better, actually. I don't get any early game testing in the beta because I have so much late game testing that I want to do and do for the stream and for the content. But I'd love to see someone figure that out, though. Anyway, lots of questions in the chat. I'm actually really enjoying answering them, but we will continue, though. So Lightning Fury, very powerful. Lightning Strike, definitely a lot more powerful in lower tier maps and in LOD content, and starts to fall off in the late game. It's also better as a bossing approach for clearing the minions. So Lightning Strike has its uses. It's just it's clear what there's a very clear winner in the end game though. Yeah, between Lightning Strike and Fury. It's not even close. And it's pretty similar gear too, so. You did pre-25 CB and it destroyed on a P1 walkthrough. Yeah, I definitely think Charge Bolt should be explored as a possible arcane farmer as well. I'd be actually kind of interested to see if it's stronger than Chain Lightning, for instance. At least early game. I don't know. Let me know, guys. Let me know. All right. You know, I admit when I want to know something, and I would love empirical data on it. All right. Let's go. So we got Charge Strike. So Power Strike does fortify maps. It's one of the strongest Lucian killers, though. So that was really cool last season. And so that's kind of its place in the game. Like I said, almost every skill has a very strong use case in Project Diablo 2 at this point, except for things like Chain Lightning Sentry. Yeah, I don't really understand what's up with that. Maybe I just don't understand. I don't know. Anyway, so we have Charge Strike. So Charge Strike is a mapping ability now, so it made it to the list. Charge Strike now pierces with the Charge Bolts, just like Charge Bolt does. It is a little slow, though, and it performs a little bit better in fortified maps because the single target and the shotgun spread. So it's got like this spread and pierce, and it's got like a shotgun ability as well, so they actually combined both of them by the end of the beta. And it's looks pretty solid. It's just not insane at mapping. I think it's gonna be way more insane at bossing. I actually think it's possible that because Charge Strike pierces, that you might even see more Charge Strike Amazons than Power Strike Zons this time. At least for Lucian. Should be interesting to see, actually. I'm actually curious to see that. Plague Javelin. Plague Javelin is unchanged, a little bit of reduction in tier due to relative strength versus its pure builds, which is all the builds. Jab. Jab got a buff. Jab got frame increase, which they stuck with, and it feels amazing. And the Zere's Resolve Spear, which uses Joust, got a big buff too. So Jab is actually way better tier this season for mapping. But you got to use a two-hand now. Zere's Resolve is kind of just best in slot period now for either Jab or Fend because of the buff. And because it's got the Joust and everything. Like, it's definitely the Jousting Spear, and that's how you map. It's effective. It's very effective stuff. The fact that we're getting into the D and C tier with skills that feel incredibly clunky in the original game is pretty sick, actually. And they clear fortified maps very well. No, it's the Joust Spear. It's the Joust Spear. It's the Joust Spear. The ES Spear is the Odyssean's Awakening, which you could also use on an Amazon, but I think that's probably more of a defensive thing. and you'd have to run up to monsters with high, faster run walk, which would probably involve you using like a Vigor or Act 1 mercenary instead of an Act 5 mercenary for more physical res monster debuffs. So there's a pretty big trade-off there, but you could definitely do it. Oh yeah, and see, Jab's always been good at killing bosses and uber bosses, but it might be even better this season. Unfortunately, guys, I have bad news about Fen though. So before we move on to the bow and crossbow tree, um, we do have to note that Fend did not get its change through. So you guys saw that Fend got its attack speed buffed. They ended up reverting it, which tells me that they couldn't fix the bugged attack speed in time for the next season. It's probably a pretty complicated bug because it's like reaching like negative attack frames essentially. And so we couldn't keep the current one. So I did retest it and got slightly improved numbers due to Zeri's resolve, but that's about it. Yeah. All right, so on this next one though, got pretty impactful changes though. So multi-shot, multiple shot, whatever you want to call it, did lose some damage, just base damage. Crossbows lost -5 physical res. Penetrate gained up to 10 physical res though, if you max it out. 2 per hard point, or 1 per every 2 hard points. Sorry. And then we have we also have big buffs to bows just in general, getting more just overall damage. So things like Wind Force and particularly matriarchal bows getting a 30% damage increase, 20% on all normal bows. So there's a pretty complicated pretty complicated like cornucopia of like buffs and nerfs going on here. So what we had to do in the beta is just we had to test different bows on these builds again, multi-shot and the strafe. And in different situations, like Demon Machine on strafe being better in high, like non-fortified maps and like cows where there's high density. You know, we had to like check out different types of bows, all kinds of stuff. And what we found out was that it appears, even with all the changes, Bariza, after all the changes, I did a retest. We did some retests. And DM Machine and Bariza and just crafted expos in general are winning out on strafe. Demon Machine, particularly in a non-fortified or a cow scenario. In a fortified scenario, which were better, like damage or number-wise overall. Even with, oh yeah, that's right, Bariza was also, I think, directly nerfed as well, like the damage slightly. Anyway, it doesn't matter because they're still hitting more damage. And with the attack speed frames being good enough on strafe and whatnot, the crossbows were better. And on multi-shot, the bows and the wind force was better. That's different. Last season, the expos were also better on multi-shot. So I think this is actually a good point of balance now where where standard bows are actually beating crossbows on multi-shot. So in the last closed beta test, I think that's where we're at. And multiple shot feels a lot better. The tier isn't really increasing all that much with all the extra damage on it. But I think at the end of the day, that's just because you have to stand and fire, and Amazon doesn't have insane mobility. And I think that's in general why perhaps we're lacking a bit of an S tier representative here. It's because Amazon's, like you even see on the Ultimate Farming Guide here, you can see even early game, their mobility class is low. And mobility is a huge component to effective and super fast late game mapping. So yeah, so while it's really fun to play these builds and they clear insanely fast still, they're not quite insane S clear speed, so they're not like absolutely bonkers, but they're still very fast. And then one thing I gotta know is that Strafe this season also got very specific buffs. So they fixed the desync on it. It's fixed completely, which is incredible. And then, mind you, they fixed a bug that made you only be doing 75% weapon damage. So it does way more damage now. And you can feel it. The damage on Strafe is insane. Like, it's like one-shotting 4 to 5 maps easily. And it's easy to move on now when you're not constantly desyncing. Strafe feels amazing. It looks way more amazing this season. I made a video on this one. This one was definitely one of my highlighted builds. I definitely encourage you guys to check that out. It was a lot of fun. It was crazy. Yeah, I had a lot of fun playing that. That was very good. Anyway, yeah, Strafe is like one of my favorite builds too from like LOD, so I think it's really cool to see Strafe be in such a great condition in this mod. It's crazy. At the beginning, bows and X-bows existed in balance until the Fire Nation attack. Well, they are in balance now. Last season, they weren't. So what happened last season is they just did a huge across-the-board attack speed buff on crossbows. I think you guys remember that. And that's where they're still at attack speed-wise, which is why they're so competitive. But the thing is like, because of the -10 fizz res on them also, that made them just way and beyond better than bows. And that made Wind Force particularly, given like the double buff that Wind Force specifically has got this season. And last season, Wind Force is just like worthless. Like it's probably worth like one World Stone shard for a 6-socket Wind Force or something. I'm pretty sure it was that bad. Almost. Maybe not quite, but I think you guys get the idea. This season it should be quite a bit different. Because multi-shot is so fun, and because B tier is high and it's fast, plenty fast enough, and it's probably A tier, and tier 1 maps no problem, because it just probably insta one-shots everything. You had 3 6-socketed Wind Forces last season and never sold them. Now that's tragic, man. 6 to get such good RNG on a weapon that was totally worthless last season. That's sad. Yeah, well I think they fixed that this season is all I got to tell you guys. From testing they fixed it, and Wind Force is outperforming X-bows a multiple shot no problem now. So I think they might be in a good place now overall. But yeah. Anyway, Freezing Arrow. Yeah, I had them for a goal. I don't know, man. Might have been a bit ambitious last season. But yeah. Anyway, Freezing Arrow is where it was before. Freezing Arrow I always see as more of a at this point like either an ultra safe mapper or a group mapper because you freeze everything in front of you. So Freezing Arrow has its uses. It can also be used for like declone ads or something, but I think those are cannot be. No, wait, never mind. I think those are cannot be frozen. Never mind. No, it's too bad. There's too many uses where you probably could or should be able to use it, but it's significantly overshadowed, of course, by the Cold and Fire Arrow, though. And Cold Arrow performing quite a bit better due to the gear options and otherwise. Just to let you guys know, one thing people have mentioned, like the Nightwings nerf, that didn't really impact the Cold builds at all, even with retesting. So yeah, no impact on pretty much all these builds. They're all very strong. No problem. Oh, we got a new skill here. So they made Exploding Arrow unique and they buffed it. I wouldn't say it's like buffed enough to use it over other things, but it could be particularly useful For a longer range approach, maybe for bossing. We'll see what we'll see if someone ends up making a effective use on this. But damage wise, like, it's getting overshadowed by Fire Arrow big time. And I actually tested this back-to-back comparison in the beta itself, so yeah, I was able to see it. It's pretty stark. But that being said, Exploding Arrow does better against fortified maps, having a bit less AoE, and yeah. People see 5% nerf and don't understand. Well, the reason why is let's propose a scenario, Waka Nerd. So let's say you nerf a build by 5% damage, right? But you're already one-shotting everything in the map. And with the 5% nerf, you're still one-shotting everything. And it's like, oh, well, that didn't change it much. Not really. Or let's say, I mean, sometimes it could. It could be the difference between not one-shotting them or one-shotting them. But that's why you have to test it usually, right? But it could also be 5% buffs could be the same way, like with Double Throw, right? You know, you give it 5% more damage, and it's like, you know, it's not going to be much because mechanically it's still hitting the same number of monsters and it's still killing them. So that's why I always harp on the fact that, like, mechanics changes that change the build by like 50, 100%, 200% in terms of how effective a build can be. Those are the changes that are actually really impactful. Like Blade Fury getting like 300% more AoE, that matters. Getting whatchamacallit? See another good example besides Blade Fury this season. Charge Bolt, piercing. That's like a 400, 500% like change. Those kinds of changes are the most impactful, period. Hands down. Double Throw, I think for the most part, I'd still go Lacerator plus a very high damage weapon. But there are reasons to think, particularly for lower tier maps, where you could go like Atmos and then you could justify going like I don't know, like 2 very high damage weapons, so it kind of depends. You kind of really need that high level insta amp though for higher maps though. Anyway, let's move on in the zone. So this season, something interesting happened. We ended up kind of changing the classification of our passive builds here. And that's because of the changes they made to Ebonbane and Loyalty. So Ebonbane, no, I didn't talk about Magic Arrow, by the way. Magic Arrow is still fine. Ebonbane uses it really well as well. It's still decent. I don't know. It's not crazy. I think what gates this the most is probably AoE still. Anyway, in terms of like if it was to be even more powerful. But yeah, see, decent, effective, very good. All right, passive and magic trees. So we have big buffs to Ebonbane, and then we have a new rune word called Loyalty. All right, Loyalty, in my opinion, actually makes a pure decoy summon feel solid. Even without crazy amounts of FCR corruptions, but with crazy amounts of FCR corruptions, I don't know. Maybe it's like one of those 150. I don't know what that frame is on the Amazon, like 158 FCR Amazons. I love to see someone try that. I think that would actually be really good because it could even bring it up to the C tier with enough testing. But I think, oh yeah, I already gave those handicaps anyway because of that, so that's very possible. They're just slower, but they're super strong, super reliable. Can be played super budget, can kill Ubers even early game, even though this is for the mapping tier list, so you guys get the idea. Loyalty has 60 faster cast rate though, and it's pretty high damage bow, so you can use that plus strafe and you can get the amp procs, and then you can just cast the decoys, and you can keep casting decoys super fast, and they're pretty solid. But it is a little slow compared to the top approaches, absolutely. And then instead of like summons on being a combination of Valkyrie, strafe, and decoy, I'd prefer probably just using Valkyries and strafe on the Ebonbane version. So there's like the summon Amazon, at least for mapping, appears to have bifurcated into a decoy summoner and a Valkyrie strafe summoner. Of course, the decoy summon could also use a strafe to some degree, but it's not as dominant. So there seems to be like two solid approaches there, but they're actually solid, distinct approaches. I think that's cool. All right, so Necromancer was probably the most boring class in terms of changes, period, this season. But boring is good if you're not the Paladin, because Paladin wasn't as boring, but all the Paladin mostly incurred was nerfs. So, I mean, and by the end of it, that's pretty much all it incurred, except for Dual Dreams, which we'll talk about. But just be lucky, you're not the Paladin and having the wrong kind of fun, right? The Necromancer didn't really have anything happen, though. That's the thing. It got some mechanical adjustments that affect things like Wrathmage kills, like line of sight casting, which is important. That being said, oh no, Paladin's not the weakest. Well, I mean, arguably it's tied, but see, last season it was like second though. Like the Paladin jumps around sometimes, but we'll talk about it though. Oh, Poison Strike is nuts. Yeah, I mean, I would argue it's been a top 10 build for a few seasons now. It's just you get max FCR on it. You get the innocence plus whatchamacallit, the overseer skull. Whatever that stupid shield is, but anyway, the one that casts bone armor upon getting struck. For some reason I can't think of the name right now. But you use that, or you go bone flame plus like bramble, and then you go a little bit less tanky, but the bone flame makes you tanky as well. Martyrdom, yeah, that's the one. And you just jump from pack to pack, and it has such amazing AoE, and you just go jump, stab, jump, stab, jump, stab, and it kills the whole pack. It's insanely fast and effective. I think it's a lot faster and a lot more effective because it has a lot more damage than Poison Nova, even though Nova has a bit more AoE. That's kind of where we're at the moment. Poison Strike taken over, but once again, no changes this season, so also not incredibly interesting. Teeth, some changes to early game scaling. I think the most interesting thing for Teeth is that Teeth should be more dominant on an early game Necromancer, particularly once you get full trains. It's going to be like such an easy chaos farm. It's going to be crazy. In terms of like late game mapping, unchanged, same thing with Bone Spear. I think these builds though are actually nuts though in like tier 1 maps though. Like they'll go even harder. And Bone Spear of course pierces, whereas Teeth does not. So yeah, I'd watch out for these builds. And they did get some tiny synergy buffs and whatnot. So which could make them also effective for Uber bosses. I think one of the reasons they buffed the synergies on Bone Spear and Bone Spirit while also decreasing declone magic res and whatnot is because they actually want to make these builds solid for like killing declone and whatnot. I think magic builds in general aren't used enough against the pinnacle bosses, so I think they want to try to change that a bit. Your Doom Shattered Wall Holy Free. Yeah, the one I had on my yeah, the one I showcased last season. I actually showcased the native one this season because it's better with the sacrifice change, which we'll get to. But yeah. Anyway, Teeth Bone Spear still will feel amazing, particularly when you get enough plus skills. And Corpse Explosion is unchanged. Still teleport around with max FCR, desecrate, blow, 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 desecrate, explode the whole screen, desecrate, explode the whole screen. Very fast, insanely powerful build. All right, and then we need to talk about this because this was actually the most hilarious thing I saw in the beta, period. I think I was dying, man. This is a this freaking killed me, man. This freaking killed me. So I don't know what I expected when I first ran this. My idea was just to get, Iron Maiden and or Amp. This is my initial idea. Get as many skills on Bone Wall as possible. It can't get auras, so just get as many skills. Get that attacker that takes damage up as high as possible. And I still thought if I did all that, it would take a while for it to kill things. But man, was I wrong. The fact that this is B tier is almost a meme in itself. I mean, think about how many monsters per minute you need to hit B tier. I mean, you're hitting a really solid clear speed here, at least for killing monsters. And mind you, it also had to have gotten numbers that weren't just cow level. If you think this is just like a cow level thing, like the stupid confused build I had on the tier list before, you're wrong. But it is more effective in cows, I'll give you that. It is kind of stupid. So what you do is you just jump around with infinite bone armor if you want. Once again, Innocence Martyrdom. And max skills. And you just teleport around with Blood Warp. No cooldown. Use Amp. Use Bone Wall. Teleport again. Use Amp. Use Bone Wall. Maybe use Prison if they're starting to get a little too close. But that's on a 5-second cooldown. And then the monsters will literally eviscerate themselves as you pass, as you teleport away. They're all attracted to the bone walls, first of all. They'll only hit you first if you're in the way. So they will kill all the bone walls. I didn't even use a mercenary because the mercenary really would just maybe distract the monsters from hitting the bone walls. And so all I did was I just cast the bone walls everywhere. And then I went back through the map, and I saw just all the cows dead. It was just a graveyard, and I'm like, wow. And you could see it. It kills the cows, like, in Blood Moon in 2 hits if they're amped. If they're not amped, it's like 3 or 4 hits. But Amp was the most effective, by the way, as well. And, yeah, I was kind of blown away. This is the Necromancer video I made this season, so check it out. It was the only like super significant change to the Necromancer this season, so that's why I made it. And you can see the mechanic for itself. I think this video has the most views out of all my stuff so far. So yeah, definitely check that out, and you'll be better for it. Maybe you won't. Maybe you'll hate your life. I don't know. Maybe you'll start having second thoughts upon viewing the video, but yeah. I think barely it has the most views at the moment, but other things might overtake it pretty soon from the new stuff I have this season. But yeah, no, it's titled "You Can Actually Clear Endgame Content with This." And by the way, it's not just maps. It's not just maps. Do you think Act 3 Light Merc static might help? It might actually. No, you got a good point. That might actually help. But it also might hurt. So, I don't know. Also, the Merc might not survive along with you. You might have to make it really tanky. You should test it with that though. No, it's true. I think the main problem though is, well, I don't know. It might not survive. I don't know. You'll have to try it out. You'll have to try it out. Strafe Pally is on there. It is. It's right here. Yep. We haven't gotten to the Paladin yet though. We're getting there pretty fast though. Anyway, Bonewall is on here because it is, for the first time, dealing damage. They want to make it actually usable. I thought it would just be a meme that wouldn't do any damage, but man, when it was shredding monsters, man, that's some serious barbed wire, man. You gotta watch the video, man. That's crazy. And get this. This might be the safest yet effective Uber Ancients ever too. You trap Maddock with prison and then just start surrounding them with walls. Maddock kills himself with his throwing weapons, and you amp him too. You amp him, and then mind you, you could also use Battle Cry off your CTA, so you lower his Fizz res even more. And he just shreds himself. Iron Maiden, I wish Iron Maiden was more effective, but you guys should do different tests like Confuse, Iron Maiden, Static Field. You never know. They might make it even more effective. But I don't know. Probably not, because they were dying anyway, one way or the other. You want to move on after casting the Amp and the Bone Wall, so I doubt it. No, yeah, Uber Ancients are getting shredded by Bone Wall. Bone Wall made a joke out of them. They killed themselves. They all died. You should watch the video once again. It's hilarious. All three just toasted. It's crazy. Let's see. I don't think Confuse does. I think Confuse is gonna make them attack each other more than the walls. The walls attract the monsters anyway, so the monsters are already attracted to attacking the walls. And it might be better solo because, yeah. Right. Alright, anyway, so, guys, let's see. We've got Elemental Summoner. Elemental Summoner, Pure Revive, Green Goblin. Not a lot of changes. Some of the, you might think the crossbow nerfs hurt Demon Machine. It didn't. I retested this. It was still hitting the same numbers. So, no change on the Green Goblin. If you want a Green Goblin Summoner and kill things with your Mercenary, that is still a perfectly valid approach. Max out that Mercenary damage, Demon Machine, Max Pierce, all that shit. And then go Physical Skellies just for helping damage and go Max Amp. Totally valid. It's practically unchanged, so don't worry about any of the crossbow nerfs hurting this. Physical Skelly Summon was not retested, but there's no changes. It's just a little slow, but super effective. Fire Golems, solid approach, not insanely fast. If they gave it its crazy AoE back, though, it might be insanely fast, though. Lightkeeper, thank you so much for the Prime chat. Thank you so much, guys, for the support today overall. Thank you so much for the Primes. You guys are beast. Alright, and then Passive Boner wouldn't be affected too much, but maybe slightly by the changes. I didn't retest it, but I adjusted it slightly up just in case. Dark Pact did get retested, though. Dark Pact is about the same, just adjusted down due to relative positioning compared to other builds in the list. Bell curves can be brutal, man. That's how it goes. You'll see some small down adjustments because of that. Plague Golems are still absolutely awful for tier 3 mapping. but amazing for things like Travancore, so use them early on in LOD content. And then all these different summoners in general are very strong approaches to still, and they're unchanged. However, one thing I will note is that there is a new shield which allows you to cast additional revives. I didn't test this. I did boost the tier of this build slightly because of it, because it's not like you aren't getting enough revives as it is, but it is possible getting even more revives is making it more effective at things like killing Uber bosses, maybe even Pinnacle bosses. Where I think that new shield might be interesting is to see how it affects playing a build that either can't easily skill revive, or playing a build that already has revive and then allowing you to kill or to shield so much more effectively against a boss. So I don't know. You guys should definitely test that shield a bit, because I don't 100% know what it could be used for, but I have theories about how it could like improve various maybe pinnacle bossing approaches on a necromancer, and that's about it. So if yep, Dark Pact still looking good. One thing to note about Dark Pact is, while you can go the high plus skill approach, which is really good, I think the fastest approach just for clearing maps, because you don't need insane damage unless you're grouping, is to use a curse on cast approach on yourself, and also have the mercenary cast curses as fast as possible. That way you only have to cast one curse in Dark Pact, and you'll be killing monsters very fast. As you can see, it's on the edge of being an insanely fast build, and it still is. I think the main problem is probably the fact that it's a little inconsistent damage-wise because of the mercenary and your own brand. I like the Obsession build probably the best out of all of them, but I've definitely tested a ton of different ones, including the standard just plus skill setup on both the weapon and the shield. And it depends. It depends. Either way, it can do huge damage or slightly less damage and perform that way. But there's a lot of things going on. And this is wearing brand on a necromancer and skilling the synergies and using innocence. It's a lot of fun. Passive boner. You just jump into the middle of monsters with really high bone armor and high res with a bow equipped, and you kill them all just by teleporting directly into them with blood warp on purpose, and killing them all with bone spears. With the bone spear buff, you should see a bit of a buff on this one. Was not quite retested, but I gave it a handicap just to adjust for the fact it did get a small synergy buff, so it's possible it could be a bit more effective. No harm in giving it a third of a tier boost for that. I don't think that's not justified. Alright, and last but not least, for the late game mapping tier list, we've got the Paladin. Now, everyone knows the late game mapping tier list is always fun. We're 3 hours and 30 minutes into this video. I already knew it was going to be like this. The rest of the video isn't going to be nearly as long. I already introduced and gave a tour and overview of the ultimate farming guide, the data sheet, which is what creates the tier list. What we're going to do, though, after this is go over some of these other lists briefly and talk about why certain things might be positioned above other things, and just kind of just show them off. The bossing lists, I definitely recommend, remember, if you want the other parts of the infographic that aren't just the late game mapping tier list, remember to use the right scroll bar to go all the way to the right. You can even get information on map tiers and immunities in case you don't have it built into your loot filter, or in case you want to know how they're changing per season. Not a lot of changes this season. I don't know what the new immunities for these two maps are yet, though, so we'll have to fix that. But anyway, we'll do a brief overview of some of this other stuff, and then We'll do an FAQ at the end. When all is said and done, the video this season should be about 5 hours. So that's kind of already expected that though. Oof, oof, oof. I'm pretty tired, not gonna lie. What is he doing? What is that in the chat? Okay, interesting. The stream is 4 hours and 19 minutes, but the recording of the video is like 3.5 at the moment. All right, so Paladin builds. Paladin did get a lot of changes, but unfortunately, most of them were nerfs this season. However, the Shadow Overpowered build, and by Shadow I mean like this thing is dusted in the basement. You know, it's like that one meme where everyone's playing with the sacrifice paladin, you know, the kid that's above the surface of the pool, and then the other one's kind of like drowning a little bit, but it's still being played. That was Vengeance last season. And then you've got like Blessed Hammerden sitting at the bottom of the pool, drowned in a skeleton. Well, what's interesting about this one is this build, I'm not joking, guys. This build is still like a top 20 build overall in the game for mapping, and mind you, almost nobody plays it. You want cheap gear? Let me tell you, guys. You want an insane build that is like literally arguably the fastest cower in the game, like just by numbers. You want something that also performs incredibly well in high density scenarios overall. Takes almost no damage, has crazy survivability and sustain. With Redemption, they can't buff this build more than this. They did for the last time last season, I think, and it's just you can't even buff it more. It's so crazy powerful. It could, I think, with the magic res nerfs, I think it even crushes some of the pinnacle bosses now. I'd love to see some hammered in runs against like Lucian or Rathma or like Declone or something. I bet it's gonna be really strong. It's super, super underrated. I'd love to see all the different ways that this build is pretty, because this is crazy build. Yeah, I think that's the thing is like people played the death out of hammers in the original game, and even if it was the best build in the game, no one would want to play it. And even then, the only reason it's not the best mapper is because the circular nature of the hammer's trajectory for the most part. It's not like an instantaneous kill. You kind of have to jump in. But for cows, it's like one of the best MPM builds, period, though. Like, it's nuts how fast it kills them. It's instantaneous, and you just jump in with Enigma and act. Oh my god, it's crazy. And you get like double hammer procs. It's just, oh man, it's out of control. Max FCR. I mean, I have a build. I have a demo on this. I think I have a guide on this from last season. If you guys want to know how powerful this is, definitely check it out. I think we briefly touched on Fist of the Heavens and Holy Bolt. Even with a small synergy buff to Fist of the Heavens, late game mapping is going to be kind of balls on it. It just doesn't do enough damage. The bolts, particularly considering magic res on monsters, it's just... it's a lot more effective maybe in tier 1 maps, and obviously these are way more effective in LOD. Once you start mapping with Holy Bolt and Fist of the Heavens, it's mainly as like a healing slash damage ability, so you can use Conviction. You can be a Conviction bot for your team. That's what it is. It is a team build. Fist of the Heavens has a lot of application. You can even see that here as being a top dungeon buddy. It's got an application as a potential Uber boss kill. Is it a great mapper though? No, not really. Solo mapper, it's pretty terrible. That being said, it is a mapper and you can do it. It's just very slow, and that's all you have to know about it. It's slow. Yeah, outdated. Hammer should spin in a triangle for the Triforce. There you go. And they should instantly eviscerate anything in the middle of the triangle. Just vaporize it. Why not? Yeah, yeah, for sure. Okay, you can also use the Akarat's proc though to proc sacrifice using on strike and innocence. That's also still a thing. But I'm gonna tell you something. The proc version is a shadow of the hammered end. I think people like it because it's easy to play and it creates more AoE for the procking method. But like, trust me when I say that the real hammered end is nasty if you get the plus skills and the FCR on it. Hammer should bounce off walls like Blade Fury. You know what? Maybe that'll get people to actually play it. No, let it bounce off monsters too. Just like Blade Fury. Alright, no changes to physical zeal 1 or 2H to speak of. If anything, maybe a small nerf to grandfather top end damage, considering the holy sword ability, but it's pretty minor stuff. Really insignificant in the long run when you think about it. They're all decent builds though, pretty solid. Um, you still got some really cool proc builds. Considering Principle is buffed, this one is buffed a little bit, but since it's a proc build, it's still kind of janky. Physical charge, a little bit of a nerf. Not much though, kind of nerfed its base damage a bit. I imagine that's probably to address how strong it is against Uber bosses, but I don't know. Didn't really seem to affect mapping all that much. Vengeance. Alright, so let's talk about Vengeance. Vengeance is interesting. So Vengeance might be the strongest Paladin build this season. I think Sacrifice may have been nerfed enough to either be on par with it because it's within the margin of error now, or it is right, or it's a little bit stronger. Based on my testing, it is a little bit stronger, but once again, it's kind of within the margin of error. So, take it as it is. It's kind of hard to tell. Still better to get the Joust cooldown and something like Famine or Azarath on Vengeance. Vengeance is nasty. It got nerfed a tiny bit. You need more plus skills to chain. Chain distance is nerfed a tiny bit, but it's still like flattening huge groups of mobs. And it's just doing it instantly. They just instantly die. It's the touch of death is what I call it. Like you think rabies kills a whole pack fast. This is like, it's like a Thanos snap. It's like crazy. Thanos snaps. Boom. It's dead. Easy. S tier build, still. Even with the nerf. And it's firmly in the top 10 now. So, yeah. No joke. Vengeance Paladin has a lot more potential than what's even shown in the beta, which is why I gave it a bit of a boost as well. Because you just get way higher damage. So yeah, it's nasty. It's one of the strongest builds in the game, depending, no matter how you classify it. So it's really good, retested, super strong still. I have a video of it from last season. If you want to see how new Vengeance kind of looks like in general. But yeah, you might need a little bit more combat GCs now though, so it's a little tougher. It's kind of like how you need more points into Sacrifice to make it work the same. That being said, Sacrifice will be strong in maps still, using any version of it. The native aura Holy Freeze Sacrifice seems to be winning no matter what now though. And the reason I can say that is that now you need 30 skills into the Sacrifice skill itself in this season. They did that, I think, to make you actually have to invest in Sacrifice to make it have max area of effect. This was to nerf the elemental sacrifice approaches That being said, native aura still has an aura that's powerful enough, not Doom Shattered Wall, but using it on yourself to where like you can lose plus skills and then have level 30 sacrifice for max area of effect, and you can still be basically maybe not as strong as last season, but still incredibly strong. So we're talking, yeah, I got nerfs, but it's still extremely strong. Maybe it's still in the top 10 within margin of error, and that's kind of how it is. It's very powerful. Vengeance and Sacrifice still kind of jostling for control of the ultimate Paladin builds. That being said, the charges are not far behind, and Blessed Hammer is the secret OP. You can trust me, man. Like, boy, is that build wild, damage-wise. There is a secret OP for sure. I wonder when we'll see more Hammertons, if ever. I think the burnout is now permanent from LOD. It's just permanent. I'll never get it again. Anyway, I should remark on Holy Shock Charge. So the level 14 dual dreams did make it strong enough to gain 2/3 of its tier, and I think it's the only build that gained actually on the Paladin this season. And then we tested which was the best approach and only tiered the best approach for all of these, by the way, for the most part. We did show multiple elements on charge just because different items are buffed separately, so I thought it would still be useful to see the tiers on them. Holy Freeze Charge and Holy Fire Charge are all like neck and neck within margin of error. So you could play them all and have very similar effectiveness. One thing that's sad though is they did re-nerf Hand of Justice Holy Fire Aura at the very end, which I did retest, and it did bring it down again. Without that, it would have been S tier, and it would arguably have been the strongest Paladin build. So they those two Holy Fire Aura levels are pretty huge on the item-based version. So yeah, but they got rid of it. Probably because it would have been too strong against Ubers as well. Well, there's not a lot of S tiers, period, this season. That's just how the bell curve works this season. There are still a lot of really ultra strong builds. I think there's like 10 S tiers, but there's like, there's like 20 A tiers though, almost. So that's really cool. The S tiers tend to be more expensive, but that's not always the case. In the case of Course Explosion and Poison Strike, though, that is true. Same thing with Nova and Charge Bolt. One could argue Rabies is way too cheap for an S tier. Maybe Phoenix Strike is still too. But yeah, overall though, pretty insane. We tested Sanctuary Charge with Redeemer and Cloud Crack. It's still hitting about the same as well. Not a lot of like huge changes, just some item changes in some of these and some retests. Thorn's Sacrifice was kind of a troll approach we tested last season. It still works just how it would this season, no changes. If you want to play some kind of masochist build, there you go. But you know, it's strangely effective. Thorns actually does damage as of, I think, season 9 or 10 or whatever it was. So Thorns is actually viable. It's just not crazy fast or anything. It's a meme. But since it's a unique meme and it's a unique approach, I have it listed there. And then you have Principal Strafe. A lot of people have been talking about Principal Strafe. I think it looks cooler than it's actually strong, which is interesting. The thing about Bow Paladin is that the frames aren't particularly incredible. You don't have any block or anything either, so you take a lot of damage. I've tested this on other versions of the Bow Paladin as well. And of course you have limited range. It does anything it hits though, with the new 75% chance to proc level 25 Holy Bolt, just gets eviscerated. You get max points into it's just gone. It just gets holy water just crucified. Like, it's gone. You get so many procs with the level 25 Holy Bolt, and when you have it max synergized on your skills, you get max synergies for it, and you hit those attack speed breakpoints and everything for strafe. It feels really good. It's just a little slow, but it's like one-shotting any of the monsters it comes across though, because it's proccing such powerful Holy Bolt over and over. Um, I think the main problem for it being like an insane map build is definitely the fact that it moves so slowly. Um, I mean, you can use charge to move a bit quicker, but that doesn't necessarily make it fast enough. And I think it's because you're like stuck in place with strafe, and strafe is the only skill that can proc it fast enough. So strafe kind of really gates how fast this build can move through a map. But it was clearing tier 3s very comfortably and very easily. I thought it was safe too, so long as you stood far enough back. Um, so yeah, it's a fun build, and it's definitely a fun approach this season. Definitely play that awesome meme build. I had some fun playing it. It was good playing it on stream. What happened to Blade Fury to make it nuts? It bounces off everything. Watch the video. I have a video. Let's see. Here you go. Season 11 Blade Fury Sin. Or no, Season 11, sorry, Blade Fury. There you go. Yep. Video will give you all the information you need. Remember to check out I got so many crazy relevant Season 10, Season 11, even some Season 8 ones you can check out on my YouTube that are still perfectly relevant for all kinds of ultra strong builds this season, and you can learn how to play them. It's an A+ video. Thank you, man. Good stuff. I think it shows it off in a very, very positive light, as it should. Well, strafe. I think the problem is multi-shot is more limited by the range of the ability at this point, kind of like Cold Arrow and Fire Arrow are as well to some extent. Um, that being said, strafe is such an amazing ability. You gotta watch the video on strafe, man. You'll want to play strafe for the first time. If you never thought it was that interesting, like it feels really good. And with Demon Machine, you're playing multi-shot as well. So I mean, you've got some amazing options. Anyway, lots of good commentary in the chat. Awesome guys. Well, we made it through my review of all these different builds after testing in season 11, and after season 10 testing, just reviewing where everything's currently at. So now you guys have the state of the nation for the new season, and hopefully that inspires some of you guys to make some awesome builds this season, or to make even meme-like variations of these builds that use procs. Just let me know what you guys do, you know. Lots of fun stuff. Yeah, absolutely. And this is great. I like doing this. I wouldn't do it if I didn't like doing this, but your guys' support makes it so much easier to justify it, let me tell you. Anyway, solo mapping top 10. So let's just talk about where everything's at. You know, Novas very frequently make it into the top 10. This is not a new thing. That's because they're very expensive builds in the endgame to make them effective in the endgame without feeling like crap. Either from dying too easily or not dealing enough damage. You need really good builds. And where Sorceress is at this season, I think Reddit was complaining like crazy about Sorceress, so they buffed some things, and I talked about that already. And now Sorceress at the pinnacle of power is truly insane. But the thing is it doesn't come easy. Sorceress, you gotta get some insane gear. Otherwise, in mapping, it's actually going to feel maybe a bit subpar. So that's always a caveat about the Sorceress. But when you get the gear, and trust me, I tested it on beta. It is, I have videos of, you can check out the Nova and the Charge Bolt one especially. You can see just how nuts a Sorceress can really get. It can feel, I don't know, feel like you're playing a different game almost. Maybe PoE 1. I'm just kidding. I really want to take a moment to thank you for everything you did. Absolutely. Hey, thank you, man. You know, thank you for all of you guys' awesome support as well. But we are not done with the video yet, though. Not done. Anyway, Poison Strike might not be at the very top anymore, comparatively, but man, is it still an insane build. Necromancer has some bonkers mapping builds. Absolutely has some crazy mapping builds. So definitely check those out. Vengeance is definitely up there. I think it was a contender for top 10 last season. I'm putting it in there this season. It's really cool to see a build that unique in the top 10. That's really cool. And then we have those Druid Shadow OPs still making waves. Absolutely. Not, just low key, incognito, just they're not making waves this season, nothing changing about them, but they're still incredibly powerful just by numbers. And some were retested. We, of course, have Phoenix Strike as well, being the crazy AoE martial skill that's still absolutely crushing face. And overall, this is what the numbers bear out for the top 10. So there you have it. We talked about the movement of pretty much all of these builds at some point when I was going over the tier list. So here you have it. A lot of people want to know what changed the most due to the patch and due to the season patches that came through. This will always give you an idea of how that's working. So if you ever wanted to play any of these builds but maybe felt like they were too weak, particularly last season, this is where they were last season, this is where they are now. Or maybe you missed out on playing them last season and they're not as strong anymore, so maybe you shouldn't bother. I don't know. But they're still very strong. I mean, that's the thing, right? You have a lot of scenarios like this. Also, that's freaking weird. So yeah, let me know what you guys think, of course, there. This is for mapping Valdor, not bossing. Berserk is the strongest bossing build. So, yeah. Once again, this is the late game mapping tier list. I swear people are still gonna think this applies to everything. It doesn't. Scroll over. Starter builds. Uber Tristram. These builds, well, look what's at the top of every barbarian bossing build. Berserk. Oh, what a surprise. There you go. It's on the top because I actually try to rank order it, even though it's a little fuzzy in there. I don't put too much emphasis on this rank ordering over here. It's very up to interpretation, and it also depends on the tier of the boss oftentimes. But I do gotta say, I don't get too in the weeds over here. It's kind of just gives you an idea. Blizzard, really? Yeah, dude. Blizzard's super strong. They crazy buff the AoE on this thing, and it does so much damage. It's crushing cows and it's crushing fortified maps. It's insane. It's actually really fun. You should try it out. I made a video on it so you can see how powerful it is. I really like the changes to Blizzard this season. Charge Bolt, Pierce is really crazy. Hydra just feels so much better, and it's actually pretty fast now. And then you got Blade Fury. Well, Blade Fury is just great. Nova, yeah. Well, Nova's back as long as you have the gear. Kind of A is a really low tier for how expensive it is. So yeah, I don't think Nova should ever be an A tier build. S minus at lowest, I think. And even then, probably that doesn't justify the gear expense, if I'm being perfectly honest. Mind Blast. Oh, baby. Multiple shadows. It feels. My blast feels really nice this season. Really good. But I actually already explained all these builds when I went over them, though, so you guys can just take a look at this for reference. It's a good reference list just to have some ideas of where the biggest changes are happening in the tier list due to changes on the patch. So you know how the season's affecting various builds and how they're being improved. Mostly buffed, but not entirely. So, yeah. By the way, these are the changes that cause the tier list to inflate, and then when a build doesn't get changed, it's what causes it to drop a third of a tier relative to the bell curve. So that's why you see a lot of builds on the tier list dropping like a third of a tier. It's because of this. It's because you'll notice like how many builds? See, 8 builds like went at least a tier higher, if not almost 3 tiers higher. Whole tiers, mind you. That's a lot. So this is what like shifts the bell curve, and this is why some builds get left behind a bit. Is what happens is they'll buff some things and then they'll just not buff other things, and then that's what happens. So in case you want to know statistically how that works, can we get a link to that? Exclamation S11 tier list. Exclamation ultimate farming guide. Guys, check all this stuff out. These guides are amazing. Very, very good stuff. We got ultimate starter guides. This is the power rankings. So I showed off the scores briefly that I arrived at in the datasheet and how I arrived at them with 3 criteria, which are their startings, their ability to be played as a starter versus other classes. A rank 1 will award it a score of 7, which is it's a scoring system on the spreadsheet. And a rank 7 will award it a score of 1 in each category. So there's starter, bossing, and mapping. And you can see their score on the data sheet if you want. But I add up the scores, and their total score is what ranks them on this list. You'll notice that the Druid is still number 1. The Sorceress is still up there. I would argue the Sorceress came back a little bit in general this season, but it's still up there just in general as a class this season. This is kind of just a fun list, really, though. It doesn't really impact gameplay much, but it's kind of just interesting to look at. But I do want to emphasize one thing. One, the scores are a lot closer than you would think they would be. Every class seems to have pretty solid strengths, and even the lowest ones are not that far away from the highest ones. So like overall, the balance is looking amazing even among classes. You're noticing that we have classes that are tied at the bottom here. That's just how close together the classes are. I do think the Assassin, Sorc, and Druid have pulled away overall as classes this season, though. They're just super solid in almost every domain of gameplay. And I think Assassin builds are going to be pretty expensive this season. Sorceress builds maybe too. Druid builds are always expensive, but it's because the Druid just has a lot of crazy stuff. I think the problem with Druid is that summon GCs will forever be worth a gold rune, particularly on hardcore Druid summon GCs, just because everyone's playing it. Can't get away with how powerful Druid is as a starter, as a bosser, and how many crazy map builds it has. Yeah, it's pretty nuts. But overall, like Assassin's definitely made huge gains this season, so I could definitely see Assassin being played a lot. Why is Hammered in only A? Because it's how many monsters per minute it kills. It's actually so if you only ranked it, let's say that I only scored, let's say the only grade or score it got, or 100% of the value of its tier was derived from Blood Moon, instead of being 1/3 of the overall score, which is I think a lot more fair. But let's say Blood Moon was 100% of the score. Look at that number. Hammered in 850. 840, sorry. 840 monsters killed per minute in the cow level. 139 density map. Over 700 adjusted for density. It's nuts. Not even Nova got that high. Alright. Hammered nuts in cows. Okay. If cows was the only criteria, Hammerden would be S+. But I'm going to tell you right now it's not. Because it can't be the only map. And the thing about other maps is they're a lot more linear, a lot less open. And one of the more open maps has magic immunes, which is Ashen Plains. So it's kind of lacking the ability to ultra excel at other maps. It's still clearing them very fast, just not as fast. And so it falls behind builds that are more consistent from map to map, like Nova. So there you have it. Good question, though. I like questions. Oh, is Valdor commenting based on like D2R? This is PD2, my man. We're we're not talking. We got a drunk chatter in the chat. He don't even know what's going on. Okay, hey, that's fine. I mean, it's getting pretty late in the day. Hey, it's fine, man. It's totally fine. I'm good with that. All right. And then we got the Dungeon Buddies, which are the Tier 3, Tier 4 top approaches for being effective. We already explained that when I did the tour of the entire resource collection I have here. Solo Dungeon Capable. This is all about having multiple sources of damage. I gotta say, Mind Blast is probably, well, I don't know. I mean, you can see I put it as number 4, but I didn't rank them according to strength necessarily. But if I had to say so, I think the new Mind Blast Psychic Hammer with the 3 shadows might be the best solo dungeon build, period. I'm going to go out and say that in this video and see what people think about that. I think the big issue, yeah, it already was good for solo dungeons. But with 3 shadows, so you get more tanks, more copies of Mind Blast. I think even things that might be a bit more conventional, like multi-element summon necro, and like revives and corpse explosion, might be falling behind it in terms of even safety. So I don't actually know, but if you like solo dungeoning, or I don't know, just let me know what you think about the effectiveness of Season 11 Mind Blast for that, because I don't know, that should be pretty freaking fire if you ask me. That should be fire. That's what I would think personally. Yeah, ever since last season though, the poison build stacking, by the way, allowing poison damage to stack between players, it's pretty sick. And then we already explained that these are the builds that are new on the tier list. There you go. So we got new builds. We got builds that changed the most tier-wise. And then we have the other key parts of the infographic. We got the immunities on the way in here. And of course, I list the new maps whenever possible, including Halls of Torture, which will start out having no immunities this season, which is pretty awesome. I don't know what the new immunities are going to be on the previous ones with no immunities, but we'll have to see. I'll fill that out. And then we got some very important lists. There's 5 lists here. Starter lineup, Ubers, Declone, recommended Wrathman killers, recommended Lucian killers, recommended starter builds. So everyone looks at these tiers over here, and sometimes they'll think they only apply universally. This is literally for late game mapping only. Not even for early game mapping. Not even for tier 1s and tier 2s. Not really, because some of these builds perform at like S tier level, even though they're only A tier or B tier level. in a tier 1 map. So you got to keep that in mind. I don't joke when I say that. It's perfectly serious. Lots of examples of that. Yeah, massive skill buff. I talked about that when I went over the Blizzard skill, though. You can rewatch the video or rewatch the VOD or whatever you want to watch. I'm going to post it on YouTube with all the relevant information, and you guys can definitely, yeah. Anyway, so recommended starter builds. I actually am going to go over this a little bit. The other ones I'll go over briefly, but we'll go over the starter builds a bit. I think that is useful. So, how do I rank these lists? So, basically, I do try to rank order them in terms of most to least effective for finding gear and gearing up in the early game with minimal gear. In other words, you don't need much to get these going. Every single build, just like on the mapping tier list, every single build can map decently to some degree, whether it's slow or not. That's true for the mapping tier list, but it's also true for this. Every build listed in these starter lineups can be an effective starting build. You just have to know where to farm. And the key to knowing where to farm is my ultimate farming guide, which is right here. Exclamation ultimate farming guide. Of course, I have a video on that in case you want a full explanation. I made that last season. I'll probably make a different video this season, though. The starter build category is actually assuming builds that are best for initially farming LOD content or like early game tier 1 maps, maybe white magic maps, whatever, in the early game. That's correct. These aren't the approaches that are recommended for tier 3 rare mapping. That's the builds in the late game mapping tier list. Okay, so in general, I think Charge Bolt could be a lot better with the Pierce. I think there is competition with Chain Lightning for Arcane. Arcane Sanctuary is one of the best farms. That's why they're towards the top. Mephisto is one of the best farms. So is Travancore. That's why Blizzard is towards the top, and it got major damage buffs. I think it's going to be really strong. Inferno Firewall is still amazing for killing things like Mephisto, though, and all the council members around him. Insanely good. Hydra got majorly buffed. Stony Tomb might not be one of the very top tier farms in my opinion, but it's top tier enough, and Hydra's going to be absolutely shredding that place with the new buffs. And then of course your staples like Frozen Orb and Ice Barrage are probably still performing well, but I bet Blizzard feels really good though against like any kind of single target. So it makes me think they might be a bit overshadowed, at least as a starter for Blizzard this season, but I could be wrong. Might still have a decent amount of Frozen Orb, Ice Barrage, Sorceresses. Combustion Fireball is old news with Hydra in the beginning of the game. No, I'm just kidding. It's just fine as long as you get a little bit of gear and you survive. It's still pretty broken now. Damn, yawn, rip. Anyway, yeah, I'm pretty tired as you can see. Oh boy. These videos are long, man. Anyway. And then Meteor. Meteor is still killing bosses. There you have it. And all these approaches on the Sorceress are solid for beginning. Really top tier farms. That's why they're here. Take a look at the Druid. Druid Summon. I don't think anyone can deny that it's like the easiest entry level like class build in existence. That's why I put it all on the top here, and why it remains at the top for the most part every season. It's kind of crazy. You even have more wolves this season. How could it go wrong? Anyway, summon builds in general tend to be pretty easy to execute. They don't need too many plus skills. More plus skills, the better, though. How are we getting more in one shadow? A new claw called Whispering Mirage, and it's also a new stat on a full nat set. It is a brand new thing in Season 11. Oh my god, a huge raid. Whoa! Dang, what's up? Are we playing a PD2 Fub gun? Oh my goodness. You guys are crazy. I'm going over my PD2 content for the new season. We just released my new PD2 late game mapping tier list and infographic, including recommended starter builds, bossing builds, map immunities, and my new resource from last season. I just made last season the ultimate farming guide, which I updated this season, which will help you know where to farm with every build based on mobility and elements, and what the optimal farms are based on rank as well. Pretty sick stuff. Blasting some bow leveling. Oh, nice. PD2 gaming. Heck yeah, let's go. You guys playing the open beta? That's what's going on. I never have time when I'm working. I don't have time to play open beta anymore. Not with all this other content I create. It's kind of sad. I play all this closed beta, and then you guys get all this fun playing open beta. Oh no. At least I'll play the new season. At least that'll be good. Are you gonna update your filter at all? Yes, I will be updating. There'll be plenty of updates to the filter. There's actually going to be a decent number of them because there's quite a few changes, such as new rune words and some other interesting things. So yeah, the DH ADEV filter is really good filter. I like it. I like how clean it is. I like how simple it is. I like how it doesn't require knowing very much, and you can just use it. And yeah, and it works for everything. Is the tier list doc updated? It is. That is what we're doing right here. We're actually making our ultra long YouTube video where we go over all the aspects of it. We're getting pretty close to being done with the video, but yeah. Anyway, wow, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for launching a Xana attack on the stream, as it's called. Xana launched an attack. We gotta get some more eyes to Xana in here, honestly. You guys are beasts. But yeah, welcome guys to the ultimate PD2 resource. When I say ultimate, I mean the community call. The community call this, like, I can't believe what I read on Reddit this season, man. Like, sacred tablets, bro. Like, I think you guys have gone a little crazy over this stuff, man. I'm glad my content is enjoyed though. It's pretty awesome. Who hosted me? Fubgun. It's pretty cool. He's a beast. Oh, he's a speedrunner. Yeah, no, I know. Normal and part nightmare in 7 hours. Oh, that's sick. Okay. Yeah, I play PoE 2 as well, guys. I'm a bit more of a casual SSF, I'd say, in that game, but still. I make it to high levels, and I make it to the end game content and solo self-found, so maybe I'm not a terrible PoE 2 player, but I got a lot to learn, I imagine. Maybe I should just play more meta builds. It's kind of fun, though. Sork is best in slot. Sork is best in slot for ultimate power. It does appear that way, yeah, but other classes are still competitive with it, so it's pretty close. I don't think Sorceress holds that title alone. Yeah. Dude, people have been asking for this list as before beta was announced. Like, you guys don't even know. Okay, anyway. This is just how this is, man. Anyway. Exclamation S11 tier list or exclamation ultimate farming guide if you want to follow along with the ultimate guides. Anyway, let's continue the starters. So, like when, for instance, Chaos and Travancore are top farming areas, that's why this is good. Summon can kill Trav and Chaos like really easily. This is, you don't need hardly any skills and it can farm these areas. This is why people love these builds. You can farm cows even too. It's pretty insane. You could even run Cold Arrow and stuff. I don't have it as a recommended build, but you can definitely do it. And like cows or something. Actually, I'm kind of surprised I don't have Cold Arrow listed here. I guess it's because Arctic Blast exists, but I don't know. Wisdom Draw is a really good starter bow, though. Huh. Did I like accidentally delete it or something at some point? You know what? I'll probably just add it real quick. I actually. Oh shit. Oops. Yeah, let's not do that. Oh fuck, I did it again. Why is it doing this? Oh, is it because it's how hard is it to gear a Novasork? 20 out of 10. Yeah. I would actually say it's like one of the hardest things to gear, period. So you guys gotta understand, if you want that level of kill speed, you're gonna be sinking lots of investment into it. Especially if you want the sustain to come with it. It's a Maserati build. It's like high-end stuff, man. High-end stuff. You you don't think so, but trust me. Trust me when I say this. Oh, it won't let me. That's interesting. Huh. Wonder why that is. Maybe I have to press like down arrow and it'll fix it. Does anyone know how to fix that? That's fucking weird. I'm trying to add a build. What is this? Why is it not working? Oh, never mind. Oh no, cold arrow is on the Zon. What am I thinking? Dude, I'm tired. Okay, never mind. Continue. Wow, okay. Anyway. I think it's time to stop the 5-hour video. We're getting close. Oh yeah, I'd have to do that. I'd have to drag down the lines. I'd have to create more lines probably. I wanted to try Blade Fury and recommended assassin leveling builder guide I could follow. Well, one thing that will help you no matter what is this right here, the ultimate farming guide. So I'm mentioning this a lot right now because we're going over my recommended starter list and the rank ordering of the recommended starter list on the tier list and infographic. But this guide literally is the addendum to that, because what it shows you is that Blade Fury is physical. So when you first start farming Hell, you're going to want to take into account that Assassin is a mobility class of medium. So in general, any area that requires medium or above mobility, it will be good in. And so then all of these farms here, you see all these best LOD farming areas that say medium or above could be good. But then you also have to look at best damage types. So your best damage types, you're going to look for physical. If physical is not listed, that area is probably not going to be great for your build, for various reasons. Probably immunities usually, but yeah, like for instance, ghosts are immune to physical. That's until you get really high end Blade Fury gear, you're not going to be clearing arcane very fast. So. It might be a little tough. So yeah, this will basically tell you your best farms by virtue of you know what your minimum mobility is that's required for the farming area for it to be effective and efficient. You know what magic damage types are most effective in each farming area, and so you'll know which ones to target. But more so than just that, you'll know what are the best farming areas by rank. So rank 1 are the best ones, 2 and 3, and this is based on just the area not wasting your time in terms of getting that godly loot, whether it be high runes, godly charms, or godly uniques most effectively, things that you can corrupt. Obviously, this doesn't take into account farming corruption zones, which are amazing for farming that Worldstone shard currency. So those can be really good, but they vary every 15 minutes, so they're a lot less consistent than these farms, and this is why these farms are very important in the mods. So, um, yeah, there you go. Use lightning traps and arcane. Farm the super chest as well. Get ohm. Um, make a make a chaos and then start spinning around. Yep, that's a good pathway. I haven't noticed that. Is there still an active bug they haven't fixed with it? I imagine so. Anyway, this resource is amazing, particularly for new players. I highly recommend it. You're gonna get a lot of understanding things about the difficulty of each area in LOD once you get to Hell. You actually have a solo progression guide on the left panel here to know how to get to that Hell farm, so you can start farming for the gear. Literally tells you what to do. Step 0. This is literally the most important thing. You want to just start stacking Magic Find as early and as soon as possible. Just start getting those rare drops, those unique drops, so you can start those set drops as well, so you can start getting some interesting levels of power, and you can start progressing through the end game easier. And then, of course, literally tells you always want to farm Nightmare Cows until you have a full inventory, a charm inventory, mostly of life res charms. Easy transition to Hell, super easy transition. Progress at minimum to your just step by step, guys. For new players, this will help you out so much in understanding how to progress through the game. Of course, if you play with a group, you don't have to do this as linearly. You can even start just farming maps if you want to, but there's so many solo players that just love the solo experience of farming up and trading and whatnot, and this is how you do it, man. This is how you do it. Ultimate Farmering Guide. Interesting. I didn't know farmering was a word. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, anyway, Arctic Blast would be really good in cows. Poison Creeper was good in cows. These are all top farming areas. This is why these starting builds are good, right? I think this season Blade Fury will actually be a lot stronger than Wake of Fire as a starter build for the Assassin. I think Phoenix Strike is also up there too. All of these have amazing AoE, by the way, and don't require a lot of gear to function. Heck, even Claws of Thunder doesn't, or Chain Lightning, Lightning Sentry, and Arcane. This is why this is a top approach because of Arcane Sanctuary. Mind Blast will be amazing as well. The Shadows, particularly if you get full Nats, but that does require more gears, so it's a bit farther down. But you'll notice though, Blade Fury is so strong. And by the way, something that works with Blade Fury in the early game is flat elemental damage. You know all those random flat elemental damage charms that you normally just toss out on any other class? I don't recommend doing that with Blade Fury because you could end up, by the time you reach Chaos and Hell, you could probably end up with like 2,000 damage and just like random elemental damage charms if you farm Nightmare Cows. And then you'll just start farming Chaos from the beginning. No, I think Blade Fury is going to be sick as a starter this season. That changes, actually changed quite a bit there. And then all these other builds are still solid too, of course, and the Blades of Ice change will be good. Why is key farming rated as the lowest wealth gain? Because if I spent the same amount of time key farming as I farmed any of those other areas, I am less likely to gain as much wealth as I would farming those other areas. That's really what it comes down to. That being said, key farming is not bad. And key farming is consistent. Let's say you don't trust your RNG. Let's say you're very, you're very apprehensive. You're like, man, I never get good luck. But, you know, keys are almost a guaranteed thing. Maybe you do want to do key farming, right? Because you know for sure that if you get those keys, you'll be able to trade them for like gold runes or vex runes or whatever. If you get sets, right? You know, you get key sets. Key farming is consistent. Well, yeah, we're not talking about versus mapping though. We're talking about versus other LOD areas for the beginning of the game though. So, like, it's consistent, but you don't get keys often enough necessarily to beat just farming like arcane or something, and then you get a high rune. You're not gonna farm any high runes key farming. Sorry, but you're not. You might find one. You might get really lucky, but not compared to these other farms. This is why when I talk about, like, yeah, it's a consistent method. Well, one thing about rank 3 farms is they're not bad, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't list them. You see how it says best LOD farming areas here? That means it's good. Otherwise, I wouldn't list it. You know why I took Duriel off the list? Because it sucks now. Okay, it's actually garbage. I don't want to mislead people. Anything that's on this list, however, is actually a good farm. And so, including Abaddon and Pit of Akron as of last season, particularly with the Lucian, the Lucian material, which is worth a Vex each, right? So you farm this a bunch of times, and these actually have really good things, but you'll actually see Abaddon only has only one type of build, though, that can consistently farm it, though, in the early game, which is a magic damage. So unless you're magic damaged, it might suck. Same thing with Pit of Akron. Very tough areas to farm early game without like conviction and stuff. So you'll see that, and they're ranked 2 farms, which isn't bad. They're still good, and they can be consistent in other ways. But here's the thing about rank 1 farms. Rank 1 farms tend to be maybe a little less consistent, but they tend to have the best potential overall, like over a longer period of time, to always get you the most amount of godly gear just as fast as possible. That's really all it is. Like, if you farm arcane for 100 hours and you farm this for 100 hours, you're gonna get way richer farming arcane for 100 hours. That's just how it is. Yeah, they fixed the quest bug. Rip and pepperoni. Hey, thank you so much for launching a Zan attack on the stream once again. Thank you guys so much for the support. The community's been incredible. But anyway, the assassins got a lot of good choices. I'd say definitely with Duriel dead, Warcry Trav is definitely back in season. Despite the find item nerf, by the way, that happened many seasons before. Travancole's definitely going to be back up there again this season, so definitely take a look at these early game approaches with Deep Wounds and the Barb, or Warcry farming Trav. Barbarian farming Trav is definitely going to be a thing again. I want you guys to hammer that into your brain. Very good. Amazon, man, so many good early game approaches now. Decoys with like a really cheap rune word. Like, okay, this is crazy. You have a rune word that requires a pull rune that gives you 60 FCR and multiple skills to decoy early on. I don't know. To me, that's such a free starting build at this point, and like you can't even kill Ubers with it. It's crazy. I don't know. Amazon has one of the strongest starting builds. Period. Like it's definitely, yeah. I put that in the top 10 for real. That thing is strong. Like. And then, of course, you could do Cold Arrow and Cows, Lightning Strike and Arcane. All kinds of different approaches. Magic Arrow has almost no immunity issues. You could clear whatever you want. All these very strong starter builds for different reasons. I've made a starter video, by the way, on my YouTube. So if you don't know why these builds are good, I do explain why they're good. But you can see why they're good on the Ultimate Farming Guide as well. So all you gotta do is match your immunity and your mobility class, hitting the minimum requirement for the area, and you can see why they're good because of what they can farm. This is why some are ranked above others, because they can farm those tier 1 farms effectively. particularly the best tier 1 farms, given just how easy it is to get to that build. That new loyalty rune word's changing things though. Teeth was buffed in the early game this season. Teeth was already insane as an early game farmer because all you need is a white wand, okay? Just a white wand, that's it. You can make a Splendor and a +3 Necro Helm, or you could even make a Rhyme for CBF, and you could have like 28 30 skills in a Teeth from like the beginning of the game, and then all you need to do is boost that FCR, and you're farming and crushing chaos. Like this build is so low-key crazy. I mean, I put it in the top 10 so people understand how strong it is. But you know, it's nuts. But just remember that the top 10s and lists like this are a little more fuzzy. Like it's more of just getting the point across on how strong these builds are. Clay Golems is a lot simpler though. A lot of people like one button, less intense builds, so you can farm trap with that really easy, and there's a bunch of other very, very strong approaches in the early game, so yeah. That new map gonna be really good for the Bone Necro too. Oh yeah, I mean Necromancer's already like Teeth is already known to be an S tier tier 1 mapper 100%. It falls off in the late game a little bit, so it's gonna hit the A tier, but like in the tier 3 and unique maps and whatnot, but man, oh man, oh man, is it strong. Also, Bone Spirit wouldn't surprise me if it's a lot more viable against Uber bosses with those changes this season. Should be pretty big. Would you still take Find Item on Barb even with the nerf? Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And you're gonna want to max it. You want to get it pretty high if possible. Just get the damage that you need, man. Just get the damage that you need to clear them fast. Don't overdo the damage. And then get really high Find Item, because Find Item is still insanely good with council members. It's crazy. Like, there's a reason why Barb is recommended for it. Like, Barb, without Find Item, Barb isn't really all that special there. It's just good there because it has physical damage. But even with the nerf, you just have to invest in it, and it's still the best approach. Alright, and then everyone knows Holy Bolt Faux Paladin is still amazing in the early game. Vengeance is really solid because it's got every element. And you've got all these other interesting approaches as well. Smite for killing Uber bosses, for instance, very early on. Yeah. And then the rest of these lists really just reflect my research on previous season kills and changes in the patch notes in terms of how they may or may not affect their ability to kill these various Uber bosses effectively. There tends to be a ton of overlap between these 4 lists, particularly the 3 pinnacle boss lists. I'm not going to go over them too much in detail, but I'll go over some very interesting points. So I think Hydra's probably back on the menu a bit more, with the normal Hydra getting more AoE because it will help the minions a bit better. I do think Charged Bolt will actually be a viable Uber killer with a Pierce. I think Charged Strike will be more viable because of for the same reason. I think Charged Bolt would actually be nuts against like Declone. I could see that being kind of crazy actually. We'll have to see what people figure out. Charge Bolt's pretty insane though. We'll have to see though. It's possible that the new overpowered Blizzard might just overtake everything, including Meteor. That's my guess, but we'll have to see. I would say Summon Druid is definitely still in, but so is Rabies and Poison Creeper and all these different bosses, so that's definitely something. One thing I think that could be interesting on the Druid is Tornado. I think they keep buffing Tornado, and I tested it against Uber bosses, like normal Ubers, and it feels insanely strong. I'm wondering if Tornado is like one of those hidden OPs for killing like Declone or something. Or Rathma, I don't know. You're gonna have to figure that one out. I think it's worth looking into. Um, Interestingly enough, because Fury does even better with the AoE now, I think a combination of Sentinel and Fury, depending on the situation with the boss, could be warranted now for most bosses. But I don't know. There's a reason why it's either the best build I recommend or the second best build I recommend on most of these bosses, because it's so easy. And you can get so much health on these builds, and you can crush the bosses with them. Assassin's got some crazy boss killing builds. They're just so effective and powerful. And you don't have to worry about like a lot of mechanical failure either. Even I do really well on Assassin on those types of things. I mean, it's not that bad. Barbarian should be about the same. I think Double Throw will take a bit more precedence this season with even higher damage, but with lack of bounces, it's a question mark. I still think Berserk will be the best approach, though. The negative Fizz Res is just too good. Charge Strike being able to pierce, I think you might see it possibly beat out Power Strike, but maybe not. I don't know. We'll have to see. I mean, it's kind of in a questionable order here. The other thing that's interesting is the faster casting of decoys now. People were already using decoys to kill like Lucian last season. It makes me wonder if this could be really OP actually with the new FCR bow. We'll have to see. Very interesting. Jab. Jab Fend. It's viable. It's towards the bottom. That's about it. Also, with Strafe being so strong, I could also just see Strafe of various kinds being good. We'll have to see, though. I added Bone Spirit and Bone Spear to the Necromancer approaches instead of only Poison Strike because they lowered the magic resistance of these bosses significantly, while also buffing Bone Spirit and Bone Spear. I think those buffs would impact way more in mapping, which is probably none at all because it was already one-shotting them with Bone Spear. I think they're going to be a lot more impactful against things like D-clones, so maybe look out for your local Bone build, killing a Tier 2 Rathmer or something. I don't know. It's possible. I think a little bit of that is theory, but I think that theory definitely has good reason to be put into practice there. I even have Blessed Hammer as an option because once again the magic res reduction, but also I think it probably would have been viable last season. It just does such crazy damage. It could definitely see Hammered Ins in the D-clone arena. I could definitely see that. We'll have to see how that goes. Maybe not, though, because no one plays it, so it's the least played godly build in the game, basically. That's how that one goes. And then I kind of have a listing that feels consistent, but it always requires research every season to update it, and it's a little kind of subjective, honestly, with the top 10 in there, but you know, anything within the top 10 is going to be a super solid approach. So it should definitely help out players looking for guidance on what kind of build they should be going for. Just remember they each require their own resistance caps and as much HP as possible, along with as much damage as possible. So it's they're a bit different in terms of what corruptions are going to be the best. All right. Anyway, we showed off our awesome resources, including the Ultimate Farming Guide and the late game mapping tier list and infographic. It's tentative final. Once the final patch notes are released and there are no more changes to the builds, I won't consider handicaps anymore, and I'll change that to final. But anyway, yeah, we'll post all these different links below the video, and you guys can check them out. We'll definitely see you guys solo self-found hardcore in my season when the season launches, so it's going to be sick stuff. What about Druid plus Summon Wolves? That one was really good. Oh, you mean for bosses? I don't know. I don't think the wolves can survive those bosses very well. but maybe. I don't know. I've never seen that. I've never seen wolves is very good at bosses. I don't know, but who knows? I feel like you kind of need ravens and then sometimes bears, but mostly just ravens. Because ravens can't take damage. They can't be targeted by the uber boss, whatever it is. So, oh man. Okay. Yeah, I've gotten tired by the end of this video, and it's almost 5 hours long. Anyway, let's hold a FAQ. So, people have been asking questions throughout the video, but does anyone have any questions regarding this? Thank you again for all the crazy support. I had a lot of fun testing this season, and I got my 7th class, the last class. I had to get to 99 last season on hardcore, which is Amazon. I have gone for the full triathlon, the full gauntlet. The holy grail of 99 hardcores on PD2 has been achieved by me. And I'm now going to do a solo self-bound hardcore challenge where we don't even know what build we might be going towards. It could be any build. We don't know. It will depend on RNG. We'll let RNG take the wheel and see what interesting things occur. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for all your support, though. You know, the subs, the follows, the donations. I had a lot of them come in off stream, actually, so it's clearly a lot of thankfulness from the community. Sometimes when I'm at work and I don't test beta right away, people start panicking, trying to summon me with weird voodoo magic. So don't go too crazy, man. No, oh, let us pick your starter class versus just playing Sorc. Uh, how about this? I'm gonna start Sorc because it's solo self-found. And I'm going to see what interesting corruptions might show up initially. But here's the deal. If I die on my first Sorc, I don't even care if it's an internet connection drop. If I die on the Sorc for any reason, okay, I will make a different one and I'll let you choose the next class, okay? How about that? All right, easy. Easy. I'm going to start Sorc, though. I actually like starting Sorc, all right? And also, I kind of want to see how the new Blizzard or Hydra is early game, and maybe even Charge Bolt and Arcane. So I have a lot of interesting things I might want to look at. So yeah, there's a lot of cool things going on with Sorc this season. So I might play this Sorc. You know, people get bored with Sorc. I get it, but you know, I don't get bored with Sorc. I get bored with summoners. Okay, so many people love summoners. They bore me to tears. I don't know how you guys do it, but you know, I love you guys anyway. I'm absolutely the case now. I mean, do you know how many, like half the community is gonna go some kind of summoner? Watch. I mean, I make this recommended starter builds, but let's be real. In the top 10, I put a lot of summoners for a reason. It's because summoners are simple to execute. They don't require a lot of skills. They require very, very cheap gear. They can clear stuff in hell without much of a problem. You're unable to play D2 unless with Summon Mancer. Well, there you go. I mean, that's a lot of people, man. You're not alone. Yeah, if people don't know, you trade on the new trade site, the Project Diablo. They got an official trade site. It's really sick. You can have your tab visible. Man, it's crazy stuff. I'm not gonna do. I did trading for like the past 10 seasons though. I think I'm gonna do a solo self-found break this season. But yeah, summoners are a vibe. It's true, they are. I just get bored by it because mechanically, my fingers need to do something. I'm one of those crazy people that like. I actually kind of like Dark Pact and things like that, where like I have to be constantly moving my hands fast to like feel like you know, playing the game at a level that I'm comfortable with. I guess I don't know. It is what it is. I like more control. I feel like maybe I'm just a control freak, so I need to like be controlling, like micromanaging everything on the character. If you want to borrow, would you go work credit start? Yeah, I've done it before against Trav. It depends though. This season with sockets and throwables, like there's a lot of good rune words you can make in socketable throwables. Um, I think Warcry though is still like really high end for Trav, but there's a lot of throw options I think this season that might take precedence. Yeah. As a matter of fact, even though I have Warcry listed above throw here, and even though it's better for early game with that new helm, the Wild Speaker that they made or whatever, I think Wild Speaker is really good actually, for early game Warcry. But well, I think that might be the case, and even though I have it as listed 1 and 2, I think there's a good argument that it's actually like 1 and 2. So like double throw might actually be better. And I think double throw, and it's just because of the change of the rune words this season. So I think, actually, as a matter of fact, I might, yeah, I think the thing about Trap Barb is, I think there's just too many good options and throwables this season. I think, yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna swap their positions actually. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. Mm. So like bow support. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. No, I didn't think about that, but to be fair, I didn't like think I did change these lists, don't get me wrong, but I didn't think deeply about every aspect of these lists, so I might do a couple of very small updates to some of these lists as I like continue to think about how these season changes might impact things. I think for season 11, this actually makes sense. I think last season I wouldn't have said this, but I think Warcry was still just more better and consistent. But I think with all those rune words, I think early game double throw is looking really good. I think that's true. It's looking good. Yeah, I think it's looking good. Dang. Yeah, you got rune words and throws, guys, and when you get a jaw rune, you can make Fury, which is actually pretty nuts. It's a really strong weapon. I mean, before you get to like crazy weapons, right? Hey, throw should be so much more fun this season with socketables, even if it's not significantly stronger. It should be a lot stronger in the early game, and even if it's not that much stronger in the late game, it should be a lot of fun with the other stuff. But I did a lot of testing on it. It just didn't seem that much stronger, if stronger at all, in the late game. But um, I don't know. Maybe against bosses, it's hard to tell really. Mapping kind of distorts things sometimes. Um, makes some things hard to test. Yeah. What's Wild Speaker? 2 Barbarian, 20 faster cast rate helms. So you don't need to find a weird, crazy circlet anymore to get a 220 on the helm. It's actually really cool. Yeah, it's a new unique. Anyway, guys, support's been incredible throughout this video, but we must ask again, are there any more major questions? Or can I pass the torch? All right. Well, anyway, remember to check out my YouTube, guys. Everything's viable. Looks like chat's cooled down. I think a lot of the Europeans went to sleep. It's getting pretty late. Do you have a recent video on the Whirlwind Sun? Maybe season 9? Season 10? I don't know. There's a couple builds that I could definitely use to make a recent video on next season when I get around to it. No, C tiers are not bad. C tier means Decent effective, and by that I actually mean it's decent effective. Like, it's not slow or weak at all. It's just, you gotta understand there's just a lot of builds above it that go even faster. Does that make sense? Like, these builds are actually solid. Even F tier builds on here are pretty good. Um, they're only like 2.5 times slower than the fastest builds in the game are the worst builds in the game. It's just that there's that difference, and that difference does make a pretty big difference. So I guess that's one way to explain it. I don't know if that actually helped. That didn't sound like a good explanation, but why are there so many less S tier builds? This is because a lot of builds have been pulled down a little bit by the fact that some of the very best builds have kind of distorted it a bit. So, but that doesn't mean they're bad. It just means that these builds are still just as powerful as they were last season. It's just that relative to the very top builds, they might not be quite as strong anymore. And so the very strongest builds like Phoenix Strike and the Nova and the Frost Nova and things like that, they make those builds look a little worse, even though they're not. Also, the A tier builds are insanely strong. A tier is a huge badge of honor. You're in the top 20 for speed. It's not hugely less than the S tier builds, if we're being honest. They're very nice. Just remember that, this is tier 3 maps as well, and it doesn't apply to early game tier 1 mapping or just tier 1 mapping with an end game build. A lot of builds perform a lot better in tier 1 maps, and tier 1 maps are still great for loot, maybe not experience in the ultra late game, but yeah, you can get them. So the loot's still amazing. Trust me when I say bleed barbs like S plus in tier 1 maps, teeth is S plus in tier 1 maps. You get the idea. But since we're testing a bit more closer to the end game, we try to differentiate the builds based on where they might actually differ in some meaningful way, and then you can actually see how the builds fall off. So you can see, well, if teeth isn't insanely strong, A is still very fast, but you can see how that definitely is a fall off of maybe what it's capable of. So definitely. Yeah, Life Fury's probably S in tier 1 too, but maybe not, because Life Fury feeds off of density and tier 3 maps get a lot more density on average. So maybe not actually. Do we expect any other major changes between now and Friday? Well, that's the thing. If there are any more major changes that affect builds, I'll probably have to do a handicap on them and just ship the tier list and change it like that, because we won't be able to test it. So sometimes I've never seen them do a major change. Sometimes they'll do like a small adjustment though in the final patch notes, so we'll see what they decide to do. Blade Fury doesn't need a nerf. No, 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 no. I mean, okay, we're gonna start talking about nerfing builds that are A tier. We gotta talk about nerfing builds that are, unless we're talking about for bossing, but I don't think it's that OP for bossing. Like, Sentinel exists, so I don't know. No, no, it feels like it's in a good place, honestly. Like, if you ask me, A tier is like the pinnacle of balance. It's when you have a build that feels insanely fun to play when you get really good gear, you know? And B also feels fun. C feels maybe not as fun for some people, but it's still a lot of fun for many people because they're still decently fast. And you get the idea, but yeah, it's pretty good. I hope they can too, honestly. Fend, I don't know. Fend is a tough challenge. It's a tough challenge, but there's a lot of skills like even Chain Lightning Sentry that are in a really weird place, I think. So, but to be fair, most builds are in such a great place it doesn't matter. people live or die by these tier lists. I love it for its effectiveness to give you a very strong generalized build, and I always learn about builds I didn't know existed. Right, yeah, I mean, I think that's why a lot of people like these videos, is because they get to learn a ton about the game. I kind of go on a massive exposition about different mechanics and items and interactions between items and the patch notes and how it affects the build and how it makes it so much more clean to play or whatever it is. It's really good. Yeah, honestly, that's a really good idea. Imp Kit Ting Gu Lol. Anything to farm Arcane can never go wrong. Farming Arcane Sanctuary, the worst thing that can happen is you get bad rune RNG, so it takes a long time to get the high runes. But then you still get like a godly jewels or godly jewelry or godly charms that sell really well. You almost won't ever not find like one of those things that's really good. Whereas you can keep finding godly uniques and brick them all, and then be out all your items. So, I'll probably start a Sork because it's hardcore solo self found, so that I can attempt it. But if I die once, I think I'll let chat pick my next class, and then we will build something from there based on what I start to find. Might also depend on finding GCs as well. If I find 6 trap GCs, maybe I'll even go. I'll definitely go Blade Fury. So, I wouldn't say so, Ruck. No, if it was, then Arcane would be tier 1, and then everything else would be tier 2 and tier 3. I don't think that's the case. I think Chaos and Arcane definitely rival one another, but Arcane definitely is way better at dropping like runes and charms and things like that, and Chaos is a bit more balanced. I did try the reworked Zeri's Resolve in testing, and it was a lot of fun, and it actually boosted the power of both Jab and Fend. That being said, because of the Fend attack speed revert, you're not going to see like a crazy good Fend, but Fend is still really good. And they still have the buff on it from a previous season, so it's looking really good. Blood Golem? Um, what kind of build in the late game mapping tier list is Blood Golem? Does it cause things to bleed and die? That sounds very memey to me, but I don't know. Maybe show me a. See, what's interesting is I always tell people during the closed beta. Oh, it's good. It could be good for Ubers, yeah. Um, I always tell people if they think they have a unique approach that would work well in the late game and they want me to test it during the beta, I always leave the door open, and people do. People do alert me to some very interesting things sometimes. Sometimes they're not so interesting. They appear interesting, but they're not. Ghosts are physical, immune, and hell. Right. That is why one of the recommended damage types on my ultimate farming guide on Arcane Sanctuary. Best damage type is lightning. Do you see physical listed? No. Cold, they're also very cold resistant. Poison, they're very poison resistant. Physical, they're immune. There's fire immunes in there, and there's cold immunes in there, which does make it a bit more interesting. That being said, there's a lot of fire builds that do pretty solid, like combustion, but it's harder. So what do I recommend? Lightning. Only one element in there do I actually recommend. The other elements are going to be tougher in comparison. 100%. Till you get more gear. And then it doesn't matter. No, I could imagine it is, even with the magic resistance on the monsters, but yeah. Probably not in the very beginning, though. Um, Not with that exact mercenary. But but I've tried something similar before. I don't know why that'd necessarily be better than other approaches, though. Anyway. Anyway. Any more questions? What do we got here? Why throw barbs so bad? It's not. It's really good in lower level maps and really good against bosses and really good as a starter build. As I explained, this is just a late game mapping tier list. This means that for tier 3 maps and unique maps, so like maps in the end game, the damage falls off, and so does the effectiveness of clearing through the monsters as quickly, and so it becomes slower in comparison to other builds. That's all it is. It just becomes slower. It's a little slower, and that's it. It's not as fast as the faster builds. That's all in the late game mapping. Fort maps for throw, I don't think that should be as effective, but maybe with lower bounces it could be. I don't know. I never even tested that because I didn't even consider that could be good. Maybe you should test that out and let me know if that feels better. I don't see why it would be though, because like the bounce AoE is good for the bounces. Like it likes the bounces, but maybe maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe it cuts through the fort monsters a bit easier. I'm falling asleep on stream. Yeah, a little bit actually. Reading some I was waiting for some questions. I'm just like waiting for questions and it took a while to come in. Yeah, I started doing this right after work cuz I wanted to do it ASAP. And yeah. I'll make sure we launch it on YouTube within like 8 hours though. We'll try to get it done. Like 8-10 hours. As soon as you get enough elemental damage and negative elemental res, Allion. But to be fair, if you need one paladin with conviction, it's not a bad idea just to have a Vengeance Paladin from the beginning, because Vengeance has all elemental damage. It's not a bad build to start on. Now, YouTube link, guys. Simple links, right? Simple links. We got the YouTube channel, tons of relevant builds. All the links are also in my Discord if you join my Discord. We got a channel, a PD2 channel with tons of resources. New players, expert players looking for the newest, the latest, and greatest based on testing in the beta. Anything I can help you with. I can help out all players in this game. So most players don't have the time or the crazy, or they're not as crazy as I am, so they won't spend all this crazy amount of time to test things. They just want to know what's really strong in the next season, and I could tell them, what's stronger versus what's not, what changes were more impactful than others, that kind of stuff. Hey, thank you so much. I did disable alerts, but thank you so much, guys, for all the crazy. We also got Lionhearted gifting a sub. Oh man, dude, thank you so much, guys. All right. I don't know. PoE 2, I don't know. It wasn't fun. I played that. The Huntress, the Lightning Fury Amazon Huntress. That was pretty fun, actually. It's not that scuffed. It's kind of cool. But yeah, you're right. The D2 one will always be the best one because it's the original. Right. All right. Anyway, guys, I will see you guys on the 16th. I plan on launching this video and one more video. I'm going to do a endgame mercenary build lightning round. So I have all these starter videos from previous seasons, including last season. that are still highly relevant. I recommend you watch that one as well. Also teach you about early game strategy. While the Ultimate Farming Guide will mostly help you out with that, including the progression guide on the left hand side. I do a bit more of an in-depth look on each build in a guide I made last season. But this season, I'm going to do a lightning round where I try to name off what I consider to be the best mercenary approaches, the very best ones, the end game ones for each build on the list as fast as I can. And yeah, there you go. Hopefully you learn something from that one too. Maybe you learn about a mercenary that you haven't thought of. Maybe you did though. So I'll make a short video about that as well. It should be kind of fun. Anyway, I got all these cool resources from previous seasons and this season, all still highly relevant, particularly from season 10 and 11. We got like a trade and mapping videos still very relevant from season 9 as well. Not a lot of changes there. So yeah. May 16th, guys, 10 a.m. PT. We'll see you guys there. And yeah, crush it, guys. Absolutely. It's gonna be awesome stuff. It's gonna be very hype. I'm not much of the bossing guide person, or even the tier 2 bossing guy in general. There's a lot more people that are far more mechanically gifted than I am. I play a lot of hardcore as well, so I haven't been as practiced at it as some, because let's just say hardcore tier 2 bosses are only for the true warriors. People like Sky, some the real go-getters, man. Like, I don't know, hardcore tier 2 pinnacle bosses are insanely scary and scuffed for me personally. But let me tell you, there's definitely a lot of people that are good at them. I don't consider myself to be the foremost expert on bossing. Like I said, for these, I do a lot of mechanics research, but also video research on builds performing well against bosses, and I give you the results of my research here essentially. But I'm not the bossing guy, okay? I'm just showing you what works. You try those out, you play them. That's it. It's pretty simple. Am I streaming tomorrow? Tomorrow's the 15th, right? I probably am not streaming tomorrow. Probably uploading videos. We'll be streaming again on the new season, like I said. But yeah, we'll have timestamps for everything in this. Thank you guys for the questions. I think I'm going to cut off the FAQ now. But you're always free to ask me questions in YouTube comments or whatever. Or, tell me that I don't know anything about the game and I suck. You can do that too. Nah, not a lot of people do that, actually. The community is really nice. You get one every once in a while. That's, I don't know, some kind of hater or something. Maybe just, I don't know, you get some weird haters sometimes. They just don't like, and I kind of understand where they're coming from. Like, some people just don't like tier lists, for instance. Some people don't like max roll for that reason. They don't like the fact that, people can give all this information about endgame, and they like trying to make things, and they feel constricted by tier lists and stuff like that. And I tell people, I try to make these tier lists not feel as constricting as possible by letting you know, yeah, it's very limited in its scope, and there's so much game that's not covered by this data analysis here. And also to let them know that, even with that, all these builds are still solid. So, like, and then, I also tell people I'm not perfect, and I don't always test things perfectly the first time. And hopefully people forgive me if I totally scuff their build, and then next season I test it properly and give it a more fair and accurate rating. But in their mind, it might be S tier, even though it's D tier. And you know what? That's because they have fun playing it. And it doesn't have to be the fastest, because even D tier builds, chat, are still scoring in the 300s. That's not slow. Not really. I mean, it is slow compared to the faster builds, but it's fine. That's what I mean. You don't have to feel restricted by this. No one has to feel like this is ruining their experience, okay? It's not. I think for a lot of people, it enhances their experience. That's why they want me to do it every season. But, um, if you feel like something like this ruins your experience, don't pay attention to it. Just play what you want. Um, Test things and keep experimenting. I always encourage people to do that. Well, to be fair, okay, the more monsters you turn through, all right, faster. RNG might be RNG, but the truth is that over long scale periods of time, the lob averages always applies. You will get more stuff. That's just how it is in any ARPG. And that's why damage and AoE and mobility are so valuable in every single ARPG, including PoE 2. That's why Blink is so valuable in that game, and similar skills that just grow your AoE to epic proportions, and that's why Teleport and Poison Nova are so strong in this game, or Combustion, it's the same thing. F them? Oh, I mean, I don't care. I really don't. I mean, the truth is, when you create something that's awesome for any community, it doesn't matter what kind of creator you are, or you just do something that's awesome. In the world at all, there's always going to be haters, and that's just how it is. Some people just live to hate, and that's I don't care. I don't care at all. Anyway, that's that. They're fueled by hate, man. Darth Vader's the world, plenty of them. It's I don't know. You can maybe trace it back to their childhood. It always started somewhere, right? It did for Anakin. It did for Anakin. Um, Phoenix Strike gameplay is get to second charge, Dragonflight. Get to second charge, Dragonflight. Massive chain lightnings that just span the whole screen. It's nasty as shit. Um, anyway. Yep. Anyway, true. I'm glad I could be entertaining for some of you guys too. Um, yeah, see, that's the thing is, um, that's a great point. Before I end real quick, I like that comment from Alyon in my chat. The meta, the fun out of the game thing from the tier list definitely doesn't affect PD2 as bad as some other games due to just better balancing. That's true. The fact that S tier is so close to F tier, or a lot closer than it is in other games, or just in general how the tiers aren't huge differences, um, does mean that you're right. That even though there is a meta, it doesn't totally take out all the fun because there's plenty of fast builds throughout the game. Right. And you don't have to feel like you're actually feeling bad because every build feels good to some extent, even if it's not quite as fast as the very fastest methods, which is, I think that's great. No, you're right. Meta, it's a lot worse in games, I think, where there's huge stark differences. Maybe like a lot of D4 launches, man, it's like every launchers is some kind of broken build and then everyone plays it and no one plays anything else, and that's always kind of sad, honestly. That'll never happen at PD2 though. Because even the most broken builds are actually usually pretty hard to acquire, or they require very precise mechanics like Phoenix Strike. So, um, there you have it. I mean, I don't know. They're either like very tough to obtain, and even then, they're not like so much stronger to where it's like, oh my god, I have to play that. It's like, no, you don't. No, you don't. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what a lot of people do. They just play tier ones all season, and if I did a tier list for tier ones and did a MPM list for that, if I had time to do that, I bet you the numbers would constrict in. They would fall in on each other, and it'd be an even more narrow range. And it would all be a higher range, of course, because the monsters are really squishy, but it'd be a narrow range, a much narrower range. It would. It absolutely wouldn't. If that's all people want to do is farm the tier 1 maps, even though the tier 1 maps are objectively not as strong, for the, the juice eater stats, they're not as juiced, etc. But that's the thing. Like, they're still so good, though. They're still so good. Lots of people enjoy that. But yeah, thank you guys, and I'll see you guys in season 11, May 16th. Dark Humility over and out. See you guys next time. Let me know what you guys think in the comments below, and let me know what you guys are going to play. I'm going hardcore solo self-found, so see you guys there. Peace out.